Chapter 4751. After Guillemot injured his opponent, he didn't stop and continued to attack. With a swipe of his bone claws, they expanded rapidly, enveloping the entire space as he grabbed at the expert from the Battle Saint tribe. His opponent roared in rage and did his best to defend. However, it was useless. The disparity was too great. Also, Guillemot's body was incomparably tough. No matter how his opponent attacked, it was useless. At the next instant, his opponent was grabbed by Guillemot's bone claws. Crackling sounds rang out from his body as it was unknown how many of his bones were broken. After that, Guillemot smashed his opponent onto the ground, causing him to be unable to attack for a period of time. After being beaten up by Guillemot, his opponent seemed to have regained some clarity. "Wait a minute, are you guys really not from the Heavenly Palace?" The expert from the Battle Saint tribe shouted. "Nonsense. If we are from the Heavenly Palace, why would we release you? Since you are so arrogant, you would already be dead. Also, don't compare us to those bastards from the Heavenly Palace." "Ah, those bastards." Dandan coldly snorted, his face filled with disdain. The eyes of the expert from the Battle Saint tribe flashed. Actually, he was already somewhat convinced. There was no way the people from the Heavenly Palace would break the metal tower to release him. However, if these people weren't from the Heavenly Palace, how did they enter? Hence, he directly asked, "Since you guys aren't from the Heavenly Palace, how did you guys enter this place?" Right now, a great change has occurred in the universe. The celestial race, the demons, and the Heaven Destroyer are all fighting against each other. The heavenly prison became empty and hence, we came in. "All right, we are from the Heaven Destroyer." Lu Ming spoke. "You guys are from the Heaven Destroyer? Wait a minute, you guys came in from the outside. Doesn't that mean that you guys can break out from the inside?" The eyes of the expert from the Battle Saint tribe brightened. He had been imprisoned here for several stellar years. Now that there was a chance, he naturally wanted to break out. "Of course we can. We have already passed through 2 heavenly prisons and connected them. All right, is this the place where godlords are imprisoned?" Lu Ming asked. "That's right. This is the heavenly prison for divine lords. The Heavenly Palace imprisons all the divine lords who haven't died yet. Each divine lord is locked up in a metal tower and tortured by the heart flame demon fire. If they can't take it anymore and fall into madness, they'll become puppets of the heavenly human race and be controlled by them." An expert from the Battle Saint tribe spoke. "What?" Lu Ming's pupils constricted slightly. It seemed that the use of the heart flame devil fire had exceeded his imagination. He had previously thought that some people would surrender to the celestial tribe on their own accord because they couldn't withstand the torment of the heart flame demonic fire. Meanwhile, those who had completely sunk into madness would eventually die of madness. It seemed that he had still underestimated the heavenly human tribe. The celestial race actually had a way to control those who had completely fallen into madness and turn them into their puppets. "Since you are from the Battle Saint tribe and the Battle Saint tribe isn't a lackey of the celestial race? Oh, a subordinate? Why were you captured?" Dandan asked. This is how despicable and shameless the celestial race is. The eyes of the expert from the Battle Saint tribe flashed with bone-deep hatred. "Once, me and a few of my tribesmen obtained a supreme treasure called the Heavenly Jade Plate in a ruin in the universe. Who would have thought that the celestial race would find out about it and ambushed us along the way? 2 of my tribesmen died while I was captured by the celestial race. The Heavenly Jade Plate was taken away and I was imprisoned here, being tortured. Right now, my tribesmen have no idea that I was imprisoned here. They might think that I died in the ruins of the universe. I will definitely take revenge for this." The expert from the Battle Saint tribe roared in rage. At the same time, he gave a simple explanation of his origins. This person was called Battle God Wuji and was a peak expert of the Battle Saint tribe. At the same time, he was also a peak-level monstrous genius. In the future, he would definitely be able to break through to the origin realm. Lu Ming, Xianxia, and the others glanced at each other as joy flashed in their eyes. If they released this person and he returned to the Battle Saint tribe, he might cause a great impact to the Battle Saint tribe. If the Battle Saint tribe was extremely dissatisfied with the celestial race because of this, that would be for the best. There's no time to lose. Let's move out immediately and release the other deity lords. Lu Ming spoke. I will go with you guys. Battle god Wuji spoke. Lu Ming nodded. They didn't delay and flew forward. Not long after, they discovered another metal pagoda. Within the metal pagoda, there was another deity lord imprisoned. This deity lord was actually a deity lord from the Heaven and Earth race. The Heaven and Earth race was one of the top 10 races in the past, but they were destroyed by the Celestial race. The remaining members of their race were all trapped in the Heaven Destroyer. They didn't expect that there would still be someone who wasn't dead and was imprisoned here by the Celestial race. This was normal. Although the lifespan of a deity lord couldn't be compared to an origin realm expert who could live as long as the universe, the lifespan of a deity lord was extremely long. It wasn't a problem for them to live for hundreds of years or even longer. For example, the primordial god race had a deity lord who had survived from the incipient god era until now. Therefore, although the Heaven and Earth race had been destroyed for a very long time, it was normal for their deity lord to be able to survive until now. Boom! Lu Ming smashed the metal pagoda with a single move, saving the deity lord from the Heaven and Earth race. If you want to leave this place, go to the exit. Lu Ming didn't waste any more words. He pointed out the direction of the exit and they left in a flash. Although the deity lord was tortured severely by the heart flame devil fire and his eyes were filled with malevolence and madness, he hadn't completely lost his mind. He still retained a trace of consciousness. With the cultivation of a deity lord, once he escaped from the heart flame devil fire, it was still possible for him to suppress the negative emotions in his heart and slowly recover. True enough, after Lu Ming and the others left, the powerhouses of the Heaven and Earth clan managed to recover and dash toward the exit. Not long after, Lu Ming and the others saw the third metal pagoda. It's a deity lord of my race. Xuan Wu clan leader suddenly shouted, extremely agitated. The person imprisoned in the metal pagoda was a deity lord of the Heaven's Heart race. As expected, not all of the deity lords of the Heaven's Heart race had died. Some of them were still alive, but they were imprisoned here. Boom! This time, Xianxia took action. He took out the primordial god weapon and smashed the metal pagoda, freeing the deity lord of the Heaven's Heart race. The souls of the Heaven's Heart race were extremely powerful to begin with. They were also extremely strong against the heart flame devil fire. After escaping from the heart flame devil fire, they quickly regained their consciousness. They were naturally overjoyed when they saw Xuan Wu and the others. At the same time, they were informed that there were at least a few dozen deity lords of the Heaven's Heart race that were still alive. This made Xuan Wu and the others even more overjoyed. They continued to set off. The metal pagoda was discovered one by one. A deity lord was imprisoned in most of the metal pagoda. They were very direct. They smashed the metal pagoda and told the deity lord that he could leave. They pointed out the direction of the exit and left immediately. Chapter 4752. Needless to say, Lu Ming knew that the divine masters imprisoned here would not miss any opportunity. Even if they did not believe Lu Ming and the others, they would not give up as long as there was a chance. They had been tortured here all this time. Even if there was only a slight chance, they would still try. They would definitely head toward the exit. Therefore, Lu Ming and the others moved quickly. In a little more than a day, they had walked around the entire prison. The main reason was that the prison was not very big. There were not many divine masters in the first place. The place where the divine masters were imprisoned was naturally not that big. After walking around, Lu Ming counted silently in his heart. He was shocked to discover that they had released a total of 918 almighty. This was a shocking number. They were all divine masters, not godly emperors or godly sovereigns. There were not many races on the list of 10,000 primitive races that had divine masters. Races ranked below 1 or 200 usually did not have any divine masters. There were 918 divine masters in this prison. Of course, these divine masters came from various races. For example, the Heaven and Earth race, the Sky Heart race, the Dragon race, and other races that had been destroyed. There were also experts from the current top 10 races, such as the Battle Saint tribe and the Buddha race. There were also primitive divine spirits and experts from the human race. There were only so many divine masters from various races combined. Of course, Lu Ming did not plan to take these divine masters away. He wanted to bring them along with the demons to deal with the heavenly human race. There was no need for that. These divine masters came from various races. They were greatly affected by the heart flame and devil fire. They were difficult to control and would not listen to him obediently. It was better to let these divine masters go and let them act alone. These divine masters had been tortured by the heavenly human race for many years. Their hatred for the heavenly human race was overwhelming. After they left, they would definitely not leave the matter at that. They would definitely wreak havoc on the heavenly human race. This way, the heavenly human race would definitely send some divine masters to deal with these people. This way, they would be able to restrain some of the divine masters from the heavenly human race and relieve some of the pressure on the Heaven Destroyer. "Let's go," Lu Ming said. They also headed toward the exit. Not long after, they returned to the first prison. At this moment, most of the Sky Heart tribe members had already gathered together. Lu Ming kept all of them into his chaotic desolation ring before heading towards the exit. Swoosh swoosh, along the way, people could be seen flying towards the exit from time to time. There were divine masters in the third prison, and there were also existences below the divine masters in the first prison. Clearly, the Sky Heart race had already spread the news. After that, there was no need for Lu Ming and the others to intervene. All they had to do was wait for these people to go out and wreak havoc for the heavenly human tribe. They quickly flew to the exit and left. There, they saw the fiend expert standing guard outside. After asking around, he learned that many living beings had already escaped from the prison. "Lu Ming, where are we going next?" Zixin asked. After the trip to the prison, they were very impressed with Lu Ming. On this trip, they had released 918 divine masters, as well as a large number of existences below the divine master level. These people were scattered all over the place, which was enough to give the heavenly human tribe a headache. It was more effective than fighting the heavenly human tribe directly. "Let's go to the heavenly palace, the dreamy heavenly palace." Lu Ming's eyes shone brightly as he spoke. That's right, he was going to attack the heavenly palace. Now that the experts of the heavenly palace were gathered at the Heaven Destroyer base, the heavenly palace's defenses must be extremely weak. There was no better opportunity than now. There must be a lot of treasures in the heavenly palace. If they could take down the heavenly palace, the heavenly human tribe would definitely go crazy. On the other hand, Lu Ming had another idea, and that was the desolate crystals. He really needed the desolate crystals for his cultivation. Not only him, but Dandan and the myriad gods also needed the desolate crystals for their cultivation. A heavenly palace would more or less have some desolate crystals. Attack the heavenly palace? That's great. Zixin, In Kong, and the other abyss devils' eyes lit up. Attacking the heavenly palace was every abyss devil's dream. "Let's go. I roughly know the location of the dreamy heavenly palace," Lu Ming said. Then, Lu Ming released the demon fortress of In Ruins, and everyone entered it. Then, the demon fortress of In Ruins soared into the sky and flew in the direction Lu Ming had pointed out. Lu Ming had never been to the real dreamy heavenly palace. When he was a heavenly soldier, he had always stayed in Dreamy City. Dreamy City wasn't the dreamy heavenly palace. It was just an outer city. However, he had been a heavenly soldier for a long time, and he had heard the rough location of the dreamy heavenly palace. It shouldn't be too far from Dreamy City. Before long, Lu Ming and the others found something. A spectacular scene appeared in the starry sky. In the starry sky, there were 360 stars and 3,600 planets. They were arranged in a row, forming a large formation. This formation surrounded a huge palace. This palace was made of stone. It was incomparably huge, no smaller than a planet. Looking at it from afar, one could feel an ancient and desolate aura. Is this the dreamy heavenly palace? It's really extravagant, using 360 stars and 3,600 planets to form a formation. Lu Ming muttered. He couldn't help but marvel at the heavenly palace's extravagance. The most extraordinary thing is that stone palace, which is the dreamy heavenly palace. It's a treasure left behind from the previous era. Zixin said. A treasure from the previous era? Lu Ming, Xianxia, Dandan, and the others were shocked and exclaimed. Yes, and it's a treasure of the human race. The eldritch continent of the previous era was truly vast and boundless. The human race ruled over countless territories, and naturally, it was divided into countless forces of various sizes, such as sects and countries. Among them, there was a king of a country. In order to guard the borders, he built 9 stone palaces to guard the borders and suppress the fate of the country. Later, the eldritch universe was destroyed. For some reason, the heavenly human race actually obtained these 9 stone palaces and used them as the foundation to build the heavenly palace. Zixin explained. It seemed that the demons knew a lot about the heavenly human race, as expected of a race left behind from the previous era. It said that there were a total of 9 heavenly palaces in the past. It seems that the 9 stone palaces were used as the foundation, but it seems that 4 of them have been destroyed. Lu Ming muttered. Although these stone palaces have gone through the change of eras and are no longer the same as before, even origin realm existences can't destroy them. It's only possible if there's someone who has surpassed origin realm. Zixin said. We don't need to destroy them. We just need to take all the treasures inside. Dandan, do you have a way to break this formation? Lu Ming laughed and then asked Dandan. This formation is indeed very powerful. It borrows the power of the stars. If it was operated by some divine lords, I wouldn't be able to do anything. But now, the formation is operating on its own, so it's much easier. I can find its weak points and then gather the attacks of many divine lords to break this formation. Dandan said. Chapter 4753. Dandan was very confident. He flew forward as soon as he finished speaking. The others did not go out. They stayed in the demon fortress of Yin Ruins. The demon fortress of Yin Ruins shrunk and hid behind a meteorite. It was not time for them to show themselves yet. Dandan's appearance was enough. Dandan flew to the edge of the formation and began to observe it. Who is it? This is the heavenly palace. Do you have a death wish? A loud roar came from the heavenly palace. Then, a group of heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals flew out. The one who roared was a heavenly human tribe heavenly general. He was a god emperor. Dandan did not bother with them. He continued to observe the formation. How dare you? Go out and kill him. A heavenly general roared. They rushed out. Clearly, the formation did not hinder the heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals. They quickly rushed out of the formation and rushed toward Dandan. You are the ones who have a death wish. Dandan shouted coldly. He waved his hand and a large formation appeared in the void. Sword light burst out and charged toward the heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals. Oh no! It's a divine master! Retreat! A heavenly general shouted in fear. But it was too late. How could they catch up with Dandan? The sword light swept across and killed all the heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals. Not a single one was left alive. Damn it! A furious roar came from the heavenly palace. This scene was naturally seen by the people in the heavenly palace. The other party is a divine master. What should we do? Quickly inform Lord Yi Chu Xiaochuan. He is now the strongest person in the heavenly palace. Some heavenly generals discussed and then immediately transmitted their voices. There were still divine masters in the dreamy heavenly palace, although there were only a few of them. Soon after, a burly figure stepped out of the void. This person's aura was strong. He was a 9th-level divine master. He rushed toward Dandan and shouted, "How dare you trespass into the heavenly palace?" Help! Dandan shouted and quickly retreated. As for the other party, he quickly rushed out of the range of the array and rushed towards Dandan. "Leave him to me," Guillemot said. He left the Devil Castle of Yin Ruins and took a step forward. The space around him split apart and he disappeared into it. In the next moment, a pitch-black bone claw suddenly extended from the top of the heavenly human expert's head. Like a demonic blade, it slashed at the heavenly human expert's head. The other party also noticed it in time. With a furious roar, he blocked with all his strength and slashed his sword at the bone demon's bone claw. With a loud clang, the battle sword of the heavenly human race elite was shattered into pieces. The bone palm did not stop there as it continued to chop down on the head of the heavenly human race elite. With a plop, this 9th-level divine master of the celestial race fell. Inside the heavenly palace, the heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals turned pale with fright. The other party has hidden experts and came prepared. Quick, spread the news, spread the news. Get people to spread the news to the various lords in the universe ruins. A divine master expert roared furiously. Immediately, someone began to spread the news. Of course, the base of the Heaven Destroyer was too far away from the heavenly human race elite. Moreover, it was deep in the universe ruins. They could not send the news directly to the universe ruins. They could only spread the news to other places first. Then, the people in other places would spread the news to the experts in the universe ruins. Lu Ming and the others were calm. This was within their expectations. It was only a matter of time before they were exposed. Since they had come to attack the dreamy heavenly palace, they would definitely be exposed. However, the base of the Heaven Destroyer was extremely far away from here. By the time the experts of the Heavenly Palace received the news and sent people over, they would most likely have succeeded. Dandan continued to study the array without any distractions. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. Dandan finally found the weak point of the array. Lu Ming and the others took action. The Devil Castle of Yin ruins flew out and rapidly grew in size. At the same time, Lu Ming and the others, as well as a large number of Divine Master experts, flew out. Their terrifying auras shook the starry sky. The heavenly soldiers and divine generals in the heavenly palace were almost scared to death. It's the fiends. It's the fiends experts. There are so many fiend experts. Aren't the fiends under our control? Why are there still so many fiend experts here? What happened? Quick, spread the news. Quick, activate the array. Many people in the heavenly palace yelled. They were extremely shocked. Dandan had already taken action. He transformed into his world turtle form. The turtle shell behind him was densely engraved with runes and arrays. At this moment, Dandan's turtle shell glowed. Countless runes and arrays emitted light. Then, countless runes flew out and flew toward the star array of the heavenly palace. Soon, the entire area was filled with runes. This is the weak point. Attack this place with all your strength and you will be able to break it. Dandan shouted. Xian, In Kong, and the others shouted. This time, not all the fiend experts were mobilized. Only 3,000 fiend experts were mobilized. According to Dandan, 3,000 fiend experts were enough. It was better not to expose all their strength. Boom, boom, boom. 3,000 fiend god lords attacked together. Demonic chi filled the sky and blasted toward the star array. The entire array started to shake violently. If it were in the past, with a fiend expert powering the array, even if they found the weak point, 3,000 fiend masters would not be able to break it. However, it was different now. The ones powering the array were only god emperors. The violent shaking made some of the god emperors powering the array scream. Their bodies exploded, and they died on the spot. In this way, the other god emperors did not dare to continue controlling the array. After about an hour, a crack was forcefully torn open in the array. The crack continued to expand. In the end, a huge hole was blasted open. 1,000 of you will work together to stop the array from closing. The other 2,000 will follow us into the heavenly palace. Xian and In Kong gave out orders. Of the 5,000 fiend masters, 1,000 would be used to maintain the hole in the array. 2,000 would follow them into the heavenly palace. The other 2,000 would control the fiend castle of Yin ruins and guard outside the array. Once they noticed something wrong, they would inform them immediately. Charge in. Xian and In Kong gave the order and led the 2,000 fiend masters into the heavenly palace. Of course, Lu Ming, Xianxia, Dandan, Guimo, and Wanshan also followed in. Retreat! 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 Run! The heavenly soldiers and deity generals in the heavenly palace were terrified. They retreated and fled in panic. It was not that they were afraid of death and did not dare to fight. The main reason was that the difference was too big. There were 2,000 fiend masters. How could they fight? No matter how many of them they had, it was useless. They would be destroyed in an instant when facing 2,000 fiend masters. Going up to fight was clearly courting death. Naturally, no one would be so foolish. The 2,000 fiend masters charged into the heavenly palace. Some of the slower heavenly soldiers and deity generals were killed. Chapter 4754. 2,000 demon masters charged into the illusory heavenly palace. The heavenly soldiers and divine generals fled in panic. Split up into groups of a few and search the entire heavenly palace. Take everything you can. If you meet anyone from the heavenly palace, kill them all. Xian ordered. My order is the same. Yin Kong also said. Yes. 2,000 demon masters roared. Their eyes were burning with excitement. They had actually attacked the heavenly palace. This was something they had dreamed of. The demons and the heavenly palace had been fighting for countless years. Countless demons had dreamed of attacking the heavenly palace one day and killing everyone in the heavenly palace. Now it had really come true. How could they not be excited? Immediately, the 2,000 demon masters split into groups of 3 or 4 or 5. They split up and charged in all directions. The illusory heavenly palace was incomparably huge. It was comparable to a planet. There were countless passageways and palaces inside. The 2,000 demon masters quickly disappeared in all directions. Yin Kong and Xian also led a group of people and set off. Lu Ming, Xianxia, Dandan, Guimo, and Wanshan formed a group and moved quickly along a passageway. Our target is the illusory heavenly palace's treasure vault. Lu Ming transmitted his voice to Xianxia, Dandan, and the others. Treasure vault, I like it. Dandan's eyes lit up. However, the illusory heavenly palace's treasure vault must be hidden very deeply. I'm afraid it won't be that easy to find. Xianxia said. And since it's a treasure vault, it must be filled with layers of formations. Guimo also said. So, we'll have to rely on Dandan. Lu Ming said. Don't worry, leave it to me. But after we find the treasure vault, you have to let me choose first. The light in Dandan's eyes became even brighter and more dazzling. They continued forward. At the end of the passageway was a large hall. However, they did not see anyone from the heavenly palace. They continued forward and passed through several long passageways before arriving at a huge courtyard. This was a herb garden. It had a radius of hundreds of thousands of miles. It was huge and filled with all kinds of divine herbs. In the sky above the herb garden, there were 7 dazzling gems that emitted dazzling light. Stars. Lu Ming and the others' eyes flashed. These 7 gems were actually stars. Stars. To be more precise, 7 stars were sealed into 7 crystals, forming 7 dazzling gems that provided light for the divine medicine here. It was really a big deal. These godly herbs are ours. Dandan grinned. The group rushed Heavenly Dao Palace Hall Palace suddenly, in the distance, resplendent radiance filled the air. Countless runes appeared, forming a large formation. Following that, figures, tens, God, palace, their heavens, palace, emperor, heavenly emperor, palace, God, emperors, divine palace, God, divine realm, cultivation, emperors, realm, God, emperors, realm, emperor, realm, God. 9 heavens battle formation, activate. Kill them. A loud roar was heard. Then, in the bright light, an incomparably huge figure condensed. Tens of thousands of heavenly humans at the Arch realm set up the 9 heavens battle formation with the help of the array that had been inscribed in the herb garden. Its power was very shocking. A huge heavenly human figure was condensed. It held a battle sword and slashed at Lu Ming and the group. Swoosh. Guimo was the first to make a move. He flew up and waved his hand, clashing with the huge battle sword. Boom. There was an earth-shattering explosion. Cracks appeared on the huge battle sword. Then with a bang it collapsed. Even the huge figure had cracks on it. How is it possible? How is he so strong? Many heavenly human tribe powerful beings roared in horror. They were tens of thousands of heavenly humans, and they were all emperor gods. In addition, they had the advantage of terrain. The 9 Heavens Battle Formation's runes had already been carved into the herb garden. The 9 Heavens Battle Formation they had set up here would be even more powerful than if they had set it up elsewhere. However, they were still not as strong as Guillemot. This made them extremely shocked. Kill! Guillemot let out a long howl. His body was like lightning as he rushed over again. He struck out with his palm and collided with the gigantic figure. This time, the gigantic figure was directly defeated. Afterward, Lu Ming charged toward the members of the heavenly human tribe. Defend! Defend with all your strength! The heavenly humans shouted in horror. They activated the 9 Heavens Battle Formation with all their might. They turned into a defensive posture and formed huge shields. However, it was still difficult to defend against Guillemot. Guillemot's frontal attack power was almost on par with the strongest Lord of Heaven in the Heaven Palace. Under the origin, there were not many who could match him in the entire universe. Such combat power far exceeded that of an ordinary Lord God. It was not something that the 9 Heavens Battle Formation, which was set up by tens of thousands of emperor gods, could withstand. After a few explosions, the shields were penetrated. The 9 Heavens Battle Formation was also torn apart. Screams were heard. In an instant, at least a few hundred emperor gods were killed. The 9 Heavens Battle Formation was broken. Guillemot didn't give me a chance to attack at all. Dandan grinned. Even without Guillemot, Dandan was confident that he could break the 9 Heavens Battle Formation with the help of the array. Let's kill these heavenly humans. Lu Ming said. His body turned into an aurora and rushed out. The divine battle spear appeared in his hand. With a shake of the spear, hundreds of sharp spear rays pierced out. Puff, puff, puff. The 9 Heavens Battle Formation was broken. The heavenly humans were like lambs waiting to be slaughtered in front of Lu Ming. They couldn't withstand a single blow. It didn't matter if they were at the 1st Great Supreme God layer or the 9th Great Supreme God layer. They were all killed in one move. The spear rays pierced through the foreheads of hundreds of emperor gods. At the same time, Qiuqiu also flew out and transformed into a halberd. It rampaged about and hacked about, killing large numbers of celestial race god emperors. Lu Ming didn't have any mercy for the heavenly humans. He wouldn't show any mercy. They were mortal enemies. It was either you die or I die. If he let the heavenly humans go, his family and friends might die in the hands of the heavenly humans in the future. When Lu Ming attacked, Xianxia, Dandan and Guillemot also attacked. It was a one-sided battle. Large numbers of heavenly humans were killed like wheat. Their divine lords. We're no match for them. Even if we run away, the lords won't blame us. Where there's life, there's hope. Run out of the heavenly palace and find the lords. The remaining heavenly human tribe cultivators scattered and fled in all directions. There were many passageways in all directions. Lu Ming and the others chased them for a while and killed more than 10,000 emperor gods. However, the rest of the emperor gods ran away. However, Lu Ming and the others were satisfied. 10,000 emperor gods was a huge number. It was enough to make the heavenly humans suffer. More than 100 emperor gods could give birth to one divine lord. 10,000 emperor gods could give birth to 100 divine lords in the future. It was a big loss for the heavenly palace. Then, Lu Ming and the others started to collect divine herbs. Chapter 4755. Everyone began to search for the divine medicines. With a wave of their hands, large amounts of divine medicines rose from the ground and were collected by Lu Ming and the others. Lu Ming put all the divine medicines into the ancient desolate ring. Most of these divine medicines were monarch divine medicines, royal divine medicines, or emperor-level divine medicines. Lu Ming and the others didn't need them now, so they planned to plant them on the fragment of the continent in the ancient desolate ring when they had time. This is a main divine medicine. Suddenly, Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He saw a stalk of divine medicine. Its medicinal fragrance assailed his nostrils, and its medicinal strength was rich and powerful. Its life essence was exuberant. A main divine medicine. I found a main divine medicine. On the other side, Dandan also laughed. The next moment, Bone Demon also said. He also found a main divine medicine. In the past, it was impossible for a main divine medicine to be born in the ancient desolate universe. It seems that the changes in the universe have a great impact. Since main divine medicines have started to appear in the ancient desolate universe, it's not impossible for an origin divine medicine to be born in the future. Is it really like what others said? Is the universe really going to return to the glory of the ancient desolate continent? Lu Ming pondered. His heart was in turmoil and he could not calm down. That was very possible. Ever since the ancient desolate continent was destroyed in the last era, the universe had almost dried up. Most of the territory had been reduced to ruins. The laws and intents were in chaos, and everything was deathly silent. The new ancient desolate universe, which was the universe, only occupied a small part of the universe and couldn't produce treasures above the main divine level. The entire universe was in an age of decline and the number of overlords was completely incomparable to that of the ancient desolate continent. Now, there was an opportunity and it wasn't impossible for the universe to return to the glory of the last era. The Heaven Destroyer can't be destroyed. Otherwise, the universe will really belong to the heavenly human race. A thought flashed across Lu Ming's mind. However, he didn't stop. He waved his hand and put the main divine medicine into the ancient desolate ring. Under their wanton plundering, the herb garden was quickly swept clean. Almost all the divine herbs were swept clean. Not even the lowest grade divine herbs were left behind. Haha, this is awesome. Let's hurry to other places. I'm really looking forward to the Heavenly Palace's treasury. Dandan beamed with joy. They quickly chose a direction and continued their search along a passage. Soon after, they discovered several celestial race experts. They captured them and interrogated them about the location of the Heavenly Palace's treasury. However, it was a pity that these few heavenly humans didn't know about it at all. Their ranks were too low. Ordinary people wouldn't know about the location of the Heavenly Palace's treasures. Only the higher-ups of the Heavenly Palace would know about it. Not to mention them, even many divine master heavenly humans didn't know where the Heavenly Palace's treasury was located. After that, Lu Ming and the others captured a few more batches of heavenly humans for interrogation, and the results were all the same. His level was too low, so he had no idea at all. That's a good thing. If these people don't know, then those demons won't know either. Later on, it'll depend on who's lucky. Lu Ming said. Needless to say, those demons must be looking for the Heavenly Palace's treasury as well. The Heavenly Palace's treasury must contain a large number of treasures. Who wouldn't be tempted? They kept searching inside the Heavenly Palace. When they saw something valuable, they took it away. When they saw heavenly humans, they killed them as well. Just like that, they stayed in the Heavenly Palace for 7 days, but they still didn't find the treasury of the Heavenly Palace. If we don't find it in a few days, we'll have to leave. Dandan said. He was itching to find it. They had made an appointment with Zixian, Yin Kong, and the others in advance. They would stay in the Heavenly Palace for 10 days. After 10 days, they would have to retreat. If they waited any longer, the experts of the Heavenly Palace might come back. If the Heavenly Palace sent 7,000 to 8,000 divine masters, they would definitely be no match for them. Let's continue. If we don't find it in 3 days, we'll retreat. Lu Ming said. 1 day later, they still didn't find anything. 2 days later, they still didn't find anything. Soon, the 10 days were approaching. I found something. At this moment, Dandan's surprised voice rang in the ears of Lu Ming and the others. Lu Ming and the others were delighted. In a flash, they came to Dandan's side. There's a formation on the ground. It's an extremely hidden formation. Even a formation expert wouldn't be able to detect it. Dandan stared at the ground with a fiery gaze. They were in a courtyard. The courtyard was filled with flowers. Dandan stared at a place where the flowers were blooming. Lu Ming, Xianxia, Guimo, and Wanshan all looked carefully. They even tried to probe, but they didn't find any traces of a formation. Like I said, it's very hidden. It's a pity that you ran into me. I happened to obtain a formation in the Wanhua ruins and engraved it on my back. It can detect all kinds of formations. No matter how hidden it is, it can't escape my detection. Dandan said. After saying that, he began to wave his hands. Runes spread out and sank into the ground. After a while, runes began to appear on the flowers. There's really a formation. Lu Ming and the others' eyes lit up. Watch me break it. Dandan said proudly. Dandan, don't make too much of a commotion. It's best if you don't leave any traces. Lu Ming reminded. He was afraid that making too much of a commotion would attract the devils. They could just divide the Heavenly Palace's treasury. Don't worry, I'm better at this than you. Dandan chuckled. His hands moved faster and faster. Endless runes spread out. About 10 minutes later, the flowers disappeared and a small whirlpool appeared on the ground. Let's go in. This is a small passage that I opened. After we enter, the passage will automatically disappear. Those devils won't notice. Dandan said. Let's go. Without hesitation, Lu Ming took the lead and rushed into the vortex, followed by Xianxia, Guimo, Wanshun, and finally Dandan. After they all rushed into the whirlpool automatically disappeared. Lu Ming found that they had arrived in a small stone room. The stone room was very small and empty. However, there was a stone door at the side of the stone room. The stone door was also covered by a layer of formation. It seems that we haven't reached the treasury. There are many checkpoints. But it's useless against me. Dandan chuckled. He walked to the stone door and observed for a while. Then he began to break the formation. About 10 minutes later, the stone door creaked and opened by itself. Behind the stone door was a slanted passage. At the end of the passage, there was another stone door. It was also covered by a formation. The formation of each stone door was different. The experts of the Heavenly Palace also needed special keys to open these doors. But against Dandan, these were useless. During the time in the Wanhua ruins, Dandan's understanding of formations had undoubtedly improved a lot. Soon, the stone door was opened by Dandan. Chapter 4756. Behind them, Lu Ming and the others passed through several checkpoints and finally reached the end. At the end was a huge stone chamber. It was very wide. When they arrived, Lu Ming and the others were stunned. Their mouths were agape and their eyes shone with a bright light. Treasures. They were all treasures. The first thing that came into view was a pile of metal materials that looked like a small mountain. There were hundreds of different kinds of metal materials. Each kind was piled up casually on the ground. Then, there were many shelves on both sides of the stone chamber. On the shelves, there were large boxes. It was obvious that the boxes were filled with treasures. There were also a large number of divine weapons on the shelves. They emitted powerful auras. Of course, the divine weapons placed casually were not of high grades. Most of them were Emperor-level divine weapons. There were also some Master-level divine weapons. But there were so many of them that they piled up like mountains. A treasure vault. A real treasure vault. Lu Ming, Xianxia, Dandan, and the others knew that they had found the right place. This was definitely the treasure vault of the illusory Heavenly Palace. It was where the treasures were hidden. Let's move them. Lu Ming shouted. With a wave of his hand, the mountain of metal materials in front of him disappeared. Lu Ming kept it in his chaos ring. Let's move. Immediately after, Dandan, Xianxia, Wanshun, and Guimo took action. They took out their storage rings and began to frantically collect the metal materials. Most of these metal materials could only be used to refine Emperor-level divine weapons or Master-level divine weapons. There were none that could be used to refine Source-level divine weapons. But there were so many of them. With so many materials, it was unknown how many kilograms there were. Their value was immeasurable. Soon, the hundreds of piles of metal materials were emptied. Then, everyone looked at the large boxes on the shelves. Lu Ming walked directly to the nearest shelf and opened the box. He discovered that there were jade bottles inside, arranged neatly. There were a total of 12. Lu Ming took out a jade bottle and opened the cap. Immediately, an extremely rich medicinal fragrance filled the air. Immediately, The entire stone chamber was filled with the rich medicinal fragrance. Inside were divine pills. Lu Ming poured it out and took a look. There were 12 emerald green divine pills inside. This is a master-grade divine pill. It's made from master-grade divine herbs. It can increase the cultivation of divine masters. Xianxia recognized this divine pill at a glance. It could increase the cultivation of a divine master. This kind of divine pill could be said to be priceless, and if it were to spread, divine master realm existences would fight over it. In the past, there weren't any main-level treasures in the universe. If almighty realm cultivators wanted to increase their cultivation, they could only go to the ruins of the universe to find primeval gems or main-level divine herbs. However, in the past, the laws and profundities in the ruins of the universe were in chaos. Thus, there were very few main-grade elixirs. Therefore, the number of these main-grade elixirs was naturally very small. The energy of this divine pill is very strong. One of them is equivalent to over 1,000 great desolation crystals. Lu Ming carefully sized up the divine pill and judged its efficacy. This box is also filled with sovereign-grade divine pills. Dandan called out. He had been impatient for a long time and opened the second box. The second box also contains sovereign-grade divine pills. Like Lu Ming, it was also used to increase one's cultivation. Following that, Xianxia, Wang Lin, and Guimo opened the other boxes one after another. They discovered that most of them were sovereign-grade divine pills. Most of them were used to increase one's cultivation. There were also some that had other uses, such as energy recovery pills, detoxification pills, support-type divine pills, and so on. Divine pills that increase cultivation are useless to me. You guys can divide them among yourselves. Xianxia said. Xianxia's cultivation had already reached the 9th level of the Divine Master Realm. Her universe bridge was connected to the cosmic sea. Her next cultivation would be to convert and strengthen her origin source energy. She no longer needed sovereign-grade divine pills or primeval gems to increase her cultivation. I don't need cultivation-enhancing divine pills either. The three of you can divide them among yourselves. Gumo said. Lu Ming, Dandan, and Wang Lin did not stand on ceremony. Each of them took a box of cultivation-enhancing divine pills and divided them equally. As for the other divine pills, they gave more to Xianxia and Guimo. In the end, they divided the 100 boxes of divine pills equally. There were also sovereign-grade divine weapons and emperor-grade divine weapons that were divided among them. The highest grade is sovereign-grade. There are no source-grade treasures. Dandan muttered, somewhat displeased. There aren't enough source-grade treasures for all the origin realm cultivators in the Heavenly Palace. It's normal that there aren't any. Lu Ming smiled. However, he was also somewhat disappointed. Sovereign-grade treasures were not particularly useful to them. Among the treasures that he had obtained previously, the ones that were most useful to him were those that could increase his cultivation level. There's another stone door here. After they emptied the stone room, they discovered another door in the deepest part of the stone room. It was enveloped by layers of runic arrays. Lu Ming and the others rejoiced. Could there be more than one treasury? Was there an even more important treasury? Could there be even more precious treasures inside? Leave it to me. Dandan couldn't wait to go up and study it. This time, the formation was clearly much more complicated. Even Dandan had to spend several hours to understand and decipher the formation. They opened the stone door and walked in. As expected, there was another stone room, but it was much smaller than the previous one. The first thing that caught their eyes was a storage ring. This storage ring hovered in the air, enveloped by a barrier of light. Lu Ming extended his hand to grab it, his palm covered in forbidden energy. Without any obstruction, Lu Ming grabbed the storage ring in his hands. With a sweep of his spiritual sense, he saw the contents of the storage ring clearly. Desolate crystals. It was a large pile of desolate crystals, piled up into a mountain. Lu Ming's eyes shone brightly. The number of desolate crystals in this pile was absolutely astonishing. Lu Ming estimated that it was definitely more than 700 or 800 million. This was because the 200 million desolate crystals that Fei Huang had given Lu Ming previously could not compare to the size of this pile of desolate crystals. Lu Ming, what is this? Seeing the light in Lu Ming's eyes, Dandan asked curiously. Desolate crystals. And there are a lot of them. Lu Ming said, and then showed the storage ring to Dandan. After Dandan saw it, his eyes also lit up. Then, Xianxia and the others also looked at it. I estimate that there are about 1 billion desolate crystals in this pile. Gumo said. 1 billion. Lu Ming and the others were excited. Although 1 billion desolate crystals was considered a small amount for a heavenly palace, it was still a dream. One had to know that this was the dreamy heavenly palace's treasury. 1 billion desolate crystals was really nothing. However, Lu Ming and the others were already very satisfied. One had to know that desolate crystals were completely consumables, and they were consumed very quickly. 1 billion desolate crystals were divided among the divine lords of the heavenly palace. Each person would not get much, and they would quickly be refined. It was already very good that there were still about 1 billion desolate crystals in the heavenly palace. They were probably used to reward their subordinates. Chapter 4757. Let's split these desolation crystals. Lu Ming looked at Dandan and Wan Xin. The desolation crystals were useless to Xianxia and Gumo. He would let them take more of the other treasures later. Lu Ming, how many desolation crystals do you need to break through? Gumo asked. About 500 million desolation crystals to break through from the 7th layer to the 8th layer. Lu Ming said. After breaking through to the 7th layer, Lu Ming had refined over 100 million desolation crystals. Therefore, he estimated that 500 million would be enough. How about this? Let's see what other treasures there are and divide them together. Wan Xin suggested. The others naturally had no objections. Everyone continued to look. In addition to the storage ring floating in the air, there were more than 10 large boxes floating in the air. They opened the dozen or so large chests one by one. Then, everyone's breathing became heavy. Precious treasures, truly precious treasures. Among them, there were 9 large chests, each of which contained a divine weapon. Source-grade divine weapons. All 9 boxes contained source-grade divine weapons. There were 7 of them in total. I thought there wouldn't be any source-grade divine weapons. I didn't expect there to be 7 of them. Dandan grinned. His eyes shone brightly. He wanted to swallow the 9 source-grade divine weapons in one gulp. Dandan's meaning was simple. Source-grade divine weapons were a strategic resource that the Heavenly Palace lacked. Half of the origins in the Heavenly Palace didn't have any source-grade divine weapons. Source-grade divine weapons were far from enough. It was normal that the treasury didn't have any. These should be the backup source-grade divine weapons of the Heavenly Palace. They are used to reward their subordinates. Xianxia said. The operation of a large organization required some methods. They needed to be clear about rewards and punishments. For example, if an Origin Realm expert performed a great service for the Heavenly Palace and was rewarded with a source-grade divine weapon, it would cause a stir. It would stimulate the other Origin Realm experts and make them work harder for the Heavenly Palace. These 7 source-grade divine weapons were obviously used for this purpose. The 1 billion or so primordial crystals from before were clearly used for this purpose. In addition to the 7 source-level divine weapons, they also found some divine pills. They were source-level divine pills made from source-level divine herbs and contained origin marks. The value of the pill was simply astonishing. It was extremely useful to reciprocity experts, allowing them to break through and break through. I'm rich, I'm really rich, ha! Dandan laughed. These pills were extremely useful for peak godlords to break through to reciprocity. They would need them sooner or later. Unfortunately, there weren't many of those divine pills. In fact, they could be said to be extremely rare. This was normal. Source-grade divine herbs that could be used to refine source-grade divine pills were too rare. Especially in the past, it was hard to find even in the ruins of the universe. Now that the universe was changing, there might be more of them in the future. Apart from these, there were also some other treasures. They were all very special treasures, such as some one-time offensive treasures or one-time life-saving treasures. These treasures were often of great use at critical moments. In short, the treasures in this treasury were all top-tier treasures. They were extremely valuable. However, there were no materials to refine source-level divine weapons, nor were there any other high-grade divine herbs. Presumably, the Heavenly Palace would refine these materials once they obtained them. Afterward, they began to discuss how to distribute them. Lu Ming's battle prowess is the strongest among those of the same level. Every time he increases his cultivation, his battle prowess increases the most as well. Therefore, I suggest that we give the primordial crystals to Lu Ming. What do you think? Wan Shun was the first to speak. Xianxia and Gu Mo naturally had no objections, especially Xianxia. Even if she could use them, she would give them to Lu Ming without any hesitation. Only Dandan was reluctant. His eyes darted around. His cultivation was the lowest among them, only at the 5th layer of the godly master realm. He also wanted the primordial crystals very much. I only need 500 million primordial crystals at most to break through to the 8th layer of the godly master realm. I don't need any more. How about this? I'll take 500 million primordial crystals. You can take more of the other treasures. Lu Ming said. 500 million was enough for him. Even if he took 1 billion, it would be useless. To break through from the 8th layer of the godly master realm to the 9th layer of the godly master realm, he would need at least 5 billion primordial crystals. This was an astronomical number. Finally, they came to an agreement. Lu Ming would take 500 million primordial crystals, while Dandan and Myriad God would split the other 500 million equally. As for the source-level divine weapons, Lu Ming did not take them. Myriad God took one each. Dandan, Xianxia, and Gu Mo each took 2. It was all thanks to Dandan that they were able to find the Heavenly Palace's treasury. It was only right that Dandan took one more. For this, Dandan grinned from ear to ear. As for the source-level divine pills, they would split them equally. As for the other special treasures, they would split them equally according to their needs. They had reaped great rewards on this trip. It could be said that everyone was happy. Awesome. This is too awesome. Moving into the Heavenly Palace's treasury is still the most comfortable. Dandan laughed heartily. It could be said that this trip had made them rich all of a sudden. There were many treasures whose value was difficult to measure. For example, the source-level divine weapons, source-level divine pills, and special treasures. Let's go. It won't be long before the 10 days are up. Lu Ming said. Everyone nodded and headed outside, leaving the treasury. There was still some time left, but no one wanted to wander around any longer. After their trip to the treasury, they were no longer interested in the other items in the Heavenly Palace. They found a place and slowly waited. Lu Ming made use of the time to refine the primordial crystals. He could imagine that there would be endless battles ahead. The stronger they were, the better. Wan Shen and Dandan also made use of the time to refine the primordial crystals. Xianxia, on the other hand, was comprehending the origin energy and strengthening it. Only Gu Mo was idling. His cultivation had reached its limit. The next step was to reach the origin realm. However, he was facing an origin tribulation now. He could no longer improve. If he wanted to break through to the origin realm, he could only wait until the origin tribulation was over. Otherwise, his origin route would be sucked away as soon as he broke through. He had already reached the peak and could no longer improve in any aspect. Soon the 10 days were up. Lu Ming and the others left the illusory Heavenly Palace and returned to the demon fortress of In Ruins. The other demons also came out one after another. After some time, all the demons that had entered the illusory Heavenly Palace came out and returned to the demon fortress of In Ruins. Lu Ming, did you find anything? Did you find the treasury of the illusory Heavenly Palace? Zi Xian walked over and asked tentatively. Did you find it? Lu Ming asked. They naturally wouldn't admit that they had found the treasury. I've already asked the others, but they didn't find it. It seems that the treasury of the Heavenly Palace is hidden too deeply. What a pity! Zi Xian sighed. Chapter 4758. Xian and the others were frustrated that they couldn't find the treasure vault of the dreamy heavenly palace after so many days of searching. If it weren't for the lack of time, they would have continued to search. However, they had to leave. So many days had passed and the heavenly palace must have received the news. They would have sent their elites to hunt them down. If they didn't leave quickly, they would be surrounded by the elites of the heavenly palace. In fact, the Immortal and the others had received the news a few days after they entered the dreamy heavenly palace. Most of the overlords of the heavenly palace were attacking the Heaven Destroyer's base. When they heard the news, they were immediately enraged. What? All the criminals in the heavenly prison have escaped? But what happened? More than 900 divine masters have fled, and they're attacking my heavenly palace's strategic locations everywhere. What happened in the heavenly prison? Many Lord of Heaven shouted. Even a character like Yi Wuxian had a dark expression on his face. My lords, I heard that someone broke into the heavenly prison and released the criminals. A brawny heavenly human who came to deliver the news said, "Who broke into the heavenly prison? They deserve to die." A Lord of Heaven shouted. According to the images from the surveillance array in the heavenly prison, it's these people. The brawny heavenly human took out a jade talisman and activated it. A few people immediately appeared. It's Lu Ming. It's that bastard Lu Ming. Damn it. No, there's also a demon. There was an uproar. Naturally, there were many surveillance arrays in the heavenly prison. It was difficult for Lu Ming to avoid all the surveillance arrays. Why is Lu Ming, that little bastard, hanging out with the demons? Someone wondered. Oh no. Did Lu Ming go to the dark universe and work with the demons? Someone's expression changed as he guessed. Work with the demons? How is that possible? The demons are being attacked by the ancestral fiend bugs and will soon become our puppets. How could Lu Ming work with the demons? Did the demons leave the dark universe? The heavenly human elites at the scene were in a heated discussion. Report. Right at this moment, another heavenly human tribe member flew over rapidly. This time, it was a heavenly human tribe elder. His face was filled with fear, and he looked like he had lost his head out of fear. What's the matter? A Lord of Heaven asked. My lords, I've just received news that the dreamy heavenly palace has been breached. The heavenly human's voice trembling. What? Boom! Terrifying auras erupted one after another. Countless experts of the heavenly human tribe erupted with boundless fury. Their eyes were filled with murderous intent and disbelief. The dreamy heavenly palace had been breached? Who did it? In the Eldritch universe, the Heaven Destroyer was besieged and the demons were being attacked by the ancestral fiend bugs. Their heavenly palace had no opponents. Who else could breach the dreamy heavenly palace? Could it be the quasi-immortal tribe? Who did it? The Immortal asked coldly. Everyone could hear the murderous intent in his voice. It's Lu Ming and the demons. A large number of demons. The heavenly human's voice trembled. It's Lu Ming again. And the demons? Where did they come from? Many heaven monarchs roared angrily. It's true. My lords, please take a look. The heavenly human's elder took out a jade talisman and activated it. Immediately, an image appeared. It was the scene of Lu Ming and thousands of demons attacking the dreamy heavenly palace's array. The heavenly human race's members were stunned. It took them a while to react. It's the silver-winged demons and the purple-eyed demons of the 4 royal demon races. Why are they in the Eldritch universe? They're also being attacked by the ancestral fiend bugs. They can't hold on for long with the ancestral fiend blood crystal powder. They don't dare to leave the dark universe. How can they attack the dreamy heavenly palace? Many Lord of Heaven roared. They couldn't believe what they were seeing. Quiet down. Suddenly, the Immortal's voice sounded. Everyone quieted down. It's useless to complain now. It seems that the ancestral fiend bugs of the purple-eyed demons and the silver-winged demons have been suppressed or eliminated. That's why they can leave the dark universe. Ye Immortal said. The ancestral fiend bugs have been eliminated? How is that possible? Many heavenly human races members still couldn't believe it. No matter how unbelievable it is, it's the truth. We have to make the same assumption. Ye Immortal said. Ancestral Patriarch, what should we do now? What else can we do? Ancestral Patriarch, I suggest that we send out the elites immediately to annihilate those demons and Lu Ming. That's right. We can't ignore the people who escaped from the heavenly prison. We have to send someone to kill them. Some of the heavenly lords said at the same time. It seems that Lu Ming wants to use this method to reduce the pressure on the Heaven Destroyer base and disperse our forces. Lu Ming, I've underestimated you. Ye Immortal whispered. His voice was extremely cold and his killing intent was as sharp as a knife. However, he couldn't ignore Lu Ming. The people who escaped from the heavenly prison were wreaking havoc everywhere. They attacked the heavenly palace and killed the heavenly human race. They couldn't ignore it. Besides, Lu Ming and those demons had attacked the dreamy heavenly palace. They couldn't ignore it either. Even if they knew Lu Ming's goal, they still had to send someone to deal with him. Ancestral Patriarch, I suggest that we immediately send out the army to annihilate Lu Ming and those demons. A Lord of Heaven suggested. How many people should we send out? We don't know how many demon masters there are. Another Lord of Heaven said. The Silver Wing race and the Purple Eye race can mobilize about 5,000 demon masters. We have to prepare for all of them to move out. Therefore, I've decided to send 5,000 divine masters to the dreamy heavenly palace first. Don't fight with them first. Let's test their strength first. If they really have 5,000 divine masters, we'll send back the news and come up with other countermeasures. Also, send 2,000 divine masters to kill those who escaped from the heavenly prison. The rest of you, continue to attack the Heaven Destroyer base. No matter what, the human king's body is the most important. Ye Immortal started to give out orders. Yes. The others obeyed. Not long after, 2,000 divine masters set off to kill the experts who escaped from the heavenly prison. 5,000 divine masters went to the dreamy heavenly palace. In this way, the number of experts besieging the Heaven Destroyer base was reduced by 7,000. Originally, the heavenly palace had mobilized about 16,000 divine masters. Together with 7,000 divine masters, there were 23,000 divine masters in total. Now that 7,000 were gone, there were only 16,000 divine masters left. This eased the pressure on the Heaven Destroyer a little. It could hold on for a little longer. How did the demons suppress or get rid of the demon ancestor bugs? Could it be the demon ancestor blood crystal? Ye Immortal's eyes lit up. Chapter 4759. Ye Immortal immediately thought of the demon ancestor blood crystal. He knew that the only thing that could restrain the demon ancestor bug was the demon ancestor blood crystal. Moreover, he was the one who planned to use the demon ancestor blood crystal to lure the evil demons into the dark universe and trap them there forever. However, he also knew that the demon ancestor blood crystal had a barrier set up by the human sovereign. The evil demons could not get close to it. How did they get the demon ancestor blood crystal? He naturally thought of Lu Ming and the group. However, his understanding of the human king's barrier was far more than that of the demons. The Ye Immortal had obtained the demon ancestor blood crystal by accident. When he got the demon ancestor blood crystal, there was an introduction to the demon ancestor blood crystal that mentioned the human sovereign barrier. Although the human sovereign barrier was mainly used against the evil demons, it also had a strong restraining effect on the servants of the human race. Not only that, but any living thing, including the human race, could not pass through the barrier. It would create a strong pressure. Only a transcender could pass through the barrier and get the demon ancestor blood crystal. However, were there any transcenders in the current primitive universe? Obviously not. Even if Lu Ming has a forbidden body, it is impossible for him to pass through the human sovereign barrier and get the demon ancestor blood crystal. However, without the demon ancestor blood crystal, how did the evil demons suppress or get rid of the demon ancestor bug in their bodies? Ye Immortal fell into deep thought. He did not think that Lu Ming and the others could get the demon ancestor blood crystal. It was almost impossible. No matter how talented Lu Ming was, it was impossible for him to pass through the human sovereign barrier. He denied this thought, but it only made him even more puzzled. I should send someone to investigate. Ye Immortal muttered. Then he sent someone to the Dark Universe to check if the human sovereign barrier was still there. The person he sent out soon received a reply. The human sovereign barrier was still there. It was safe and sound. As for the demon ancestor blood crystal, it was hidden in the box. They could not pass through the barrier. Naturally, they could not see if the demon ancestor blood crystal had been taken away. This made Yi Immortal even more puzzled. After Lu Ming's group left the illusory fantasy Heavenly Palace, they boarded the Yin Ruins Devil Castle, intending to leave. The demon castle of Yin Ruins broke through the void and entered the dark space. However, not too long later, the ground began to tremble violently. Enemy attack, enemy attack. An evil demon's howl startled everyone. The people from the Heavenly Palace came so quickly. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. Obviously, they had been attacked by the cultivators of the Heavenly Palace. Lu Ming, Zixian, Yin Kong, and the others were gathered in a large hall. There was a huge bronze mirror in the hall that could reflect the scene outside. Outside the demon fortress of Yin Ruins, the void shattered as a violent aura swept out in all directions. In front of the demon castle of Yin Ruins, a large number of figures stood in the void. All of them were mighty ones from the Heavenly Palace, and all of them were divine masters. There were a total of 5,000 people. It really is the heavenly human tribe. Now that the laws and profound meanings in the universe ruins have stabilized, it seems that the people from the Heavenly Palace have found a way to set up a wormhole. Lu Ming pondered. In the past, there was no way to open a wormhole in the universe ruins because the laws and profound meanings were chaotic. But now, the situation had changed. For example, when they fought for the human king's body in the Halo world of the 1,000-year battlefield, the space-time spirit rats opened a wormhole there. The cultivators from the Heaven Destroyer relied on the wormhole to return to the Heaven Destroyer's base. Now, the divine masters from the Heavenly Palace could arrive here in just a few days without a wormhole. Heavenly human tribe, very good. Let's go out and fight them. Kill all of them. Kill all of these bastards. Many evil demons roared. The evil demons and the heavenly human tribe had been enemies for generations. Coupled with the incident with the demon ancestor worm, the evil demons' hatred for the heavenly human tribe deepened. Most of the evil demons hated the heavenly human tribe to the core. Now that they saw the heavenly human tribe, many of them wanted to rush out and fight them. Wait a minute, we don't know how many powerful beings the heavenly human tribe has sent out. Maybe there's an ambush in the dark. Let's retreat for a while and test their strength first. Zixian said. Zixian is right. Let's test how many people the heavenly human tribe has sent and see if there's an ambush. Yin Kong said. The evil demons didn't rush out to fight the heavenly human tribe. Instead, they controlled the demon castle of Yin Ruins to retreat. Don't let the evil demons get away. Chase them. Kill all the evil demons. Many powerful beings from the Heavenly Palace yelled and rushed toward the demon castle of Yin Ruins. All kinds of attacks were thrown at the demon castle of Yin Ruins. However, the demon castle of Yin Ruins was very strong with the help of many evil demons. It wouldn't be easy for the Heavenly Palace to break through the demon castle of Yin Ruins. In the blink of an eye, the two sides had crossed a long distance. After such a long distance, they didn't find any other ambush from the Heavenly Palace. From the beginning to the end, there were only 5,000 people. Obviously, the heavenly human tribe didn't have any powerful beings lying in ambush. At this time, Zixian, Yin Kong, and the others planned to rush out and fight the heavenly human tribe. Lu Ming, if you don't stop them and go out to fight the heavenly human tribe, the evil demons won't have enough experts. If they lose their strength, the Heavenly Palace will be weakened. Bone Demon sent a voice transmission to Lu Ming. No, I want them to kill each other. Lu Ming responded via voice transmission. Could it be that you already have a plan? The soul fire in Bone Demon's eye sockets flickered. He knew Lu Ming very well. If Lu Ming said so, he must have a plan. Yes, but I don't know if it will work. Then, Lu Ming told Bone Demon, Xianxia, Dandan, and the Wanshan his plan. The eyes of the four people lit up. Don't worry, your plan can only succeed. I guarantee that there will be no problems. Dandan laughed, feeling very pleased with herself, because Dandan would play a crucial role in Lu Ming's plan. That's good. Let's hope it works. Once it works, the situation will be completely reversed. Lu Ming whispered. Then he said, let's go. We'll follow the evil demons and kill as many heavenly human tribe members as possible. Let's go and kill to our heart's content. I can't hold it in anymore. The Wanshan grinned. His eyes were filled with cold killing intent. Then they followed the evil demons and killed their way out. Kill! Kill all the heavenly human bastards. About 5,000 evil demons and demon lords roared. Demonic chi surged into the sky as they charged out of the demon fortress of Yin ruins and toward the heavenly human tribe members. There were 5,000 divine lords on each side. The terrifying attacks collided, and the void in this area was chaotic. Terrifying waves of energy swept out in all directions. The entire galaxy outside the void was instantly destroyed. Countless stars exploded and stars were extinguished. Terrifying cracks were torn open in the boundless void. Countless living beings died in the battle between the two sides. This was the terror of the Divine Lord Army. If it happened in the universe, it would destroy heaven and earth. Chapter 4760. After a few rounds of long-range collisions, the experts from both sides began to fight each other. Swish! A golden spear of light pointed at Lu Ming's forehead. This was a 9th-level God Lord Heavenly Human. His eyes were cold as he unleashed his strongest attack, wanting to kill Lu Ming in one blow. Seeking death. Lu Ming's eyes chilled as he thrust out his war god spear. However, Lu Ming's spear gleam was faster and more powerful than the other party's spear gleam. Plush! Lu Ming pierced through his opponent's forehead, killing him on the spot. With Lu Ming's current fighting strength, killing a 9th-level God Lord was far too easy. Ordinary peak God Lords were no match for Lu Ming. Only a top-class peak God Lord could suppress Lu Ming. For example, the silver-armored Lord of Heaven he had encountered in the boundless fiend abyss. Kill! After killing the other party, the war god's spear swept out and killed another 8th-tier Divine Master Heavenly Human Tribe member. The others were also engaged in battle. Bone Devil and Dandan had both encountered their opponents and were locked in battle. As for Xianxia and Bone Devil, they were unstoppable. After killing several experts in a row, they naturally caught the attention of the other experts. Several peak God Lord experts charged at Xianxia and Bone Devil. Leave it to me! Bone Devil roared as he transformed into a bolt of black lightning. His palm was like a demonic saber as he charged forward. Plush! Plush! The two peak God Lord experts were unable to put up any resistance. Their master-level divine weapons were shattered, and their bodies were torn apart by Bone Devil's palm. The other peak God Lord expert was so frightened that he immediately retreated. Leave this person to me. The rest of you go and deal with the others. A cold voice rang out as a burly figure charged towards Guimo Clang. Bone Devil exchanged a blow with his opponent, and both of them were forced back. The 100-battle Lord of Heaven. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. The one who dealt with the Bone Demon just now was one of the 4 strongest Lords of Heaven in the Heavenly Palace, the Lord of Heaven of the 100 Battles. This time, the Heavenly Human Tribe was led by the 2 most powerful Lord of Heaven. One was the Lord of Heaven of 100 Battles, while the other was the Lord of Heaven of Extinction. Just now, the Lord of Heaven of 100 Battles was nearby. When he saw how powerful Bone Devil was, he charged towards Bone Devil. So what if he's the strongest Lord of Heaven? I'll still kill him. The Bone Demon shouted and charged towards the other party, clashing with the Lord of Heaven. Xianxia and the Lord of Heaven, who was thought to be powerful, began to fight. Lu Ming did not go too far. He stayed beside Wanshan and Dandan and fought with the Heavenly Human Tribe. After all, Wanshan and Dandan's cultivation levels were lower. If they encountered a powerful opponent, they would be in danger. He stayed nearby so that he could look after them. The battle was very fierce, and there were experts dying at every moment. These were all almighty existences, the top figures in the universe. Any one of them was a high and mighty figure. One of them could make a tribe prosper and become the top tribe in the universe. On the surface, Only the top 100 tribes in the universe had Almighty. In reality, there were more than that. Some powerful tribes also had Almighty secretly overseeing them. However, the number of tribes with Almighty in the universe definitely did not exceed 300. Such a person was completely worthless at this moment. He was constantly being killed and dying. Retreat, retreat. Suddenly, a loud roar came from behind the heavenly palace. Immediately, the heavenly palace experts began to retreat in an orderly manner. They did not panic and retreated in an orderly manner. They continued to converge with each other, and their attacks became mainly defensive. The number of demons and the heavenly palace were about the same. Their strength was also about the same. If the other party wanted to retreat, the demons could not stop them. After a while, all the heavenly palace experts gathered together. They defended and retreated at the same time. The demons chased for a while and could only give up. They were afraid of falling into a trap and being ambushed. In this battle, the evil demons had lost almost 200 demon masters. However, the heavenly palace did not fare any better. They had also suffered heavy losses. After a while, the heavenly palace people did not attack. The demons wanted to counterattack. They drove the demon fortress of in ruins and charged forward. The heavenly palace people retreated to avoid the demons. Humph, these heavenly human scum are really cowards. They don't dare to fight us. Some demons sneered. The heavenly palace people do not dare to fight us, but they are not retreating either. I feel that their goal is to delay us. I estimate that their reinforcements will be here soon. Lu Ming said. Brother Lu, you are right. What should we do next? Zixin asked. After spending some time together, she knew that Lu Ming was very resourceful. If she had any questions, she would ask Lu Ming first. If we continue to stay here, we may be surrounded by the heavenly palace. This is not good for us. I suggest that we leave here and attack some important places in the heavenly palace, or even other heavenly palaces, Lu Ming said. That's a good idea. Let's do that. Zixin and Yin Kong nodded. Then the demon fortress of In Ruins was activated and left the place. The demons left. Damn it. Chase them. We can't let them leave our sight. When our reinforcements arrive, they will die. The heavenly human experts ordered. 4,000 to 5,000 almighty experts chased after the demon fortress of In Ruins. The demons drove the demon fortress of In Ruins. Soon, they appeared outside a huge planet. This planet was a resource planet of the heavenly palace. It was more important and there used to be many experts guarding it. Even now, although there were no more divine masters, there were still many divine emperors. Boom! After the In Ruins demon fortress appeared, it directly charged towards the planet. Many Demon Lord Realm demons rushed out and bombarded the planet with attacks. Boom! 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 The planet exploded and lava shot into the sky. The experts of the heavenly palace who were guarding this place were instantly reduced to ashes. In less than a minute, the resource planet was destroyed. The space in the distance cracked. The almighty experts of the heavenly palace also arrived. Seeing this scene, they were furious. Their eyes turned red and they rushed toward the resource planet. However, the demons who attacked had already returned to the demon fortress of In Ruins. The demon fortress of In Ruins was activated and left, rushing toward the next important place in the heavenly palace. In the next few days, the demons drove the demon fortress of In Ruins and destroyed 7 important places in the heavenly palace. Then, the demon fortress of In Ruins rushed in one direction. Oh no, they want to go to the Crepe Myrtle heavenly palace. We can't let them succeed. Spread the news. Tell the reinforcements to defend the Crepe Myrtle heavenly palace. Attack from the front and back. The experts of the heavenly palace shouted. Lu Ming and the others did want to rush to the Crepe Myrtle heavenly palace. This place was not far from the Crepe Myrtle heavenly palace. However, when they approached the Crepe Myrtle heavenly palace, they realized that something was wrong. Thousands of almighty experts gathered in front of the Crepe Myrtle heavenly palace. Obviously, the reinforcements of the heavenly palace had arrived. Chapter 4761. In front of the Crepe Myrtle heavenly palace, there were at least 3,000 almighty from the heavenly palace. The demons were naturally not afraid of 3,000 Almighty, but they had the Crepe Myrtle Heavenly Palace behind them. They could enter the Crepe Myrtle Heavenly Palace at any time and make use of the Crepe Myrtle Heavenly Palace's array. Therefore, it would not be easy to deal with them. Another problem was that the 4,700 Almighty were hot on their heels and would form a pincer attack. Therefore, when they saw this situation, the demons suppressed the urge to go out and fight with the Heavenly Palace's Almighty. Instead, they controlled the demon castle of In ruins and charged in another direction. Kill them, don't let them escape. Stop them. The Heavenly Palace's Almighty behind them immediately charged toward the demon castle of In ruins. The 3,000 Almighty from the Crepe Myrtle Heavenly Palace also charged toward the demon castle of In ruins. The two Heavenly Palaces' Almighty armies added up to almost 8,000 Almighty. Their strength was far above the demons. The demons were not stupid enough to stop and fight with the enemy. They kept flying forward. If they saw a planet occupied by the Heavenly Palace, they would attack. Let's split up and chase them. Otherwise, those demons won't stop. The Lord of Heaven of 100 Battles suggested. That's right. One group will chase them while the other group will go around and surround them. Another powerful Lord of Heaven nodded. Immediately, the two groups of Almighty split up. One group of 3,000 went around in another direction, intending to surround the demons. The other group continued to chase them. With the demons' belligerent nature and their hatred for the heavenly human tribe, they would attack as long as they saw that the other party was not attacking them. Indeed, not long after, another battle broke out. Both sides lost more than 100 Almighty. In the end, another group of Heavenly Palaces Almighty chased after them, and the demons escaped into the demon castle of In ruins again. The Heavenly Palace's men continued to chase after them. Just like that, a few months went by. During this time, several battles broke out above. Both sides suffered great losses, but the Heavenly Palace's army could not surround the demons. However, in the past few months, the universe had been thrown into chaos. The source was naturally the experts who had escaped from the imperial prison. This was especially the case for the 918 Divine Master Realm powerhouses. They were filled with hatred for the Heavenly Palace, and they carried out crazy revenge. The various bases of the Heavenly Palace in the universe, resource planets, cultivation holy lands, and even important places like the Dream Sky City of Heavenly Palace were attacked. This caused the Heavenly Palace to suffer heavy losses. A large number of godly emperors and those below the godly emperor level were killed, causing a huge commotion in the universe. Not long after, the Heavenly Palace sent out experts to hunt down the escapees. From time to time, great battles between divine masters would break out in various parts of the universe. The starry sky would tremble, and planets would be destroyed. Every race was on tenterhooks. This was especially true for creatures with lower cultivation levels. They were even more terrified because the shockwaves caused by the battle between the divine masters were too great. They could easily destroy planets and annihilate creatures. It was unknown how many creatures had been swept into this series of battles. But not long after, an even more explosive news spread through the universe, causing a huge commotion. One of the top 10 races, the Battle Saint tribe, released news that the celestial race was despicable and shameless. For the sake of treasures, they casually acted against the Battle Saint tribe, killing their members. In addition, they even imprisoned the genius of the Battle Saint tribe, Battle God Wuji, for several years in the imperial prison, torturing him. Hence, the Battle Saint tribe decided to withdraw from the Heavenly Palace. Before this news was released, those Battle Saint tribe members who had participated in the attack on the Heaven Destroyer base had already silently retreated. After that, the experts of the Battle Saint tribe all entered their mother planet. The entire Battle Saint mother planet moved towards the ruins of the universe. The entire Battle Saint tribe left the starry space and moved to the ruins of the universe. And just a day after the Battle Saint tribe released the news, the Buddha race, Devil race, and Spirit race also released news. Because the Heavenly Palace casually imprisoned their people and even secretly killed them, they decided to leave the Heavenly Palace. Also, like the Battle Saint tribe, they brought their mother planets and entered the ruins of the universe. The moment this news was released, The universe was in an uproar. Out of the top 10 races, 4 of them left the heavenly palace and entered the ruins of the universe. This was an unprecedented matter. In this case, including the quasi-saint tribe, only 5 of the top 10 races still obeyed the orders of the celestial race. At the same time, the various races felt a chill in their hearts. The celestial race actually did such a thing to the various races in the dark. To think that the various races were still working for the celestial race. Could it be that in the eyes of the celestial race, the various races in the universe were really ants that could be taken away as they wished? Many powerful races had different thoughts. They wanted to learn from the 4 races and enter the ruins of the universe to develop. Now that the universe had undergone such a huge change, the ruins of the universe were no longer deathly silent. The laws and profundities were no longer in chaos. On the contrary, it had become a cultivation holy land that was many times better than the starry space of the past. Now, if they could occupy a place and obtain an opportunity, they might be able to rise up in the future. Outside the Heaven Destroyer base, a towering wave of anger enveloped it. Damn it, lowly ants, they actually dared to betray us. They are simply courting their own deaths. Many Lord of Heaven of the celestial race roared angrily. The Battle Saint tribe, Buddhist race, Devil race, and Spirit race only dare to be so arrogant because they think that we are too busy to deal with them. I suggest that we immediately send out an army to annihilate these 4 races. A relatively strong and calm Lord of Heaven said. I also suggest that. Otherwise, these ants will think that the celestial race is easy to bully. Yi Qiuxin also said coldly. In the end, everyone's gaze turned to the Yi Immortal. The final decision was still made by the Yi Immortal. The Yi Immortal frowned slightly. If they sent out experts to kill the 4 races, the military strength of the Heaven Destroyer base would be reduced again. They had already sent out 10,000 divine masters. If they wanted to deal with the 4 races, they would need to send out at least 2,000 divine masters. The 4 races had been operating for many years. Moreover, they were on their respective mother planets with layers of formations. It wouldn't be that easy to break through. They would need to send out several times more combat power. It was the same when they broke through the dragon race's mother planet. If they sent out another few thousand divine masters, the military strength of the Heaven Destroyer base would be even weaker. There would only be about 10,000 divine masters left, and it would drag on for even longer. The Yi Immortal didn't want to see the situation change if they delayed. How long had it been since they attacked the Heaven Destroyer base? So many unforeseen events had already occurred. Who knew what would happen if they continued to drag on? The most important thing was to obtain the body of the human king. As long as they defeated the Heaven Destroyer base, they could easily destroy the Battle Saint tribe and the other races. Report. At this moment, someone came to report with an ugly expression. What's the matter? The Yi Immortal asked. Old ancestor, something bad has happened. We just received news that a force has appeared in the depths of the universe ruins. It is occupying a large amount of land in the universe ruins. The messenger reported. Chapter 4762. As soon as the news came out, the scene was in an uproar. The heavenly human race's experts' anger had yet to subside, but now, it was undoubtedly adding fuel to the fire. A force? Which force is so bold? Don't they know that the ruins of the universe belong to our heavenly palace now? A Lord of Heaven shouted angrily. According to the news, it's the quasi-saint race. The messenger replied. What? Quasi-saint race? You damned ant, how dare you? Trying to fish in troubled waters again? Aren't they afraid of being annihilated? The heavenly human race's experts were stunned at first, then they shouted angrily. Only the Yi Immortal was calm as if he had already known about it. The quasi-saint race has indeed made their move. The Yi Immortal whispered. Old ancestor, let's do it. Send out the army and destroy the quasi-saint race in one fell swoop. At the same time, we'll deal with the Battle Saint tribe and the Buddhist race. Someone suggested. The Yi Immortal raised his hand, and everyone quieted down. Don't worry about these races for now. The human king's body is the key. Continue to focus on attacking the Heaven Destroyer's base. As long as we get the human king's body and find the human king's heart, we'll be able to sweep through the ages. These small races are nothing to worry about. The Yi Immortal ordered. Many heavenly human races experts hesitated. They were unwilling to do so because it was too shameful. If they didn't send people to suppress their betrayal, wouldn't they be laughed at? Wouldn't the other races be even more daring? This is an order. The Yi Immortal said coldly. Everyone had no choice but to accept the order. Also, pass down the order. Activate the 4 heavenly palaces and other important places and move them toward the ruins of the universe. In the future, the ruins of the universe will be our foundation. The starry sky of the universe is just a small place. The Yi Immortal continued to instruct. Everyone accepted the order and quickly started to spread the news. After a period of time, the heavenly palace started to move. The 4 heavenly palaces and important places like the illusion heavenly city began to move toward the ruins of the universe. When the news spread, the various races of the universe was even more shocked. Not long after, the news reached Lu Ming's ears. Lu Ming revealed a smile. To him, this was undoubtedly good news. The withdrawal of the Battle Saint tribe, Buddha race, Devil ancestor and Spirit race would undoubtedly weaken the strength of the heavenly palace. Each of the top 10 clans had at least 100 divine masters, and some clans even had close to 200. Now that they had left, the number of divine masters in the heavenly palace had decreased significantly. As a result, the Heaven Destroyer base was able to hold on for a longer period of time. And the Quasi-Saint tribe's attack would also bring great pressure to the heavenly palace. The Quasi-Saint race naturally didn't make a move to support the Heaven Destroyer. It was only for their own benefits. Now, the ruins of the universe were about to become a holy land for cultivation. All sorts of divine medicines and all sorts of heavenly treasures were being nurtured. It was about to become a holy land for cultivation. It would be a place that all the major powers would fight for in the future. Only by occupying the ruins of the universe would they be able to borrow the vast amount of resources here in the future to continuously produce experts and rise rapidly. The Quasi-Saint race must have also seen this point and thus made a move. However, it was also a good thing for the Heaven Destroyer. The more chaotic the universe was, the better. The more chaotic it was, the more chances the Heaven Destroyer would have. If no other powers intervened, the Heavenly Palace could attack the Heaven Destroyer with peace of mind. The destruction of the Heaven Destroyer was only a matter of time. The demon castle of Een ruins continued to fight with the Heavenly Palace's army. In the depths of the ruins of the universe, there was a huge group of continental fragments. There were a total of 50 continental fragments in this area. Among them, 49 continental fragments surrounded the largest continental fragment in the middle. These continental fragments were covered with arrays. When the arrays were activated, the surroundings became misty and this group of continental fragments was hidden in the void, making it difficult to discover. This was the base of the Quasi-Saint tribe, the headquarters of the Quasi-Saint tribe. The Quasi-Saint tribe had always been hiding in the ruins of the universe. Moreover, the continental fragment they occupied wasn't dead and was full of vitality. Moreover, the surrounding arrays had been modified by the ancestors of the Quasi-Saint tribe and were isolated from the outside world. Even in the past, the laws and profundities weren't chaotic. For countless years, the Quasi-Saint tribe had been flourishing here. They rarely appeared in the starry sky of the universe. Therefore, their numbers were extremely small and they were extremely mysterious. At this moment, in the largest continental fragment in the middle, a large hall was filled with people. These were the experts of the Quasi-Saint tribe. Most of them were peak almighty existences. Xianxia, the peerless genius of the Quasi-Saint tribe, sat high on the main seat and looked down at the experts. In the era of the Origin Tribulation, the Origin Realm experts had all sealed themselves. Almighty was the peak. As the most talented person of the Quasi-Saint tribe and the son of the patriarch, Xianxia naturally became the temporary leader of the Quasi-Saint tribe. Young Master, now that we have occupied 20% of the explored area, do we still need to send troops? A peak almighty celestial tribe elder asked Xianxia. The ruins of the universe were vast and boundless. It was much larger than the starry sky of the universe. Even after countless years, only 1/3 of the explored area had been explored. 20% of the explored area was an unimaginably large territory. It was much larger than the starry sky of the universe, and there were countless continental fragments. It was enough for the quasi-saint tribe to reproduce. No, it's not enough. Continue to send troops and occupy more territory. Xianxia said. Young master, if we continue, I'm afraid the celestial tribe will counterattack. Another peak almighty from the quasi-saint tribe said with a worried expression. Don't be afraid. In the eyes of the celestial tribe, the human king's physical body is the most important. They will definitely concentrate their forces to attack the Heaven Destroyer station. They won't be in the mood to attack us. Also, if we want to revive the supreme existence of our tribe, we need more resources. Therefore, we must occupy more territory and obtain more resources. When the supreme expert of our tribe is revived, the celestial tribe can be easily exterminated. Xianxia said with determination and confidence. Of course, we don't need to overdo it. Just occupy 50% of the explored area. Xianxia continued to instruct. Yes. The quasi-saint tribe experts received the order and continued to send troops to occupy more territory. This made the celestial tribe experts even angrier. Insatiable greed. The quasi-saint tribe is really insatiable. They should be exterminated. They should be killed. When the traitors are exterminated, the quasi-saint tribe will be exterminated. Many celestial tribe experts roared. However, Lu Ming and the demons of the Purple Eye and Silver Wing races gave them more headaches. During this period of time, the Heavenly Palace had lost about 500 almighties because of the encirclement of Lu Ming and the others. This made them feel heartache. These were 500 almighties, not divine emperors. Nurturing one almighty required a lot of resources. Although the demons' losses were not small, could the demons' lives be compared to the celestial tribes? Chapter 4763. In the eyes of the heavenly human race, no matter how many demons died, they couldn't compare to them. However, Lu Ming and this group of demons would continue to harass and attack them if they didn't eliminate them. Even if the 4 heavenly palace experts moved to the ruins of the universe, it was useless. They would still attack them. Just the illusory heavenly palace being breached was already a disastrous loss. All the treasures inside, as long as they had a bit of value, were swept clean. The experts of the dreamy heavenly palace almost vomited blood. However, if they continued to fight, the losses would be too great. Were they going to exchange 5,000 divine masters for 5,000 demon masters? They couldn't bear to do that. How many divine masters did the heavenly human race have? Therefore, the heavenly human race experts all suggested to the Immortal to withdraw the heavenly human race experts and let the demons fight. Use demons to deal with demons. The heavenly human race experts withdrew to attack the Heaven Destroyer base. They only needed a few heavenly human race experts to control the demon masters to attack the Silver Wing and Purple Eye demons. This was an exchange of lives. The ones who died would be demons. It wouldn't be a loss to the heavenly human race. In any case, there were nearly 7,000 demon masters outside the Heaven Destroyer base. There were also some demon masters left in the Dark Universe. Together, they would be more than enough to deal with Lu Ming and the others. In this way, even if they couldn't completely eliminate Lu Ming and the others, they could at least delay them. The heavenly human race would focus on attacking the Heaven Destroyer base. After destroying the Heaven Destroyer, it would be very easy to concentrate on dealing with Lu Ming and the others. Okay, then we'll do as you say. Withdraw the heavenly human race experts and lead the demons to kill Lu Ming and the others. Also, gather all the demon masters that can be brought out of the Dark Universe to kill Lu Ming and the Silver Wing and Purple Eye demons. Immortal ordered. After the order was passed down, they immediately started to move. 5,000 of the 7,000 demon masters immediately set off to surround Lu Ming and the others. Outside the Heaven Destroyer base, there were only about 5,000 divine masters and demon masters left in the Heavenly Palace. the strength of the attack was greatly reduced. However, the Heaven Destroyer didn't know about this. They thought that this was some kind of ploy by the heavenly human tribe, so they naturally didn't dare to send anyone to attack. Meanwhile, the celestial race plundered the dark universe and gathered another 2,000 or so demon masters to attack. They joined forces with the previous 5,000 demon masters, making a total of 7,000 demon masters. They charged toward Lu Ming and the others. Including the purple-eyed and silver-winged races, there were about 14,000 demon masters in the dark universe. This was a huge force that was not much weaker than the Heavenly Palace's power. If it weren't for the internal strife between the 4 demon races, they might have been able to break out of the encirclement of the heavenly human tribe. When the 7,000 demon masters caught up to the In Ruins demon fortress, the celestial race's 7,500 divine masters all retreated back to the Heaven Destroyer base and continued to attack the Heaven Destroyer base. Only the 7,000 demon masters were left behind to chase after Lu Ming and the others. Damn it! Despicable heavenly human tribe. They want us to kill each other. Some demons roared. After seeing that their opponents were demons, the purple-eyed and silver-winged demons hesitated. If they went out and fought with the other demons, it would only weaken the demons and benefit the celestial race. Unfortunately, those demons were completely corrupted by the demon ancestral worms and became the puppets of the celestial race. Under the orders of the celestial race, they only knew how to attack crazily and were not afraid of death. However, seeing this scene, Lu Ming's eyes lit up. The plan is halfway to success. Lu Ming smiled. This was exactly what Lu Ming wanted to see. His goal was to make the celestial race send demons to attack them. Therefore, when the demons fought with the celestial race, he didn't stop them. Instead, he supported the demons. Because only by continuously fighting and causing the celestial race to suffer great losses would the celestial race feel heartache and send demons to attack them. Lu Ming immediately gathered Zixian, Yin Kong, and the others for a meeting. Everyone, our chance to turn defeat into victory has finally arrived. Lu Ming smiled faintly. Turn defeat into victory? With the current situation? How can we turn defeat into victory? Zixian and Yin Kong couldn't help but ask, full of doubts. The ones fighting with us now are the demons. As long as we get rid of the demon ancestral worms in their bodies, victory will be ours, won't it? Lu Ming asked with a smile. If we can get rid of the demon ancestral worms in their bodies, they will definitely hate the celestial race after being treated like this. They will definitely attack the celestial race crazily. Then, we can indeed turn defeat into victory. However, it's not that easy to get rid of the demon ancestral worms in their bodies. They have to be soaked in water that contains the energy of the demon ancestral blood crystal for more than half an hour. If we sprinkle the water with the energy of the demon ancestral blood crystal on them, the celestial race will order them to leave immediately. It won't work at all. Zixian said. That's right. Unless we can fix them in one place and pour out a large amount of water that contains the energy of the demon ancestral blood crystal and let them soak in it for more than half an hour. No, they will be completely corroded. It will take at least an hour. How can we do that? You have to understand that they are all divine masters. They can't set up a temporary formation that is so powerful that it can trap 7,000 divine masters. Yin Kong added. Lu Ming nodded. What Zixian and Yin Kong said was reasonable. The current universe lacked formations that could deal with divine masters and above. The formations that could defend against divine masters had been strengthened over countless years and countless years. Only by combining all kinds of formations together would they have such an effect. For example, the mother planets of various races, the Heavenly Palace and the Heaven Destroyer Station. It wasn't easy to set up a formation that could trap divine masters in a short time because they didn't have such a high-level formation, let alone one that could trap 7,000 fiend masters. Don't worry about that. We have a way. Lu Ming immediately told them about the 1,000 transformation ruins. He also said that Dandan could control the formations in the 1,000 transformation ruins. The 1,000 transformation ruins was left behind by a powerful formation in the last era. There were all kinds of formations left, so there was no lack of formations that could trap enemies. As long as they lured the 7,000 fiend masters to the 1,000 transformation ruins, they could trap them in a certain area and pour in water that contained the energy of the demon ancestral blood crystal to get rid of the demon ancestral worms. There's actually such a place. Xian and Yin Kong's eyes lit up. Now, as long as you lend me the demon ancestral blood crystal, it will be enough, Lu Ming said. As for the water, he didn't lack it at all. There was a complete fragment of a continent in the ancient Desolation Ring. There were all kinds of large lakes. Some of the lakes had a radius of tens of millions of miles and were boundless. In addition, the Heavenly Star continent was also kept in the ancient Desolation Ring. There were all kinds of large lakes on it, so it didn't lack water at all. That's easy. Xian nodded and waved her hand. The demon ancestral blood crystal flew towards Lu Ming. Chapter 4764. Xian handed the fiend ancestor blood crystal to Lu Ming. Lu Ming took the fiend ancestor blood crystal with a wave of his hand and put it away in the chaos ring. After that, the fiend ancestor blood crystal landed in a huge lake in the stellar sky continent. The lake was huge, with a radius of 1,000,000 miles. It contained a huge amount of lake water. When the demon ancestor blood crystal fell into the lake, strands of blood-red energy spread out and dissolved in the lake water. The lake water quickly turned red like blood and spread in all directions. Xian, Yin Kong, and the others also started to move. They stopped running and took the initiative to face the demons controlled by the heavenly human tribe. They fought with them for a while and then controlled the demon castle of Yin ruins to escape. Chase, don't let them escape. The Patriarch has ordered us to use demons to exhaust them. Don't be afraid of losses. We must annihilate these demons. The one leading this group of demons was one of the 4 strongest lords of heaven, damning Lord of Heaven. She gave the order coldly. Her face was unusually gloomy. She hated Lu Ming, Xian, Yin Kong, and the others to the core. She was born in the illusory heavenly palace and was the strongest Lord of Heaven in the heavenly palace. Her status was revered. However, the illusory heavenly palace was broken into by Lu Ming, Xian, Yin Kong, and the others. They took all the treasures inside. This was a great humiliation to the heavenly human tribe in the illusory heavenly palace. Damning Lord of Heaven naturally wanted to destroy Lu Ming, Xian, Yin Kong, and the others. She led 7,000 demons and chased after the demon castle of Yin ruins. The demon castle of Yin ruins flew in the direction of the 1,000 transformations ruins. Just like that, one chased and one fled all the way into the universe ruins. Oh no, the Crepe Myrtle Heavenly Palace is in front. Don't let them go. Chase after them and don't give them a chance to attack the Crepe Myrtle Heavenly Palace. Damning Lord of Heaven shouted. During this period of time, the 4 Heavenly Palace and some important places of the Heavenly Palace had been moved to the universe ruins. Coincidentally, the Crepe Myrtle Heavenly Palace was in the direction that Lu Ming and the others were heading. Therefore, when the Great Dream Lord of Heaven saw the demon castle of Yin ruins flying in this direction, he thought that Lu Ming and the others' target was the Crepe Myrtle Heavenly Palace. Naturally, he led the demons to pursue with all his might. However, Lu Ming's destination was naturally not the Crepe Myrtle Heavenly Palace. They did not know that the Crepe Myrtle Heavenly Palace was in this direction. Before they could see the Crepe Myrtle Heavenly Palace, they had already arrived at the Wanhua ruins. The demon castle of Yin ruins flew directly into the Wanhua ruins. During this period of time, Dandan had already entered the Myriad Transformations ruins a step ahead and greeted the array's spirit here. This place is a little strange. Stop. Big Dream, the Lord of Heaven shouted and ordered the demons to stop. She focused on the front, and her expression was a little uncertain. This place was obviously a ruin, a fragment of a continent left behind from the previous era. Why did the demon castle of Yin ruins fly here? My lord, if you are worried, why don't you send 5,000 demons in to investigate first and leave 2,000 outside to guard? If anything happens, there will be backup. Beside Big Dream, the Lord of Heaven, a burly heavenly human tribeman suggested. This burly man was also a top-tier Lord of Heaven. Although he was not as strong as the Lord of Heaven like Big Dream, the Lord of Heaven, There was not much difference. Big Dream, the Lord of Heaven, was not the only one from the heavenly human tribe. There were about 100 of them gathered around Big Dream, the Lord of Heaven. That makes sense. Let's do that. You guys, lead 5,000 demons in to check the situation. I will personally guard outside. If anything happens, immediately report to me. Big Dream, the Lord of Heaven ordered. Yes. Immediately, 50 heavenly humans led 5,000 demons in pursuit of the Thousand Transformations ruins. They kept going deeper into the Thousand Transformations ruins. Unknowingly, they came to the center of the Thousand Transformations ruins and saw the demon castle of In ruins from afar. What the hell? A top-tier Lord of Heaven frowned. He felt that something was wrong. Could it be that Lu Ming and the others wanted to stop fighting with them? That was exactly what they wanted. However, out of caution, he did not order them to attack immediately. Instead, he sent 100 demons to check the situation first. They are cautious. Only 5,000 demons came. But that's enough. Dandan, you can do it. Within the demon castle of In ruins, Lu Ming saw the heavenly human tribe's actions clearly. Things were not perfect. He had planned to kill all 7,000 demons in one go, but unfortunately, only 5,000 demons came. The other 2,000 demons were obviously waiting outside. However, 5,000 demons were enough. If he could get rid of all the demon ancestral worms in their bodies, the balance of strength between the two sides would be broken. Alright, my friends are getting impatient from waiting. Dandan grinned and then sent a message with a special method. The next moment, the Thousand Transformations ruins, including the surrounding void, was filled with dazzling light. Endless light spread and turned into endless runes. The runes intertwined and formed many large arrays. All of them were arrays that could trap enemies. They formed layers of cages to trap the 5,000 demons and 50 heavenly human tribe members. We've been tricked. Attack, break through these arrays and rush out. You want to trap us with arrays? Dream on. Several Lord of Heaven shouted and ordered the 5,000 demons to attack. Roar. The 5,000 demons roared and attacked with all their might. Demonic chi soared into the sky and 5,000 attacks bombarded in one direction. Boom, boom, boom. An earth-shattering explosion erupted. However, what made the heavenly human tribe members dumbfounded was that the arrays were unharmed when the 5,000 demons attacked together. At most, it could only cause a slight ripple. How was that possible? What array in the universe could withstand the joint attack of 5,000 demon masters? Unless it was an array like the Heaven Destroyer base that had spent dozens of stellar years and a huge amount of resources to create. Only then would it have such an effect. Why would such an array suddenly appear here? A remnant array from the last era. The heavenly human tribe members' hearts trembled as they thought of this. Attack quickly. You lowly demons, attack with all your might. A Lord of Heaven roared and ordered 50 million demons to attack crazily. However, it was still useless. The defensive power of the array here was too strong. Its level was shockingly high. Even though countless years had passed and its power had weakened a lot, it was still not something that the 5,000 demon masters could break in a short time. No matter how they attacked, it was useless. The 5,000 demon masters were trapped in a certain range. Dandan, ask your friends to attack and kill those 50 heavenly human tribe members. Lu Ming said to Dandan. With those 50 heavenly human tribe members inside, it would be difficult to move later. If they poured the lake water containing the demon ancestor blood crystal to help those demons get rid of the demon ancestor bugs, it would take at least an hour. At that time, if those heavenly human tribe members saw that the demon ancestor bugs were about to be removed and went crazy and killed the demons inside, wouldn't that be a huge loss? Therefore, they had to get rid of these heavenly human tribe members first. Chapter 4765. It's just 50 of them. That's easy. Dandan chuckled. His eyes flickered with cold, killing intent as he sent a message to his array spirit friend. In the next moment, a new array formation appeared. This time, it was an offensive array formation. Hundreds of sword lights condensed and shot toward the 50 heavenly human race beings. The sword light avoided the demons and went straight for the heavenly humans. These sword lights were extremely powerful. Every single one of them was extremely frightening. Immediately, more than a dozen heavenly humans were pierced by the sword lights and died on the spot. Although the other heavenly humans tried their best to resist, they were more or less injured. Even the top Lord of Heaven had a wound on his body. Blood flowed out. However, the sword lights had no intention of stopping. They continued to kill. Screams rang out continuously as heavenly humans were killed. "Block it for me! Block these sword lights for me!" The remaining heavenly humans roared and controlled the demons to surround themselves. They wanted to use the demons' bodies to block the sword lights. However, these were all useless. The sword lights directly shattered the void, bypassed the demons, and continued to kill the heavenly humans. In the end, all 50 heavenly humans were killed, including the top heavenly lord. Their fates were the same. Amazing! If we can lure the heavenly humans, including the Immortal, here and kill them all with the array formation, wouldn't it be once and for all? Lu Ming muttered in his heart. However, he also knew that it was impossible. If most of the people chasing them were from the heavenly humans, it would not be so easy to lure them here. That was because the myriad transformations ruins looked abnormal. Anyone with discerning eyes could see the traces of an array formation at a glance. If there was something abnormal, they would naturally not enter easily. However, it was different for the demons. Those heavenly humans did not take the lives of the demons seriously at all. Even if they knew that something was wrong, the ones who died were the demons. They did not care even if they lost a large number of demons. Moreover, those heavenly humans thought that with 5,000 demons, it would not be difficult for them to break out of the encirclement even if something was wrong. Therefore, even if they knew that something was wrong, they still rushed in. They could lure the demons here, but it was almost impossible for them to lure the heavenly human tribe here. Therefore, Lu Ming didn't use this method when it was the heavenly human tribe that was chasing after them. This method could only be used once. If it were to be exposed, it would be impossible to lure the demons over. Now, all that was left was the final step. Lu Ming charged out of the Devil Castle of In ruins and into the sky. With a thought, the great desolation ring lit up and a huge vortex appeared in the sky. A huge amount of blood-red lake water poured out from the whirlpool into the formation. More and more blood-red lake water appeared, and the 5,000 demons were soon drowned by the massive amount of blood-red lake water. Those fiends roared. At first, they struggled and howled in pain. That was because the ancestral fiend blood crystal's energy had already seeped into their bodies through the lake water and began suppressing the ancestral fiend insects. After a while, when the devil ancestor insect was suppressed to a certain extent, the demons calmed down. They quietly sank into the lake and remained motionless. The ancestral fiend blood crystal's energy began to completely remove the ancestral fiend insects. Outside the myriad transformations ruins, the great dream Lord of Heaven and the rest led 2,000 demons and demon masters and waited quietly. However, after 10 minutes, there was no movement at all. They also didn't receive any news. This made the great dream Lord of Heaven's face turn gloomy. In fact, the 50 heavenly human tribe members that were killed wanted to send a message to the great dream Lord of Heaven before they died, telling him that they had been tricked. Unfortunately, the formation isolated them and the voice transmission jade talisman couldn't send a message at all. As for the illusory godly jade, it was useless in the universe ruins. Although the laws of the universe ruins had become orderly now, it was a huge project to let the illusory godly jade transmit a message in the universe ruins. It would take a long time. In addition, it required an extremely strong expert to do it. This was because the universe ruins was too big. It was impossible to do it in such a short time. Send a message to them and ask what's going on. The great dream Lord of Heaven instructed a heavenly human tribe member. The heavenly human tribe member immediately took out the voice transmission jade talisman to send a message, but he realized that the message couldn't be sent out at all. The great dream Lord of Heaven's face turned even gloomier and uglier. She had a bad feeling in her heart. What exactly happened in the ruins? The great dream Lord of Heaven whispered. However, she didn't dare to go in to investigate. If even the 5,000 demon masters had met with misfortune, wouldn't it be even more dangerous for the 2,000 demon masters to enter? Then she ordered 10 demon masters to fly into the myriad transformations ruins to investigate the situation. Naturally, they didn't return. As soon as the 10 demons entered the depths of the myriad transformations ruins, they were captured by Lu Ming and the rest. Instead of killing them, they were all thrown into the formation and soaked in the lake water that contained the energy of the demon ancestor blood crystal. Damn it, what's going on? The great dream lord of heaven roared as she became more and more anxious. However, she couldn't think of a way, nor did she dare to go in. She could only wait anxiously outside the myriad transformations ruins. Soon, more than an hour passed. Look, it's the Yin Ruins Demon Castle. A heavenly human race god master suddenly shouted. The Yin Ruins Demon Castle flew out from the depths of the myriad transformations ruins. However, the 5,000 demon masters under their control were nowhere to be seen. Retreat, retreat quickly. The great dream lord of heaven shouted. There were 5,000 demon masters in the Yin Ruins Demon Castle, while they only had 2,000. The difference in strength was too great, and they couldn't fight head-on. They could only retreat and wait for the 5,000 demon masters to appear. A cold voice came from the Yin Ruins Demon Castle. The Yin Ruins Demon Castle quickly flew through the air and chased after the great dream lord of heaven and the rest. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Lu Ming and the rest naturally wouldn't miss it. If these 2,000 demon masters escaped to the Heaven Destroyer's base, it would be difficult to deal with them. Now was the best chance to catch them all in one fell swoop. The great dream lord of heaven led the 2,000 demon masters and fled quickly. The Yin Ruins Demon Castle chased after them. However, they didn't fly far. In the void in front of the great dream lord of heaven and the rest, dense demonic energy suddenly filled the air. The demonic energy soared into the sky, and a large number of demons appeared. 5,000 demon masters. They were the 5,000 demon masters that had disappeared. The great dream lord of heaven and the rest were overjoyed. Although they didn't know why the 5,000 demon masters had appeared behind them after chasing them into the ruins. However, it was fine as long as they were fine. The great dream lord of heaven led the 2,000 demon masters and rushed toward the 5,000 demon masters. However, when the two sides approached, the great dream lord of heaven's heart suddenly contracted. Her eyes were filled with shock and confusion, because she realized that something was wrong with the 5,000 demon masters. Chapter 4766. Big Dream Lord of Heaven soon discovered that something was wrong with these 5,000 demon masters. Originally, the 5,000 demon masters were corroded by the demon ancestral worm and lost their intelligence. They were reduced to puppets, and their eyes were muddle-headed. But it was different now. In the eyes of these demons, apart from brutal killing intent, there was also deep-seated hatred. And the target of this hatred was them. To be precise, it was their celestial race. There was only one possibility, and that was that these demons had regained their consciousness, and the demon ancestral worm in their bodies was at least suppressed. How was this possible? They had only disappeared for more than an hour, and these demons had recovered? However, the truth was right in front of her, and she had no choice but to believe it. Her heart kept sinking. There were 5,000 demon masters in front and behind, and they were in fatal danger. But she was not an ordinary person. She would not easily accept her fate. Charge out to the side. Big Dream Lord of Heaven roared and controlled the 2,000 demon masters to charge to the side. Stop them. Don't let them go. The 5,000 demon masters roared and spread out, forming a fan shape and surrounding Big Dream Lord of Heaven and the others. At the same time, in the Yin Ruins Demon Castle, Lu Ming and the others also began to move. Zi Xian and Yin Kong led the 5,000 demon masters of the two royal races and rushed out of the Yin Ruins Demon Castle. They also formed a fan shape and surrounded Big Dream Lord of Heaven and the others. Surrounded from the front and back, the 5,000 demon masters led by Big Dream Lord of Heaven had nowhere to run. Soon they were caught up. Both sides collided. 10,000 against 2,000, it was too easy. However, Lu Ming and the others, as well as the 5,000 demon masters who had their demon ancestral worms removed, did not kill them. They tried their best to capture the 2,000 demon masters alive, wanting to remove the demon ancestral worms for them. This was a powerful force, and it would be a waste to kill them all. Removing the demon ancestral worms for them would instead be a powerful force against the celestial race. The battle was completely one-sided. It was one-sided. The 2,000 demon masters were constantly being suppressed and controlled. However, these 2,000 demon masters were controlled by Big Dream Lord of Heaven and the others. They fought crazily without caring about their own defense. This way, some were naturally killed. However, most of them were under control. Even more demons charged toward the Big Dream Lord of Heaven and the other 50 heavenly humans. Big Dream's Lord of Heaven's strength was indeed incomparably powerful. She charged left and right, continuously killing more than 10 demons. However, in the next moment, the two terrifying demons charged towards the Lord of Heaven. Among the demons, there were also extremely powerful demon masters who were not weaker than the most powerful Lord of Heaven. These two demon masters were existences on the same level as the Lord of Heaven. With the two of them working together, even if the Great Dream Lord of Heaven's great dream power was mysterious and unfathomable, it was difficult for him to break out of the encirclement. "I'll go kill her," Bone Demon said. His body was like a bolt of lightning as he charged towards Big Dream Lord of Heaven. Bone Demon held the purple gold battle axe in his hand. This was one of the divine weapons of the heavenly court. Its power was extremely powerful and astonishing. The purple gold battle axe slashed towards Big Dream Lord of Heaven, causing Big Dream Lord of Heaven to be greatly alarmed. Her figure was like a dream as it split into hundreds of figures. In the end, she successfully dodged the attack of the purple gold battle axe. However, the other two powerful demon masters also charged over. Facing three existences of the same level, Big Dream Lord of Heaven was practically powerless to resist. She could only dodge with all her might. Great Dream Domain. Big Dream Lord of Heaven gave a low shout. The Great Dream Domain spread out, enveloping Bone Demon and the two strongest demon masters. Once, Big Dream Lord of Heaven used this move to make all the living beings in an entire galaxy fall into a dream and be at the mercy of others. The effect of this move was extremely shocking against existences of the same level. Big Dream Lord of Heaven was known as one of the 4 strongest Lords of Heaven. She was the most terrifying and most dangerous existence because of her Great Dream Domain. It was impossible to guard against it. Back then, Lion still needed to cooperate with another top-notch Divine Lord to be able to fight against Big Dream Lord of Heaven. Once the Great Dream Domain was released, the other 2 strongest demon masters were a little dazed. Their attacks paused for a moment. To Big Dream Lord of Heaven, the opponent's attacks paused for a moment. It was enough for her to escape. Unfortunately, this time, she miscalculated. Bone Demon didn't have any reaction to her Great Dream Domain. Bone Demon's attacks didn't stop at all. The purple gold battle axe continued to slash towards Big Dream Lord of Heaven. Big Dream Lord of Heaven obviously didn't expect that Bone Demon wasn't affected at all. She wanted to dodge, but it was already too late. Poof! The purple gold battle axe struck her. At the crucial moment, Big Dream Lord of Heaven used all her methods to dodge. Moreover, there was an automatic defensive treasure on her body that activated at the crucial moment. But it still couldn't block the purple gold battle axe. The defensive treasure shattered. Big Dream Lord of Heaven's body flew out. A terrifying wound appeared on her body. She was almost split in half. Although her body wasn't completely split in half, the purple gold battle axe contained a terrifying destructive power. It still caused her heavy injuries. Blood continuously spurted out from her mouth. Her face was deathly pale. There wasn't a trace of blood. But why didn't my Great Dream Domain affect you at all? Big Dream Lord of Heaven roared. Her eyes revealed a look of despair. She knew that in her current state, it was impossible for her to escape from the hands of 3 experts of the same level. Before she died, she wanted to understand why Bone Demon could defend against her Great Dream Domain. You, a mere divine lord, want to shake my soul fire? Ridiculous. Bone Demon said indifferently. He was originally an existence of the origin realm. Although his cultivation realm had fallen below the origin realm and his origin root had dissipated, his soul fire was still not something a divine lord could compare to. You, big dream lord of heaven's eyes revealed a look of understanding. At this moment, the attacks of the two strongest demon kings had already arrived. Big dream lord of heaven was naturally unwilling to die like this. She fought back with all her might. However, Bone Demon's attack just now had caused too much damage to her. It was difficult for her to maintain her peak strength. In addition, Bone Demon had also arrived. Even if she fought with all her might, she couldn't do it. After barely resisting a few moves, Bone Demon chopped off her head. Her corpse was torn apart by the two strongest demon kings. The generation's strongest lord of heaven had fallen just like that. As for the remaining dozens of heavenly humans, they were all killed as well. Of the 2,000 demon kings, about 800 were killed. The remaining 1,200 were sealed and controlled. Yin Kong, Zixian, I didn't think that your two races would save us. This time, my race owes you a favor. A muscular demon flew over to Zixian, Yin Kong, and the others. This person had a golden horn on his head that looked like it was made of gold. This was another one of the 4 demon royal clans. The current leader of the Golden Horn clan was called Jiao Du. This time, we demons were tricked by the heavenly humans. We were almost completely wiped out. Our common enemy is the heavenly humans. We saved you to deal with the heavenly humans. Zixian said indifferently. Although we are enemies, my Jiao Du clearly distinguishes between kindness and hatred. This time, we owe you a favor. We will definitely return it in the future. Jiao Du smiled. Chapter 4767. If you want to talk about favors, you should thank Lu Ming. He was the one who helped us obtain the demonic ancestor blood crystal. Previously, he was also the one who designed it. With the help of his friends, we trapped all of you with the array. Only then did we have the chance to help you get rid of the demonic ancestor worm. Zixian pointed at Lu Ming and said. Kazu and the others looked at Lu Ming. A human? Jiao will remember this favor. Kakuzu grinned. What are you going to do now? Zixian asked Kakuzu. We're going to kill the heavenly human race, of course. Those despicable heavenly human race actually used us as puppets. That's unforgivable. I won't be able to get rid of the hatred in my heart if I don't kill all of them. Kakuzu said coldly. His eyes were ferocious and filled with murderous intent, like a ferocious beast. The demons with Kakuzu were similar. They were filled with murderous intent and couldn't wait to kill the heavenly human race immediately. Their hearts were filled with anger and murderous intent when they thought about how they had been corrupted by the ancestral demon bugs and completely turned into puppets for the heavenly human race. If Lu Ming, Zixian, and the others hadn't saved them, they would have been reduced to walking corpses and puppets for the heavenly human race for the rest of their lives. It was even worse than killing them. That's exactly what I wanted. The heavenly human race is now besieging the Heaven Destroyer. Lu Ming and the others are from the Heaven Destroyer. Let's go to the Heaven Destroyer's base and attack from both sides with the Heaven Destroyer. We can defeat the heavenly human race in one fell swoop. Zixian immediately said. Lu Ming smiled. Sure enough, he was right. Once the ancestral demon bugs were removed, those demons would never let the heavenly human race go. Without him saying anything, those demons would attack the heavenly human race. Now, the total number of demons here was close to 11,000. In addition to the 5,000 almighty from the Heaven Destroyer, their numbers were no less than the heavenly palaces. In fact, they had even more almighty than the heavenly palace. There were only 2,000 demon masters left in the heavenly palace, while there were only 16,000 divine masters left in the heavenly palace. Among them, the Battle Saint tribe, the Buddha race, the demon ancestor, and the spirit race had already left. In addition to the losses they suffered during this period of time, the heavenly palace had less than 15,000 God Lord realm experts. With the addition of the 2,000 demons, there were less than 17,000. However, some of them were divine masters who were chasing after the escapees. There were about 2,000 of them. As a result, There were less than 15,000 divine masters left around the Heaven Destroyer's base. It was a rare opportunity to kill them now. After discussing for a while, they began to act. Of course, the first thing to do was to get rid of the demon ancestral insects from the 1,200 fiend demon masters that they had just suppressed. This was very simple. They returned to the myriad transformations ruins and threw these 1,200 fiend demon masters into the lake that contained the energy of the demon ancestral blood crystal. After more than an hour, these 1,200 fiend demon masters all returned to normal. Once these fiend demon masters returned to normal and learned of their fate, they were naturally enraged. They howled and shouted that they wanted to kill the celestial race and take revenge. All the fiend demons entered the Een Ruins demon castle. Then, the Een Ruins demon castle broke through the void and headed toward the Heaven Destroyer's base. The Myriad Transformations ruins was originally located in the ruins of the universe, so it wasn't very far from the Heaven Destroyer's base. In just a little over 2 days, they arrived near the Heaven Destroyer's base. Even from afar, one could hear a loud explosion coming from the distant void. In the vicinity of the Heaven Destroyer's base, there were about 15,000 divine masters in addition to the 2,000 fiend demon masters. They were divided into 2 groups and took turns to attack the Heaven Destroyer's base's array formation. After not seeing each other for some time, the Heaven Destroyer's base's array formation had dimmed by quite a bit. At this rate, the Heaven Destroyer's base's array formation would be broken in 200 years at most. Kill the celestial race. Kill them. All the fiend demons were enraged. Their eyes flashed with murderous intent as they rushed out of the Een Ruins demon castle. About 11,000 fiend demon masters filled the air with demonic chi and demonic might. Their cries shook the sky as they charged toward the Heavenly Palace's experts. The Heavenly Palace's experts noticed the fiend army from afar. What's going on? So many fiend demon masters. What happened? Could it be that the fiend ancestral worm in their bodies has been removed? Countless Heavenly Humans experts were shocked beyond words and yelled in disbelief. Those who were attacking the Heaven Destroyer's base couldn't help but stop. Even if it was Yi Xiao, at this moment, his heart was going crazy. However, he was someone who had experienced countless storms after all, so he quickly calmed down. Stop attacking the Heaven Destroyer's base first. Gather and deal with the fiend demons first. Yi Immortal's roar reverberated throughout the area. Swish, 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 swish. The Heavenly Palace's divine masters gathered together. Yi Immortal yelled when the fiend army was close to them. Nearly 15,000 divine Lord Realm existences attacked at the same time. Terrifying attacks tore through the void as they attacked the evil demon army. Kill, 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 kill! The fiend army roared as demonic chi surged. They attacked with all their might and blocked the attacks of the Heavenly Palace's experts. In the next moment, the two sides clashed and engaged in close combat. In an instant, many people from both sides were killed. However, the fiend army had fewer divine masters, so they were at a disadvantage and lost more divine masters. Kill! Lu Ming yelled as he stabbed out his war god spear and killed a heavenly human. Lu Ming die! The heavenly human race's experts had their eyes on Lu Ming. A powerful lord of heaven charged toward Lu Ming. However, Guimo, who was beside Lu Ming, struck out with his purple golden battle axe and split a lord of heaven in half. The terrifying power destroyed his soul as well. Lu Ming, Xianxia, Dandan, and the 10,000 gods didn't separate from Guimo. With Guimo's protection and their own combat strength, they were safe for the time being. Everyone from Heaven Destroyer, this is a golden opportunity. Why don't you attack and destroy the Heavenly Palace? What are you waiting for? Lu Ming yelled. His voice was transmitted to the base of Heaven Destroyer. At the same time, his body swelled and emitted a dazzling light. He wanted the people from Heaven Destroyer to see him. It's Lu Ming. Those fiends were brought here by Lu Ming. There's no problem. The experts of Heaven Destroyer were overjoyed when they saw Lu Ming. They didn't attack immediately just now because they were afraid of falling into a trap. The fiends were clearly controlled by the heavenly human race. They were afraid that this was a show between the heavenly human race and the fiends. The purpose was to lure them out and then kill them all. However, after seeing Lu Ming, they knew that the fiends were really fighting with the heavenly human race. It wasn't a conspiracy. So, Divine Masters, let's kill our way out. Lion was the first to roar. The other experts also roared. Open the array and kill our way out. The array formation of Heaven Destroyer's base was opened, and 5,000 Divine Masters charged out. Chapter 4768. The 5,000 Almighty from Heaven Destroyer charged out. Their killing intent soared to the sky, and their eyes were fierce. They pushed their combat power to the limit and charged toward the Heavenly Palace powerhouses without any regard for their lives. The people from Heaven Destroyer were really frustrated. For more than 500 years, they could only hide in Heaven Destroyer's base and let the Heavenly Palace attack them continuously. They couldn't fight back, and it was really frustrating. Now that they had the chance, they naturally wanted to vent. The 5,000 Almighty from Heaven Destroyer charged out from behind the Heavenly Palace, and the expressions of the Heavenly Palace powerhouses changed drastically. Naturally, they couldn't concentrate their forces to deal with the demons. They could only send 5,000 Almighty to fight against the people from Heaven Destroyer. There were more than 30,000 Divine Masters on both sides, and an unprecedentedly chaotic battle broke out in this region. At least, in this era, it was really unprecedented to send so many Almighty to fight in such a chaotic battle. Even in the battle between the Heavenly Human Tribe and the primitive Divine Spirit, there were far fewer Almighty than this. More than 30,000 Almighty were fighting in a chaotic battle. It was terrifying, and the destruction caused was shocking. Fortunately, this was the ruins of the universe, and there were no other continental fragments around except for Heaven Destroyer's base. Therefore, there was no destructive disaster. If this was the universe, one star zone after another would be destroyed. In Heaven Destroyer's base, countless living beings looked into the void with deep shock in their eyes. This scene was like an epic battle, and the impact on them was too strong. The Almighty, who were usually high and mighty, were just small soldiers in such a great battle. There were Almighty dying at every moment. Their bodies were torn apart, and their bodies and souls were destroyed. In just over 10 minutes, more than 1,000 Almighty from both sides had died. The Heavenly Palace was gradually at a disadvantage and was forced to retreat. Logically speaking, although the number of Almighty from the Heavenly Palace was less than the demons and Heaven Destroyer combined, it was still a lot less. At most, it should be less than 1,000. They shouldn't be defeated so quickly. However, the morale and fighting spirit of the Heavenly Palace were far inferior to that of the demons and the Heaven Destroyer. The Abyss Devils were warlike and ferocious to begin with. On top of that, they had been corrupted by the Heavenly Human Tribe's demon ancestral worm and turned into puppets. Their hatred for the Heavenly Human Tribe was simply monstrous. They were not afraid of death and wanted nothing more than to kill the entire Heavenly Human Tribe. On the other hand, Heaven Destroyer's morale and fighting spirit weren't bad either. They had been holding back for so many years, and now, they were bursting out together. At the same time, they also understood that this battle was extremely important to them. If they could win, the Heaven Destroyer situation would be completely revived. If he was defeated, then he would be in real danger. Therefore, the people of Heaven Destroyer were also fighting with their lives on the line. On the other hand, the Heavenly Palace was the complete opposite. Among the fighters from the Heavenly Palace, there were more than 1,000 Divine Lords from other clans. These Divine Lords did not have much fighting spirit. They were already dissatisfied with the Heavenly Human Tribe. Usually, he was bullied by the Heavenly Human race and influenced by those who escaped from the Heavenly Prison. Among them, there were also experts from other clans. It was just that they were not as bold as the Battle Saint Tribe, the Buddhist race, the Demon Ancestor, and the Spirit race to directly leave the Heavenly Palace. However, they were naturally unwilling to sacrifice themselves for the Heavenly Human Tribe. Therefore, during the battle, these people naturally played along and would not really fight with their lives on the line. As for the Heavenly Human Tribe, their fighting spirit was not high either. The main reason was that the difference was too great. Originally, the heavenly human tribe, or the heavenly palace, had the absolute advantage. They controlled the demons and besieged the heaven destroyer. It was as if they were going to unify the universe. However, not long after, the situation had completely changed. The people of the heavenly human tribe could not accept this. The blow was too great. They were a little confused, and their fighting spirit was naturally not high. In this way, although the difference in numbers between the two sides was not much, the heavenly palace was steadily losing ground. If they retreated, the situation would be even worse. Many people's fighting spirit would be even lower, and it would be difficult for them to exert their combat strength. They were also suppressed, and their losses were increasing. The expressions of the Yi Immortal, Yi Qiuxian, and the others became more and more gloomy. Patriarch, what should we do? If this continues, we will suffer heavy losses. A Lord of Heaven asked the Yi Immortal. The Yi Immortal's expression became more and more unsightly. Retreat, retreat. The Yi Immortal was very decisive. He directly ordered a retreat. Gather, retreat. A Lord of Heaven's roar echoed throughout the battlefield. The elites of the heavenly palace were greatly energized. They gathered together, not to attack, but to defend. At the same time, the heavenly human tribe controlled the remaining 2,000 demons to line up at the front as the main force to resist the attacks from all sides. The strength of the two sides was originally not much different. The heavenly palace focused on defense and immediately stabilized the situation, and no more people died. The demons and the heaven destroyer continued to attack, but they could not break through the defense of the heavenly palace. The overlords of the heavenly palace fought and retreated, quickly moving away from the heaven destroyer's base. After the evil demons and the heaven exterminating troop chased for a while, they stopped and did not continue the chase. It was meaningless to continue the pursuit. The other side was focused on defense, and it was difficult for them to break through. We won. The members of the heaven destroyer were overjoyed. However, they were still wary of the demons and retreated to the heaven destroyer's base. Everyone, what are your plans next? Lu Ming asked Zixian, Yin Kong, Jiao Du and the others. Is this the legendary universe ruins? The cultivation environment of the ruins left behind by the Eldritch continent is indeed much better than the Dark Universe. Our race will naturally live and reproduce in the universe ruins, Jiao Du said. That's right. Since we have come out, we will naturally occupy a place in the universe ruins. Zixian also said. Yin Kong and another member of the demon royal family had the same idea. Also, their feud with the heavenly human race hadn't ended yet. They wouldn't let the heavenly human race off easily. This was exactly what Lu Ming wanted. With the demons restraining them, the heavenly human race shouldn't have the strength to attack the Heaven Destroyer again. The Heaven Destroyer could use the Heaven Destroyer's base as its core to expand outward, occupy a part of the territory, and recuperate. The universe ruins were now a treasure land that couldn't be missed. However, the four demon royal families still had one important thing to resolve. That was the demon ancestor blood crystal. This was the supreme treasure of the demons. None of the four demon royal families was willing to let it go. Back then, the four demon royal families fought each other because of the demon ancestor blood crystal. This time, none of them gave in. Everyone wanted to control it. Everyone listened to me. Back then, the heavenly human race had an opportunity to block you in the dark universe for countless years because of the demon ancestor blood crystal. Now, do you want to repeat the same mistake? Lu Ming said. Zixian, Yin Kong, Jiao Du and the others fell silent. They understood the reason, but they weren't willing to give up. Why don't you jointly control the demon ancestor blood crystal? You have to understand that your common enemy now is the heavenly human race. Lu Ming suggested. Chapter 4769. After a discussion, the four royal demon clans finally decided to share the demon ancestor blood crystal. The four royal demon clans would send experts to guard it together and share the benefits equally. After the discussion, the four royal demon clans bade farewell to Lu Ming and left with a whoosh. Next, the situation will be turbulent. Lu Ming sighed slightly. He could imagine that the major forces would begin to compete for the universe ruins. Now, the cultivation environment in the universe ruins was getting better and better, far surpassing the universe's starry sky. Some of the continent fragments that used to be dead had shown signs of vitality, filled with rich energy, and even primordial crystals had been dug out. It was conceivable that the cultivation environment in the universe ruins would get better and better in the future. This was the foundation of the major forces. Occupying the universe ruins was equivalent to occupying the resources. In the future, there would be more and more experts, which was the capital to dominate the universe. It was conceivable that the Heavenly Palace, the Quasi-Sage race, the demons, the Heaven Destroyer, and some other strong races would crazily compete for the continent fragments in the universe ruins. The entire universe had entered a new era. This is a good thing. At least the Heavenly Palace will no longer dominate the universe. This is more conducive to the development of the Heaven Destroyer. Xianxia said. Lu Ming, Dandan, and the others nodded. Such a situation was naturally more advantageous for the Heaven Destroyer. They had a chance to breathe. As long as they got the Human King's heart and collected the Human King's body, they would be able to dominate the universe in one fell swoop. Let's go back to the station, Lu Ming said. Then, they returned to the Heaven Destroyer station. At this moment, the Heaven Destroyer station was filled with cheers. After hundreds of years, the crisis had finally been resolved. Everyone felt a lot more relaxed. Lu Ming. As soon as Lu Ming and the others returned, Lion, Shi, Tang Jun, and the others surrounded them. Lu Ming, what's going on? Why did those demons suddenly counterattack and fight with the heavenly human race? Is it related to you? Tang Jun asked a bunch of questions. Her first instinct was that this matter had something to do with Lu Ming. Lion and the others curiously looked at Lu Ming's group. Lu Ming's group had clearly been together with the demons. Moreover, it would appear that their relationship was quite good. Let me tell you, I'm the one who contributed the most in this matter. Lu Ming only assisted me. Let me tell you, sure enough, before Lu Ming could say anything, Dandan beat him to it. Spittle flew everywhere as he recounted their experiences during this period of time. Of course, when it came from Dandan's mouth, the meaning changed. Everything became his contribution. Especially the battle in the Myriad Transformations ruins where he helped the evil demons get rid of the demonic ancestral worm, it was even more exaggerated by him. That's right. This time, if it weren't for me, Heaven Destroyer would have been in danger. In the end, Dandan concluded with a smug look on his face. Fortunately, Tang Jun, Lion, and the others knew what kind of person Dandan was, so they automatically filtered out Dandan's bragging when they heard it. But they were still stunned when they heard the last part. They didn't expect that Lu Ming and the others had gone through so much during this period of time. They even rescued the demons and successfully turned the situation around, bringing the situation of the universe to a new stage. Dandan was right about one thing. This time, if it weren't for Lu Ming and the others, Heaven Destroyer would really be in danger. Now that the universe has changed, the ruins of the universe will become a sacred place for cultivation. All kinds of heavenly treasures will be born continuously. If we want to compete with the Heavenly Palace in the future, we can't miss this opportunity. Lu Ming said. Lu Ming, you're right. Next, we have to take action. We'll use Heaven Destroyer's base as the core and send out Overlords to expand, Lion said. Next, the higher-ups of Heaven Destroyer gathered together to discuss their future path. After the discussion, they began to take action. They sent out Overlords to occupy those continent fragments with the base as the core. In the following days, the entire universe entered an era of great competition. After the Heavenly Palace retreated, they returned to the 4 Heavenly Palaces and began to occupy large amounts of the ruins of the universe with the 4 Heavenly Palaces as the core. The demons were the same. With the 4 royal races as the core, they frantically occupied the ruins of the universe. In addition, the Battle Saint tribe, the Buddhist race, and other large races also occupied a portion. However, these races knew that their strength was limited, so they only occupied a small portion and didn't expand outwards. In just a few months, 1/3 of the explored area of the ruins of the universe was divided up by various major forces. Among them, the Quasi-Saint tribe occupied the largest area because they took the initiative and occupied 50% of the explored area. The remaining 50% was divided up by the Heavenly Palace, the demons, Heaven Destroyer, and other forces. Obviously, the Heavenly Palace seemed to be rather afraid of the Quasi-Saint tribe and didn't have any conflicts with them for the time being. Part of the reason was because they didn't have enough strength. During this period of time, the demons constantly attacked the areas occupied by the Heavenly Palace. In just a few months, both sides had fought dozens of battles of various sizes. At the same time, after the demons occupied a portion of the territory, they began to send people back to the Dark Universe and began to borrow the power of the Demon Ancestor Blood Crystal to eliminate the Demon Ancestor Worms for the demons below the God Master level. As time passed, a large number of demons walked out of the Dark Universe and spread to various parts of the universe ruins to reproduce. Time passed quickly and several years passed in the blink of an eye. The entire universe had entered a new stage. Apart from the occasional fights between the demons and the Heavenly Palace, there were no other large-scale battles. All the major forces seemed to be brewing and accumulating strength with all their strength to increase their strength. Of course, the major forces didn't give up on the pursuit of the human monarch's heart. Whether it was the Quasi-Saint tribe, the Heavenly Palace, or the Heaven Destroyer, they had secretly sent people to investigate various parts of the universe ruins to look for clues about the human monarch's heart. Because the major forces understood that the human monarch's heart was the key. Because once it appeared, it was likely to immediately change the current situation. During this period, Lu Ming didn't pay attention to other matters. Those development matters could be left to others. Lu Ming wholeheartedly cultivated and crazily refined the chaos crystals to increase his strength. After a few years, Lu Ming successfully refined all the 500 million chaos crystals in his possession. His cultivation had finally advanced another step and reached the 8th level of the Divine Master Realm. After breaking through to the 8th level of the Divine Master Realm, Lu Ming's battle prowess had increased sharply. With my current battle prowess, I should be second only to the strongest Lord of Heaven. Lu Ming muttered. He was confident that if he encountered a top-notch Lord of Heaven like the silver-armored Lord of Heaven from the immeasurable demon abyss, he wouldn't be defeated and could even defeat the other party. His current battle prowess should still be a little weaker than the strongest Lord of Heaven, but it shouldn't be too big of a difference. It could be said that Lu Ming already didn't have many opponents in the Divine Master Realm. Chapter 4770. In the past few years, Xianxia, Dandan, Wanshun, Tang Jun and the others had been cultivating wholeheartedly. They were in a stage of rapid growth, so they naturally did not participate in other trivial matters. Their only goal was to cultivate and increase their strength. Furthermore, they had obtained a large amount of resources in the illusory Heavenly Palace. They could convert these resources into strength. Dandan and Wanshun's cultivation had also increased by leaps and bounds. However, Xianxia's cultivation had reached a bottleneck. It was not that easy for a 9th-tier Divine Master to break through to the peak of the Divine Master Realm. It was not something that could be done by piling up resources. It needed to be slowly accumulated. This was especially true for Xianxia, who had condensed an origin source seed in the past. The origin source energy contained within the origin source energy did not have its own unique characteristics. It was a common type of origin source energy. The attributes of the origin source seeds condensed by Lu Ming, Xianxia, Yiqiuxian, Dandan, and the others were more or less the same. However, the origin energy of peak God Masters and reciprocity existences all possessed unique characteristics. Everyone's origin energy would be slightly different, and it would be most compatible with them. If Xianxia wanted to break through to the peak of the Divine Master Realm, he would first have to convert the origin source energy in his origin source energy into origin source energy with his own unique characteristics. He would then connect to the cosmic sea through the cosmic bridge, comprehend the origin source, and slowly accumulate origin source energy. Only when his origin source energy was sufficiently abundant would he break through to the peak of the Divine Master Realm. This step depended on the individual's comprehension ability. Those with high comprehension ability would need less time to reach this step. Those with low comprehension ability would need more time. This step required accumulation. It was difficult to rely on resources. Of course, treasures that could increase comprehension ability were an exception. Even with Xianxia's experience from his previous life, he would still need quite some time to break through. Now that my cultivation has reached the 8th tier of the Divine Master Realm, the amount of resources needed to break through is too terrifying. I'll need at least 5 to 6 billion desolate crystals. Where can I get so many desolate crystals? Lu Ming frowned as he pondered. Even if he emptied the vaults of the 4 heavenly palaces, he would not be able to gather 5 to 6 billion desolate crystals. Fortunately, the universe had undergone great changes. Desolate crystals had appeared in many formerly dead continent fragments. The speed and path to obtaining desolate crystals was much faster than before. He could slowly accumulate them in the future. Qiuqiu's lack of resources. Progress. Lu Ming thought about Qiuqiu. Qiu's divine master realm, Qiu, had stagnated. The main reason was that they lacked broken source-grade divine weapons or top-grade metal materials. Qiu's, Qiu and Qiu, Qiu and Qiu and Qiu Qiu and Qiu and Qiu had. Qiu times Qiu. Qiu was getting stronger and stronger. After swallowing many kinds of broken source-level divine weapons, its means had become more varied. It was of great help to Lu Ming. At the critical moment, it could turn the tide of the battle. Qiu Palace suddenly, Lu Ming's eyes revealed a trace of determination. He planned to take out a divine weapon of the heavenly court for Qiu to devour. Those divine weapons were all attack type. Lu Ming already had the battle god spear, so he didn't need anything else. He had originally planned to leave it for his family. However, he didn't know how long it would take for his family and disciples to improve their cultivation. It would be a waste for him to keep it in his possession. He might as well give one to Qiu. Qiu's cultivation would increase and it would be of great help to him. Hall Guardian divine armaments were top-notch source-grade divine armaments, so they would definitely help Qiu greatly. Little ball, this is for you. Since he had made up his mind, a divine weapon appeared in Lu Ming's hand and he passed it to Qiu. This is... Qiu's eyes immediately lit up. However, he did not swallow it immediately. He knew that this was a precious treasure that Lu Ming had his eyes on. This is for you. Eat it and break through quickly. Lu Ming smiled. Since you're giving it to me, I won't stand on ceremony. Qiu's saliva almost flowed out. He opened his mouth and swallowed the divine weapon in one gulp. A satisfied look appeared on his face. Then, Lu Ming took out 15 kilograms of ice fire star silver and gave it to Qiu. Hall Guardian divine armaments were not to be underestimated. They were top-notch divine armaments. He was afraid that Qiu would have a lot of impurities after eating it, which would affect his foundation and make it difficult for him to break through. With the ice fire star silver, it would be safe. After Qiu ate the 15 kilograms of ice fire star silver, it turned into a bracelet and was worn on Lu Ming's hand. Next, let's continue to comprehend the secret art and battle formula. Lu Ming got up and went to the place where the primordial divine sound was and continued to comprehend the secret art and battle formula. Since he couldn't break through in his cultivation, he could only comprehend the battle formula and secret art. This way, he could also increase his combat strength. Sky Continent, a huge continent fragment in the universe ruins. This was also an important place in the primeval continent in the last era. It was similar to the 1,000-year battlefield and contained a lot of resources. Just like the 1,000-year battlefield, Heaven Destroyer had also sent many elites to compete with the Heavenly Palace for the Sky Continent. They fought and fought for resources. But now, Heaven Destroyer's people had already retreated. The Sky Continent had become the Heavenly Palace's property. In the sky above the Sky Continent, 4 huge ancient palaces floated. The 4 heavenly palaces. That's right, the heavenly palaces, 4 heavenly palaces, the Dream Heavenly Palace, the Crepe Myrtle Heavenly Palace, the Primordial Heavenly Palace, and the Divine Armament Heavenly Palace, were all gathered here. This place had become the Heavenly Palace's headquarters in the universe ruins. Under the Heavenly Palace's continent, there was a huge palace. At this time, a large number of heavenly human elites had gathered in the palace to discuss something. Yes, there were only heavenly humans here. There were no other races, such as angels and vampires. Immortal sat high above and looked down at everyone. In the face of the current situation, what suggestions do you all have? Speak. Ye Immortal said. Immediately, the powerhouses of the heavenly human tribe spoke one after another, expressing their thoughts. Some suggested that they should hold back for the time being and slowly develop and accumulate strength. At the same time, they should also search for the human monarch's heart. Some suggested that they should directly send troops to destroy the demons first, then the rebels, and then the quasi-immortals. The two sides disagreed and quarreled fiercely. In the end, Ye Immortal spoke, and everyone quieted down. Patriarch, do you already have an idea? An old Lord of Heaven bowed and asked Ye Immortal. He was more shrewd and had not expressed his opinion before. At the same time, he saw Ye Immortal's calm face and knew that Ye Immortal most likely already had an idea. That's right. Compromising your ideas is my idea. Ye Immortal said. Compromising? Patriarch, this junior is slow-witted. How should we compromise? A Lord of Heaven asked. Demons and rebels must all be destroyed. Ye Immortal's eyes burst out with a cold luster. He continued, do they think that the heavenly palace is so weak after the origin tribulation that we can't do anything to them? I want to let them know that they are gravely mistaken. The origin tribulation cannot come out. The Divine Master is the peak. This is the heavenly palace, the world of the heavenly human race. It's time to summon those existences. Chapter 4771. Ye Immortal's words shocked all the heavenly human powerhouses present. Patriarch, do you mean the primeval heavenly palace? An old heavenly monarch said. His voice was trembling and filled with reverence. The primeval heavenly palace was the most mysterious of the heavenly palaces. It was also the fifth heavenly palace. This heavenly palace was completely different from the four heavenly palaces that the outside world knew. It was mysterious and unfathomable even in the eyes of many Lord of Heaven. Many Lord of Heaven only knew that there were very few people in the primeval heavenly palace. Terrifying heavenly humans lived there and carried out some terrifying experiments to seal some monsters. That's right. There are some results of the experiments in the primeval heavenly palace. Although they are all failures, they are not very useful in the era when the origin is still around. However, in the era when the origin is not around, these failures will be everyone's nightmare. It won't be difficult for me to gather these creatures and defeat the demons or the Heaven Destroyer. Ye Immortal said. He was the most powerful patriarch in the history of the heavenly human race. All the secrets of the heavenly human race were no secret to him. Many of the experiments were even ordered by him. Patriarch, but the array formation of the Heaven Destroyer is still not easy to deal with. The old Lord of Heaven said. The array formation of the Heaven Destroyer was really a headache. They had been attacking it for more than 500 years, but they still couldn't break it. Now that they didn't attack it, the array formation of the Heaven Destroyer would probably be recharged. It would take a long time to attack it again. By then, even if they could defeat the demons and the Heaven Destroyer, they could still hide in the Heaven Destroyer's base and they wouldn't be able to do anything. So, next, we need to find a way to make a treasure that can break the array formation of the Heaven Destroyer in a short time. Ye Immortal said. Ancestor, may I know what kind of treasure you want to refine? A Lord of Heaven asked. Refining divine thunder. Ye Immortal enunciated each word with a cold look in his eyes. Refining divine thunder? Ancestor, you'll need the tribulation sword, but it's the treasure you'll be using for your tribulation in the future. The old Lord of Heaven exclaimed. The other members of the heavenly human tribe were also shocked. The tribulation refinement sword was used by the Ye Immortal to overcome the tribulation. It was incomparably precious, 100 times more valuable than a top-notch source-grade weapon. It would be a waste to use such a treasure to refine the tribulation divine lightning. One had to know that after refining the tribulation lightning, the tribulation sword would be useless. This was a huge loss. Ye Immortal was actually willing to do that. If the treasure is useless, I can always find another one. Moreover, with my cultivation, I'm still a long way from transcending the tribulation. Besides, no matter how precious the treasure is, it can't be compared to the body of a human king. This time, we must completely defeat Heaven Destroyer and take the body of a human king. Yi Immortal said with a firm attitude. He couldn't stay calm if the body of a human king was in the hands of Heaven Destroyer. Because if Heaven Destroyer got the heart of a human king one step ahead of him, they would all be finished. How long will it take for your blacksmiths to refine the tribulation divine thunder? Yi Immortal looked at the heavenly human tribe powerhouses who were in charge of blacksmithing. If all the materials are gathered, it will take about 3,000 years. An elder in charge of blacksmithing replied. We can't wait that long. I'll give you 1,000 years. After 1,000 years, I want to see the tribulation divine thunder. This matter is settled. Disperse. During this time, supervise your subordinates and do their best to improve their strength. Yi Immortal ordered in an unquestionable tone. The heavenly human powerhouses accepted the order and left. Yi Xiaoxian, tell me if you need any resources. Within 1,000 years, you must reach the 9th level Divine Master Realm. After 1,000 years, I'll leave Lu Ming's life in your hands. After everyone left, Yi Immortal said to Yi Xiaoxian. Yes, Patriarch. After 1,000 years, I'll kill Lu Ming with my own hands. Yi Xiaoxian's eyes were filled with hatred. The various forces in the universe maintained an inexplicable balance just like that. Other than the frequent battles between the demons and the heavenly palace, the other forces didn't have too many conflicts. The various forces were doing their best to develop and improve their strength in this era of great changes in the universe. During this time, prodigies from various forces popped up like bamboo shoots after a rain. Of course, the heavenly human tribe, the quasi-saint tribe, and Heaven Destroyer had secretly sent many powerhouses into various parts of the universe ruins to search for the whereabouts of the human king's heart. There were even some powerhouses who entered the 2/3 of the universe ruins that had yet to be explored. They also took over more territories in the process. Time passed quickly in this state of balance. In the blink of an eye, 1,000 years had passed. 1,000 years was just the blink of an eye for godly realm beings, let alone divine master realm beings. However, 1,000 years was enough for some peerless prodigies to make huge improvements. Lu Ming was one such example. For the past 1,000 years, Lu Ming had been wholeheartedly comprehending secret skills. With the help of the primordial divine stone and the primordial divine sound, his comprehension of secret skills had improved by leaps and bounds. He had comprehended various secret skills that weren't inferior to the primordial secret skills. In 1,000 years, he had comprehended more than 700 secret skills. The number of primordial secret skills that he had mastered and those that he had comprehended on his own had reached a shocking number of 2,999 secret skills. He was only one step away from reaching 3,000 secret skills, which would make him comparable to the Lord of the primordial divine court. The more Lu Ming comprehended, the faster his speed became. Originally, he could have comprehended more than 700 secret skills in 1,000 years. However, when the number of primordial secret skills that he had mastered, because they were also comprehended from the primordial divine stone, they were also called primordial secret skills here, approached 3,000 secret skills, the difficulty increased. When the number of primordial secret skills that he had mastered reached 2,999 secret skills, he encountered a bottleneck. He had been stuck at the 3,000th secret skill for 100 years and hadn't been able to comprehend it. However, Lu Ming had a feeling that as long as he could comprehend the 3,000th ancient mystic skill, transform it into a mystic skill rune and integrate it into his cells, his taboo power would undergo a qualitative change and his combat ability would increase greatly. However, the 3,000th secret skill was astonishingly difficult. After painstakingly comprehending it for 100 years, he still didn't have the slightest clue. It was even more difficult than comprehending the heaven-breaking style and primeval style. However, even if he hadn't comprehended the 3,000th secret skill, Lu Ming's combat strength had increased greatly compared to before. After all, he had gained more than 700 secret skills. The number of primordial secret skills that he had fused with his body had reached 2,999 secret skills. His forbidden power was already very powerful and had increased greatly compared to 1,000 years ago. Naturally, his combat strength had also increased by a level. With my current combat strength, if I use all my means, will I be able to fight against the strongest Lord of Heaven? Lu Ming whispered with a hopeful look in his eyes. He planned to test it out with the Bone Demon when. Chapter 4772. 1,000 years ago, when Lu Ming had just broken through to the 8th layer of the Divine Master Realm, he had felt that his battle prowess was already below the strongest Lord of Heaven. Now that his battle prowess had greatly improved, he should not be any weaker than the strongest Lord of Heaven. Unfortunately, he did not have any primordial gems or master-grade divine herbs. His cultivation level was still at the 8th layer of the Divine Master Realm. Of course, he had not been in secluded cultivation for the past 1,000 years. He would occasionally go out for a walk to understand the current situation of the universe. The current universe ruins was really changing every day. Compared to the past, it had undergone earth-shattering changes. Countless continent fragments were bursting with vitality. Life energy was exuberant, and life was even born. In addition, divine herbs of various grades, such as master-grade divine herbs, were constantly emerging. Even origin-grade divine herbs with origin marks were discovered from time to time. Primordial gems had been excavated from many continent fragments. The resources under the control of the various factions had increased by leaps and bounds. As a result, the cultivation of the experts of the various factions improved much faster than before. In a short 1,000 years, many experts from the various factions had broken through from the God the Arch stage to the Divine Master stage. The rate at which Divine Master experts improved was also many times faster than before. This was especially true for the younger generation, where geniuses were constantly emerging. The competition between geniuses was dazzling. All the major forces were thriving. If this continued, given enough time, the universe would really be able to recover a trace of the glory of the previous era's primordial continent. Of course, the various factions did not dare to slack off and were constantly on guard. The more abundant the universe's resources were, the greater the ambitions of the various factions. A great war would erupt sooner or later. I'd better comprehend the 3,000th ancient secret technique first. I have a feeling that once I succeed, my forbidden power will undergo a transformation and my battle prowess will soar, far surpassing my current level. When that time comes, I won't need to fear the Yi Immortal in a battle of the same level. Lu Ming muttered to himself. Although his current battle prowess had increased by leaps and bounds, he was still not confident of defeating the Yi Immortal. The main reason was that the Yi Immortal's Genesis techniques were too powerful, and he was not confident of withstanding them. But Lu Ming's heart shook. He discovered that someone was approaching. Xiao Qing and Tang Jun. Lu Ming was a little surprised. He did not expect Xian Yanqing and Tang Jun to come together. Lu Ming, something happened? Who would have thought that Xian Yanqing's first words would be this? Lu Ming's expression changed slightly. Could it be that the Heavenly Palace has begun to act? You guessed right. We received news that some time ago, the Heavenly Palace suddenly attacked the Sacred Bone Tribe, one of the 4 demon royal tribes. They defeated the Sacred Bone Tribe in one fell swoop, and the remaining warriors of the Sacred Bone Tribe fled to the other 3 demon royal tribes. I heard that the 3 demon royal tribes have joined forces and are preparing to fight against the Heavenly Palace. Tang Jun said, Is the Heavenly Palace finally making a move? Come, let's leave this place. Lu Ming said. Immediately, they left the place and went to the meeting hall of the Heaven Destroyer. At this time, many people had already gathered in the meeting hall. Lion, Tang Jian, and the other higher-ups of the Heaven Destroyer were almost all present. Seeing Lu Ming and the other 2, Lion and the others stood up to greet them. Lu Ming, you've come out of seclusion. I have something to discuss with you. Lion said with a smile, but Lu Ming could see that Lion's smile was forced and his eyes were serious. Senior Lion, how is the battle between the Heavenly Palace and the evil demons? Lu Ming asked. I just received news that the evil demons have suffered a crushing defeat and lost a large number of experts. The remaining evil demons have escaped and are heading toward us. Zixien Yinkong and the others have sent us a message and are asking for our help. Lion said with a serious expression. What? The evil demons have suffered a crushing defeat? How is this possible? The 4 demon royal tribes together have more than 10,000 almighty. Could it be that the heavenly palace has sent out all their almighty? But that's impossible. All the forces are keeping a close eye on each other. If the almighty of the heavenly palace were to make a large-scale move, it's impossible for us not to discover it. Lu Ming asked several questions in a row. He was very shocked. In the current universe, the heavenly palace, the quasi-sage tribe, the evil demons, and the Heaven Destroyer were the most powerful forces. Moreover, each of them occupied a large territory. Many of the territories were guarded by Almighty, and the Almighty experts were scattered everywhere. All the forces were keeping a close eye on the Almighty experts of the other forces. If one of the forces wanted to make a large-scale move, the other forces would be the first to discover it and would definitely be prepared. For example, if the Heavenly Palace mobilized a large-scale Almighty, the Heaven Destroyer and the evil demons would also take action. If the Heavenly Palace attacked one of the forces, the evil demons and the Heaven Destroyer would join forces. Only in this way could a balance be formed. Because whether it was the Heaven Destroyer or the evil demons, they were no match for the Heavenly Palace alone. As for the Quasi-Sage tribe, their strength was still a mystery. No, the Heavenly Palace didn't mobilize a large-scale Almighty expert. If they did, it's impossible for us not to know. There's only one possibility. This time, the Heavenly Palace shouldn't have mobilized many Almighty experts. It's very likely that there are less than 3,000 of them. Lion explained. Lu Ming, Xianxia, Tang Jun, and the others' expressions became extremely grave. Less than 3,000 almighty experts were able to defeat the 4 royal tribes of the evil demons? How was this possible? Could it be that the Heavenly Palace still had hidden forces? The others were also discussing spiritedly, but they couldn't come to a conclusion. The evil demons will arrive soon. When the time comes, we'll just have to ask them. Since the Heavenly Palace defeated the evil demons, they will definitely attack us next. What we need to do now is to defend against the Heavenly Palace's attack with all our strength. Lion shouted, and the scene quieted down. Then, everyone began to discuss how to defend against the Heavenly Palace's attack. Previously, they had already sent out a message to summon the almighty experts guarding various places. Now, the Heaven Destroyer's almighty experts, as well as the godly emperors and godly emperors, were all rushing back to the Heaven Destroyer station. After discussing for a while, everyone dispersed and began to control the Heaven Destroyer's formations. After 1,000 years, the formations in the Heaven Destroyer station once again emitted resplendent rays of light, enveloping the Heaven Destroyer station. Very quickly, a few days passed in the blink of an eye. During these few days, the Heaven Destroyer's experts were constantly rushing back and gathering in the Heaven Destroyer station. Over the past 1,000 years, the experts of space-time spirit mice had set up wormholes in the various fragments of the continents occupied by the Heaven Destroyer. Therefore, the experts from various places were rushing back to the station at an extremely fast speed. In just a few days, all the experts of the Heaven Destroyer station had gathered in the Heaven Destroyer station. After a few more days, endless demonic energy filled the air outside the Heaven Destroyer station. An endless army of evil demons appeared. It was unknown how many evil demons there were. Other than the almighty realm evil demons, there were also countless godly emperors and godly emperors. Leading them were Zi Xian, Yin Kong, Jiao Du, and the others. However, these evil demons were currently in a sorry state. Their expressions were ugly, and many of them were even injured. Chapter 4773. Open the array and let them in. Lion's roar reverberated throughout the entire area. Immediately, everyone controlled the array, and a huge gap appeared in the array surrounding the Heaven Destroyer's base. Countless demons flew in through the gap and into the Heaven Destroyer's base. Not long after, almost all the demons entered the Heaven Destroyer's base. The Heaven Destroyer's members knew that they couldn't stop the Heavenly Palace by themselves. They could only fight against the Heavenly Palace if they joined forces with the demons. When all the demons entered the Heaven Destroyer's base, the array merged back together. Lu Ming spread out his spiritual consciousness and scanned the demon army. His heart sank slightly. 7,000 demon masters. The 4 great demon royal clans only had 7,000 demon masters left after joining forces. 1,000 years ago, when the 4 10,000 demon royal clans joined forces, the number of fiends and demon masters was over 11,000. Over the years, with the help of the resources in the universe ruins and the power of the demon master blood crystals, the number of demon masters had increased by a lot. But now, there were only 7,000 demon masters left. Could it be that more than 4,000 demons had fallen in the battle with the Heavenly Palace? This was an unimaginable number. Lu Ming, Zixian, Yin Kong, Jiao Du, and the other demon leaders flew to Lu Ming, Lion, and the others to greet them. What happened? The Heavenly Palace didn't mobilize a large number of divine masters. How did you lose so badly? Lu Ming went straight to the point and asked the core question. The other members of the Heaven Destroyer also focused on Zixian and the others. Only by knowing yourself and your enemy can you win 100 battles. They had to know the strength of the Heavenly Palace and how the demons lost. You're right. The Heavenly Palace didn't mobilize a large number of divine masters. This time, the Heavenly Palace only mobilized about 3,000 divine masters. Zixian smiled bitterly. Yin Kong, Jiao Du, and the others also had tragic expressions. This time, it was too tragic. Their losses were too great. This was especially true for the Sacred Bone race, one of the 4 great king races. They were the first to be attacked, and their losses were even more disastrous. They were almost crippled. What? The Heavenly Palace only mobilized 3,000 divine masters. Lu Ming, Xianxia, Lion, and the others felt their hearts tremble. Disbelief was written all over their faces. The Heavenly Palace had only mobilized 3,000 almighty gods, yet they had defeated the evil demons' army of over 10,000 almighty gods, causing the evil demons to suffer heavy losses. How was this possible? If it weren't for the fact that it was right in front of our eyes, we wouldn't have believed it either. But that's the truth. Among the divine lords in the Heavenly Palace, there are suddenly many terrifying cultivators. Ordinary divine lords are like ants in front of them. It doesn't matter how many of them there are. Yin Kong sighed. He seemed to have thought of something, and there was still a hint of fear in his eyes. A lot of terrifying experts have appeared? How strong are they? Lion asked. Like the most powerful Lord of Heaven of the Heavenly Palace. Zixian nodded. What? How is this possible? Every one of the most powerful Lord of Heaven of the Heavenly Palace is unique and extremely rare. The Heavenly Palace is filled with experts, but there are only 4 most powerful Lord of Heaven. How could there be so many of them out of nowhere? Lion exclaimed in disbelief. The most powerful Lord of Heaven was not a cabbage that could be mass-produced. It was extremely difficult to produce a most powerful Lord of Heaven. Every most powerful Lord of Heaven was a peerless genius. For example, the 4 most powerful Lord of Heaven of the Heavenly Palace each controlled 3 types of heavenly power. The heavenly lords of the Heavenly Palace were only at this level. In other words, if these most powerful Lord of Heaven continued to grow, there was hope for them to become the Lord of Heaven in the future. Lion's own strength was equivalent to the most powerful Lord of Heaven. This kind of strength was something that could only be found by chance. How could there be so many of them in the Heavenly Palace all of a sudden? But this is the truth. We were defeated by these terrifying existences. No matter how many ordinary demon lords there are, it is useless. Facing these terrifying existences, they can only be slaughtered. Zixian sighed. Did you record it with a rest image stone or a ray? Let us see. Lion asked. Yin Kong nodded and took out a breath image stone. He activated the breath image stone and an image immediately appeared in the void. In the image was the scene of the battle between the demons and the Heavenly Palace. A large number of experts were fighting against each other. The number of demons was much greater than the number of the Heavenly Palace. As Zixian and the others had said, there were only about 3,000 demon lords in the Heavenly Palace. However, the 3,000 demon lords in the Heavenly Palace were like a sharp sword, easily tearing apart the demon army. Wherever they passed, demon experts were killed. The most terrifying ones were the living beings in the heavenly palace who were charging at the front. There were about a dozen of them, but their combat strength was extremely terrifying. Almost no demon could withstand a single blow from them. Even if it was an abyss devil at the peak of the demon master level, when encountering these people, they would often be killed in one move. Among these people, Lu Ming saw Yi Immortal and Yi Qiuxian. These two people's cultivation had already reached the 9th level of the Divine Lord realm. Yi Immortal's combat strength was already terrifying. After reaching the 9th level of the Divine Lord realm, his combat strength was even more unfathomable. He was even more powerful than the most powerful Lord of Heaven. Lu Ming saw an extremely powerful demon lord being killed by Yi Immortal in a few blows. That is the most powerful demon lord of my clan, but he couldn't withstand more than 10 blows from Yi Immortal. Yin Kong sighed. There was also Yi Qiuxian. He was a 9th level divine lord, but his combat strength was already comparable to the most powerful Lord of Heaven. Beside Yi Immortal and Yi Qiuxian were the Lord of Heaven, the Lord of War, and the Lord of Heaven, the 3 most powerful Lords of Heaven. However, these people weren't what shocked Lu Ming the most. What shocked Lu Ming was the other dozen people. Among them were 2 burly men who looked to be in their 30s. They shocked Lu Ming the most. This is taboo power. They have taboo bodies. Lu Ming stared at the 2 burly men and exclaimed. He was too shocked. Otherwise, he wouldn't have reacted this way. He wasn't the only one. Xianxia, Tang Jun, Lion, Wan Xin, Dandan, and the others were also extremely shocked. Yes, these 2 burly men were really using taboo power. They clearly had taboo bodies. The cultivation of these 2 taboo bodies was at the peak of the Divine Lord realm, and their combat strength was extremely powerful. However, how could there be 2 taboo bodies in the heavenly palace? You didn't see wrongly. The power that these 2 people control is almost the same as yours. They are the taboo bodies that you speak of. They are extremely terrifying, Zi Xian said to Lu Ming. Do you have a closer and more detailed video recording? Lu Ming asked. Of course. Zi Xian nodded and took out a breathing shadow stone. This time, the image on the breathing shadow stone focused on the 2 taboo bodies. The 2 of them were fighting fiercely. Not a single evil demon was their match. With every punch and palm strike, several demon lords were killed. There was no mistake. Lu Ming concluded that these 2 burly men were using taboo power. Moreover, they were pure taboo bodies. They weren't fakes that took the taboo power of others and merged it with their own body. However, the eyes of these 2 people were turbid. They didn't seem to have any consciousness, as if they were walking corpses. Chapter 4774. At the scene, everyone from Heaven Destroyer was shocked. There were actually 2 forbidden bodies in the heavenly palace. Forbidden bodies had always been the archenemy of the heavenly human tribe. In the history of the universe, all the enemies of the heavenly palace were forbidden bodies. From the Lord of the Heavenly Court and the Lord of the Ancient Divine Court to the forbidden sword ancestor Tang Feng and the immeasurable heavenly demon Flying Phoenix, they were all forbidden bodies that posed a great threat to the heavenly palace. There were actually quite a few taboo bodies that were born in history, but many of them died halfway or went missing. There were only 4 people who truly became Origin Realm experts. Perhaps these 2 people were taboo bodies that went missing halfway. On the side, Tang Jun said, It's possible. It's most likely so. Those forbidden bodies went missing halfway. They must have been captured by the Heavenly Palace. The Heavenly Palace used some unknown method to make them delirious, like walking corpses. It looks like they're puppets. The members of the Sky Exterminating Army discussed and voiced their own speculations. Obviously, the heavenly human tribe wants to control the forbidden bodies and use them as their weapons. However, without their own intelligence, the forbidden bodies will never be able to break through to Origin Realm. Tang Jun continued to explain. As the daughter of a forbidden body, she naturally knew a lot about forbidden bodies. Look at the other terrifying existences. Lion said. Compared to the 2 forbidden bodies, he was more concerned about the other huge figures because they looked very much like primitive divine spirits. Zi Xian nodded. With a wave of her hand, another breath shadow stone flew out and an image appeared. In this image, there were 4 huge figures. These 4 figures were all different in shape. Some were human-shaped, and some were beast-shaped. They had one thing in common, which was that they were huge. Moreover, their combat strength was very terrifying. They had reached the level of the strongest Lord of Heaven. Every time they attacked, several demon lords would be killed. They really are primitive divine spirits. But their eyes are filled with madness as if they have lost themselves. Some people exclaimed, "No, the power in their bodies seems to be impure. It's mixed and terrifying." Lion spoke with a solemn expression. Lu Ming and the others could also see that these 4 huge figures were most likely primordial divine spirits. However, their bodies were blood red, and the energy flowing through their bodies was extremely chaotic. There was primordial divine power from the primordial divine spirits, but there were also other terrifying energies. For example, the power of the heaven and earth race, the power of the angel race, the power of the Buddha race, the power of the devil race, and so on. There were at least a dozen different powers on his body. Each and every one of them was extremely frightening. Lion and a few other primitive deities had ugly expressions. Apparently, the heavenly palace had done something to the 4 primitive divine spirits, causing them to lose their sense of self and become puppet-like war machines. They were incomparably terrifying, even more terrifying than the real primitive divine spirits. These 4 primitive gods and the 2 taboo beings from before all possessed the combat power of the Lord of Heaven. It wasn't hard for everyone to guess. During these years, the Celestial clan had always been experimenting on the experts of various clans, and that was why this type of monster was formed. Subsequently, Zi Xian took out the 3rd breathing shadow stone. 9 elderly heavenly human tribe cultivators appeared on this breathing shadow stone. These 9 heavenly human tribe cultivators were extremely old, but they were extremely terrifying. They were all wearing golden armor and holding golden spears. When gathered together, they could kill any god or Buddha that stood in their way. The most powerful Lord of Heaven. They discovered that these 9 heavenly human tribe cultivators were all the most powerful Lord of Heaven, and they were all clear-headed. The heavenly human tribe actually had 9 most powerful Lord of Heaven hidden in the dark. It was simply terrifying. I know some of these people. They are all experts from a long time ago. I thought they had died long ago, but I didn't expect them to still be alive. Lion's expression was very ugly. According to Lion, these heavenly human tribe cultivators were top experts from a long time ago. Each of them was the most powerful Lord of Heaven of that era, and they had terrifying combat power. However, divine masters were not origin. Although they could live for a long time, their lifespan was still limited. Logically speaking, these heavenly human tribe cultivators' lifespan should have been exhausted. The lifespan of primitive divine spirits was extremely long, so Lion had seen these people before. He never expected that these people were still alive. Lion speculated that the heavenly human tribe might have grasped some method or obtained something in the universe ruins that could temporarily seal these people and delay the loss of their lifespan, releasing them at the critical moment. The people of Heaven Destroyer felt their hearts sink, and their expressions became more and more ugly. 9 heavenly human tribe cultivators in golden armor, 4 primordial divine masters, and 2 forbidden physiques. These were the 15 most powerful Lord of Heaven experts. In addition, there were Yi Immortal, Yi Qiuxian, the Lord of Heaven of 100 Battles, the Lord of Heaven of Destruction, and the Lord of Heaven of Pantheon. In total, there were 20 most powerful Lord of Heaven. This was a terrifying force that could completely break the balance. No matter how many ordinary divine masters there were, it was useless. They could not break through their defense and would be easily defeated by this force. This kind of existence was no longer something that could be defeated by numbers. More than 10,000 demon masters were defeated by this power. In the era where the source energy did not appear, this power was an invincible existence that no one could rival. If this force came, Heaven Destroyer would only be defeated. It would be useless even if they joined forces with the demons. They could only hide in the base and rely on the array to resist like before. Many people were secretly relieved that the Heavenly Palace did not send this force 1,000 years ago. Otherwise, even if Lu Ming saved the demons, he would not be able to defeat the Heavenly Palace army. It's a pity that there is no main attack array. Otherwise, we can rely on the advantage of numbers to defeat them. Someone sighed. More people shook their heads. What was the use of this? None of the forces in the universe had such a level of attack array. For example, an array like the 9 Heavens battle array could increase the power of the person who set it up by several times. Unfortunately, there was no such array suitable for divine masters. Anyway, none of the major forces had dug out such an array from the universe ruins. Even if there was, it was incomplete and not very useful. Everyone, what do you think? Xian asked Lu Ming and the others. How many of the strongest devil masters are left? Lion asked. 2. Originally, there were 4 of them. The 4 royal families each had 1. In the previous battle, 2 of them died. Yin Kong spoke, his face full of resentment. One of the 2 strongest devil masters that died was from the Silver Wing clan. In the era where the origin source did not appear, the strength of the strongest devil masters could play a huge role. The death of any one of them was a huge loss. You only have 2 left. Together with our side, the difference is too big. It's far from enough. Lion sighed. In Heaven Destroyer, there were only 2 divine masters who could be considered as the strongest. Lion was one of them. For example, Tang Jian, the peak divine master of the Heaven and Earth clan, Rong Jin, and Autumn Moon's master in the Heavenly Palace, divine master Meng Su, were only at the peak Lord of Heaven's combat strength. They were still a bit away from the strongest Lord of Heaven. Chapter 4775. She, on the other hand, had the potential to become the strongest divine master. Unfortunately, his cultivation was not high enough. He was only a 9th level divine master. Given Shi's strength, if he could break through to the peak divine master level, he would be slightly stronger than the Lord of Heaven, who was the strongest Lord of Heaven. Unfortunately, he was still a little lacking. Including Guamo, there were only 5 Lord of Heaven level experts. It was far from enough. Of course, Lion did not include Lu Ming because he did not know that Lu Ming already had the strength of the strongest Lord of Heaven. However, even if he included them, the difference was still too great. Fighting head-on would only lead to defeat. Most importantly, Yi Immortal was too strong. Although Yi Immortal's cultivation was only a 9th level divine master, his combat strength was a cut above the strongest Lord of Heaven. In addition, his equipment was too good. Yi Immortal's combat strength was definitely a top-notch source-level divine weapon. It was not inferior to Lu Ming's source-level divine weapon. His armor was also a source-level divine weapon. It had both offense and defense. In addition, Yi Qiuxian's armor was about the same. It had both offense and defense. With such equipment and their combat strength, they were practically invincible. Everyone, the only thing we can do now is to rely on the array to resist the Heavenly Palace's attack. When the time comes, we will need everyone's cooperation to strengthen the array. Lion said to Xian, Yin Kong, and the others. If you have any requests, feel free to tell us. It's only right for us to cooperate. Xian, Yin Kong, and the others said. Then they began to assign tasks. Just as they finished assigning tasks, a loud explosion came from outside the Heaven Destroyer base. The void cracked open and huge chariots appeared. The Heavenly Palace experts had arrived. To be precise, the Heavenly Human experts had arrived. There were no experts from other races here. They were all Heavenly Human experts. With experts from other races, they could be called the Heavenly Palace. Without experts from other races, they could only be called the Heavenly Human Tribe. There were about 3,000 Heavenly Human Tribe powerful beings standing on a dozen or so massive battlefields. Yi Immortal, Yi Qiuxian, and the others were standing on the largest chariot in the middle. Beside them were the Lord of Heaven of 100 Battles, the Lord of Heaven of Annihilation, and the Lord of Heaven of Pan-Heaven. In addition, there were 9 Heavenly Human Elders in golden armor. 4 of them were primitive divine spirits, and 2 of them were forbidden physiques. The terrifying lineup made everyone feel immense pressure. Buzz. When the Heavenly Human Tribe appeared, dazzling light emanated from every corner of the Heaven Destroyer base as layers of spell formations enshrouded the Heaven Destroyer base. Attack! Break the formation. Ye Immortal's cold voice echoed in all directions. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Immediately, a dozen or so experts at the level of the Lord of Heaven stepped out and arrived in the air above the Heaven Destroyer station. Then, the dozen or so Lord of Heaven shouted as they took out a battle sword at the same time. The battle sword was covered in lightning as if it had evolved from lightning. It exuded a terrifying aura. Tribulation divine lightning, open. The dozen or so Lord of Heaven roared as they channeled a vast amount of energy into the battle sword. In the next moment, with a clang, the battle sword actually exploded, turning into 36 pieces. The 36 fragments flew to different directions of the Heaven Destroyer station and hovered in the air above it. Boom, boom, boom. Then, the 36 fragments exploded with a terrifying aura. The lightning on them surged wildly as if they had turned into 36 lightning suns. Then, endless lightning fell from the 36 fragments and blasted toward the Heaven Destroyer's spell formation. Rumble! The Heaven Destroyer's spell formation shook violently, creating ripples. Some of the spell formations dimmed rapidly. Some of the powerful beings controlling the spell formations trembled and almost vomited blood. In the Heaven Destroyer station, almost everyone's expression changed drastically. How can it be so powerful? How can this kind of lightning be so powerful? What kind of lightning is this? Many people exclaimed, and their expressions were extremely ugly. It was just a single strike, but it caused too much of a fluctuation. 1,000 years ago, tens of thousands of divine masters broke the spell formation together, but the fluctuation was far from that. Boom, boom. In the next moment, lightning fell again. The Heaven Destroyer station's spell formation shook violently again, and its light dimmed. How could this be? Countless people in the Heaven Destroyer were horrified. Under such attacks, the spell formation's energy was being consumed too quickly. If this continued, the spell formation would be broken in less than a month. They thought that with the help of the demons, they would be able to resist for at least 1,000 years. But now, the situation was not like that at all. The heavenly human race had used a terrifying killing weapon, and they might not be able to last for a month. Once the spell formation was broken, they could only fight the heavenly human race head-on. However, the heavenly human race had those 20 terrifying beings. How could they fight against them? Even if the number of divine masters far exceeded that of the heavenly human race, it would be useless. They would be easily defeated. However, such a situation seemed inevitable. The only thing we can do now is to fight to the death. Prepare for battle. Lion's voice resounded throughout the Heaven Destroyer station. Fight. Kill. Fight to the death with those bastards of the heavenly human race. The Heaven Destroyer and the demons roared. There was no way to retreat. They could only fight. Lu Ming, when the battle breaks out, take the opportunity to escape. Lion transmitted his voice to Lu Ming, Xianxia, Tang Jun, and the others. Senior Lion, are you asking me to run away? Do I look like such a person to you? Lu Ming said lightly. Lu Ming, now is not the time to be stubborn. You are the hope of the Heaven Destroyer. If you don't die, there will always be a chance in the future. Lion said. At the same time, Divine Lord Dream Void Rong Jin and the others also advised Lu Ming and the others to escape. After all, Lu Ming, Xianxia, Tang Jun, Wan Shen, and the others had limitless potential. As long as they didn't die, they would definitely rise in the future. Seniors, don't worry. I already have the strength of the strongest Lord of Heaven. I believe I can protect myself. Lu Ming said. What? You have the strength of the strongest Lord of Heaven? Lion and the others were shocked. Not only them, but Zixuan Yin Kong and the other demon experts also looked at Lu Ming in shock. Lu Ming was only an 8th level divine master, but he already had the strength of the strongest Lord of Heaven? How was that possible? I have no need to lie at this time. Besides, I still have Qiuqiu. Lu Ming waved his hand and Qiuqiu flew out, transforming into a round ball. Its eyeballs rolled around and a terrifying aura emanated from it. A peak divine lord. Xiaoqiu's cultivation had clearly reached the peak Divine Lord level. Xiaoqiu was completely different from other living beings. It did not need to slowly accumulate origin energy at 9th level Divine Lord level. It could directly break through. In the last few years, after swallowing a divine weapon, Xiaoqiu had broken through from 8th level Divine Lord to peak Divine Lord. Xiaoqiu's strength is also on par with the strongest Lord of Heaven. There's also the Bone Demon. With them here, I have no need to worry about protecting myself. Lu Ming said. Xiaoqiu had absorbed all sorts of damaged divine weapons and even a divine weapon, so it was getting stronger and stronger. After reaching the peak Divine Lord level, its strength was definitely on par with the strongest Lord of Heaven. Chapter 4776. The Shakin Lion, Rong Jin, Dream Void, Zixien Yin Kong, and the others' hearts grew thicker. If that was the case, Lu Ming's group would have 3 people on the same level as the strongest Lord of Heaven. How terrifying was that? Hee, if I go all out, delaying 2 Lord of Heaven won't be a problem. Bone Devil chuckled. Even though Bone Devil's attack power was on par with one of the strongest Lord of Heaven, his defense was incomparably strong and indestructible. The strongest Lord of Heaven wouldn't be able to break through his defense. If Bone Devil went all out and disregarded his defense, delaying 2 Lord of Heaven wouldn't be a problem. With the addition of the Heaven Destroyer and the Devil, they would have 7 Lord of Heaven experts on par with the strongest Lord of Heaven. They would be able to hold off 8 of the strongest Lord of Heaven. But it was far from enough. Everyone, it won't be a problem for me to hold off one of the strongest Lord of Heaven. Xianxia spoke, his voice brimming with confidence. Everyone looked at Xianxia with shock and doubt. Could a 9th level Divine Master like Xianxia really be on par with one of the strongest Lord of Heaven? They knew that Xianxia's talent was rare, but how could the strongest Lord of Heaven's talent be weak? It was almost impossible for him to fight someone above his level. Unless it was a peerless genius like Lu Ming, Yi Immortal, or Yi Qiuxian. I'm confident. Xianxia nodded solemnly. I believe in Little Qing. Lu Ming said. Lu Ming knew that Xianxia had obtained the immeasurable Devil Steel. Even though he hadn't broken through to the peak Divine Master realm, he had definitely obtained something from it. It wasn't impossible for his strength to increase greatly. In that case, their side's battle power was comparable to 9 of the strongest Lord of Heaven. But it wasn't enough. Senior Lion, don't tell me there aren't any hidden trump cards in the Heaven Destroyer? Lu Ming asked. There are, but not many. My race has an expert called Tiger, a peak Divine Master realm existence. At his peak, his battle power wasn't any weaker than mine. However, he was severely injured and sealed. If I awaken him, he would be able to erupt with the strength of the strongest Lord of Heaven for a short time. Lion. Devils, don't tell me you don't have any hidden trump cards? Outs of the devil experts of the devil experts. The eyes of Zixien Yin Kong and the others flickered. After a while, Zixien said, to be honest, we demons have been stuck in the dark universe for countless years and lack resources. We are indeed not like the celestial race, who can continuously obtain all kinds of resources from the ruins of the universe and conduct all kinds of research. Therefore, we really don't have a hidden strongest demon king. Zixien paused for a second before continuing. However, it's not like our 4 royal devil races don't have any desperate measures. Our 4 royal races have a secret art that, when combined with the various treasures of our royal races, can increase the user's battle power explosively. It won't be a problem for them to reach the strongest Devil Master realm in a short time. Lu Ming, Lion, and the others' eyes lit up. If that's the case, the 4 demon royal clans can still produce 4 strongest demon masters? Lu Ming asked. That's right, but there are conditions. The user must be a direct descendant of one of the 4 royal races. Moreover, their cultivation must be at least a 9th level Divine Master or peak Divine Master realm. Most importantly, once the user uses the secret art, the user will die without a doubt. Zixien said. Lu Ming understood. No wonder Zixien, Yin Kong, Jiao Du, and the others didn't look too good. Because once this secret art was used, it meant that each of their clans would lose a direct descendant of at least a 9th level Divine Master. Not to mention the loss, someone had to be willing to do it. It was almost a sure death. Everyone, you must understand that this time, it is a matter of life and death for all of us, Lion said. We understand. Leave this matter to us. We will definitely send out 4 strongest devil masters, Zixian said. Then she exchanged glances with Yin Kong, Jiao Du, and the others. They all nodded. Good. This way, we can at least resist 14 strongest Lord of Heaven experts. As for the rest, we may have a chance of winning with the advantage of numbers. Lion said. Although the difference between an ordinary divine master and the strongest Lord of Heaven was too great, each of their clans had their own top divine master experts. For example, Divine Master Dream Void, Tang Jian, and Rong Jin. Although they weren't as strong as the strongest Lord of Heaven, they weren't far off. With a few more of them working together, they might be able to hold back the strongest Lord of Heaven. This way, they could still put up a fight. The biggest problem now is Yi Immortal, Zixian said with a frown. Her brows were tightly knitted together. Lu Ming, Lion Yin Kong, and the others' faces darkened. Indeed, the biggest problem now was Yi Immortal. Yi Immortal's combat strength was too strong. Coupled with his equipment, he had completely surpassed the strongest Lord of Heaven. The strongest devil master of the demon race had been killed in less than 10 moves. If no one could stop Yi Immortal, their plan would be for naught. The strongest forces on their side would be defeated one by the Yi Immortal. When that happened, they would suffer a crushing defeat. It's not like there's no way. I heard from Dad that there's a forbidden body sleeping in the base. If he can wake up, he might be able to fight against the Yi Immortal. Tang Jun said at this moment. There's a forbidden body sleeping in the base? Lu Ming blurted out. His heart was pounding wildly. That's indeed the case. There's a forbidden body called Gu Changfeng. He was a forbidden body before Tang Feng and Fei Huang. He was extremely talented and had unparalleled talent. He stunned the entire heavenly human race and suppressed the prodigies of that era. Moreover, he broke through and cultivated all the way to the peak of the Almighty Master Realm. However, when he tried to break through to the Origin Realm, he encountered a huge problem. He was severely injured and almost died. He was saved by one of the Origin Realm of the primordial gods. After the Heaven Destroyer was established, he was placed in the base of the Heaven Destroyer. Lion nodded. Encountered a huge problem when breaking through to the Origin Realm? What problem? Lu Ming asked. I don't know. Some people guessed that the heavenly human race might have done something secretly. Moreover, his injuries were too severe. Although the Heaven Destroyer has been searching for treasures to help him recover, it has always lacked the most important heavenly treasure. Lion said. What kind of heavenly treasure? Lu Ming asked. It's not fixed. However, it must contain a vast amount of life essence and have a huge effect on the soul. Gu Changfeng's soul was injured the most. Lion said. Hearing this, Lu Ming's eyes suddenly lit up. It must contain a vast amount of life essence and have a huge effect on the soul. Such treasures were indeed rare and extremely precious. However, didn't Lu Ming happen to have one? 5 Elements Fairy Tears. Yes, the 5 Elements Fairy Tears. Back in the Grand Supreme Immortal City, Lu Ming had obtained a total of 3 drops of 5 Elements Fairy Tears. 2 of them were used to save Dandan and Ling Yue. At that time, only Dandan's soul was left and his soul was about to shatter. He was saved by the 5 Elements Fairy Tears and his talent increased greatly. Chapter 4777. Lu Ming had never used the last drop of the 5 Elements Deity Tier, but now it could be put to good use. Even though the 5 Elements Deity Tier was extremely precious, it was worth it to save a powerful forbidden body. It could greatly increase the power of Heaven Destroyer. A forbidden body of a peak-level divine master was at least as powerful as the Lord of Heaven. Everyone, I have a treasure in my hands. Lu Ming immediately told her that he had a drop of 5 Elements Immortal Tier. Lion, Rong Jin and Tang Jian were thrilled. Ah, great, great. If we can save Gu Changfeng and stop Yi Immortal, we might not lose this battle. The lion laughed loudly, going wild with joy. Let's not waste any time. We have a month at most. Let's act now. Rong Jin said. That's right. We need to start selecting people too. Zi Xian said. Everyone immediately split up and got ready. Lu Ming, Xian Yanqing, Tang Jun and the others followed Lion and headed in a direction. They were going to where Gu Changfeng was sleeping. The place where Gu Changfeng was sleeping was in a deep cave deep under the base of the Heaven Exterminating Troop. There was an altar in the cave and there was an ice coffin on the altar. There were arrays around the ice coffin. Gu Changfeng was sleeping in the ice coffin. He's so handsome and he's also a human. Lu Ming was intrigued. Apparently, Gu Changfeng was also a human. He was wearing a white robe and his eyes were closed. He was extremely handsome. Among all the men Lu Ming had seen, Gu Changfeng was at least in the top 3. However, his life force was extremely weak and it was only because the arrays and the ice coffin were stable. Of course, Gu Changfeng's own will was extremely strong, otherwise he would have died. Let's wait for a while. I've already sent out a message. Someone will send the other treasures here soon. Lion said. Everyone waited patiently. About an hour later, the primordial gods brought over 9 types of treasures. These 9 treasures were all treasures that contained exuberant life essence and could bring the dead back to life. Let's begin, Lu Ming. We'll first use the life essence of these 9 treasures to stabilize his life, then you can use the 5 elements immortal tier to save him. Lion said. Alright. Lu Ming nodded. Lion and the others immediately took action. They first refined the 9 treasures into pure life energy and then injected it into Gu Changfeng's body. Instantly, Gu Changfeng's body was covered by a layer of white light and one could clearly feel that his vitality was increasing rapidly. Blood and qi flowed through his body, becoming more vigorous. But that was all. Although his life force was exuberant, it had yet to reach its peak. As for his soul, it was still in a shattered state and had not recovered. Lu Ming, it's your turn. Lion shouted softly. Lu Ming was already prepared. With a wave of his hand, the last drop of 5 elements immortal tier flew toward Gu Changfeng and seeped into his glabella. After the 5 elements immortal tier entered Gu Changfeng's body, his body was immediately covered by a layer of colorful energy. Gu Changfeng's vitality became more vigorous. His soul was also quickly recovering. It's definitely useful. Lion was thrilled. With the 5 elements immortal tier, it would definitely be able to save Gu Changfeng. Lu Ming also smiled. He could sense that Gu Changfeng indeed had a pure forbidden body. There was no mistake about it. He somehow felt close to him. This was his kind. There were too few forbidden bodies in the entire universe. He knew that only Tang Feng, Fei Huang and the master of the heavenly courts were still alive. Now, there was also Gu Changfeng. There were only a few of them left. As for the 2 controlled by the heavenly human race, they were no longer counted. They had completely become puppets. Time flew by and a few days passed in the blink of an eye. A few days later, Gu Changfeng opened his eyes all of a sudden. His eyes were as bright as the stars in the sky. Also, a powerful force spread out from his body. A forbidden body. There was no doubt about it. The forbidden body in Lu Ming's body seemed to have sensed something and started to flow quickly. Gu Changfeng also seemed to have sensed Lu Ming's forbidden power. He immediately looked at Lu Ming. A forbidden body. I didn't expect another forbidden body to appear. Gu Changfeng mumbled with a strange look in his eyes. Speaking of which, this was the first time he had seen another forbidden body. Gu Changfeng, you're finally awake. Lion laughed loudly. Gu Changfeng finally looked away from Lu Ming and landed on Lion. He smiled and said, Lion, it's you. How long have I been unconscious? Gu Changfeng had known Lion back then. Gu Changfeng had known Lion since he was young. After he was severely injured, he didn't fall into a deep sleep immediately. After he was brought back by the origin of the primitive god, he met Lion again. It's been almost 80 stellar years. Lion said, 80 stellar years. I didn't expect to sleep for so long. No wonder a new forbidden body appeared. Did you guys save me this time? Gu Changfeng said, it's mainly Lu Ming. He saved you with the 5 elements fairy tier. Lion pointed at Lu Ming and said, thank you for saving my life. Gu Changfeng will remember this. I will repay you one day. Gu Changfeng cupped his fists at Lu Ming. Senior Gu, you're welcome. You and I both have forbidden bodies and I have no reason not to save you. Besides, I still need your help now. Lu Ming said. Oh, what's going on now? Gu Changfeng asked. Well, Lion immediately told him about the current situation in the universe. I can't believe that the universe has changed so much in just 80 stellar years. You don't have to tell me that, I will fight even if it means risking my life. I still have a lot to settle with the heavenly human race. Ha! Gu Changfeng sneered and his eyes were full of viciousness. Gu Changfeng, I heard that the heavenly human race set you up back then. Is that true? Lion asked curiously. No, the heavenly human race did want to set me up, but I've been prepared and I've been avoiding them. There was a big problem with my cultivation back then. I was too greedy and I was hurt when I reached the origin level. Gu Changfeng heaved a sigh. After a moment of silence, Gu Changfeng continued, I'm almost recovered now, but my power hasn't reached the peak yet. I need some time. 20 days should be enough. Okay, then we won't disturb you. Lion said. Lu Ming and the others also cupped their fists and left. Everyone in the Heaven Exterminating Troop was preparing for the great battle that would take place in 20 days. Lu Ming went back to his place and started to study the battle art. The 3000th ancient secret art was apparently not something he could learn in a short time, so he might as well study the battle art. Chapter 4778. In the past few years, Lu Ming had been focused on learning all kinds of secret arts and hadn't spent time on the battle formula. Lu Ming's chances of triggering the ninefold combat ability of the Battle Character Sutra were still around 1 in 10. If he could increase the chances of triggering it, it would be good. Everyone was preparing. The tribulation lightning above the Heaven Destroyer's base was still striking, and the array was trembling and the light was getting dimmer and dimmer. Soon, more than 20 days had passed. The array of the Heaven Destroyer's base was in danger, as if it would collapse at any time. All the masters of the Heaven Destroyer and the demons were ready. Lu Ming, Xianxia, Gu Mo, Shimu, Rongjin, and the rest, as well as the powerful demons, stood in the sky and looked at the powerful demons from the heavenly human tribe. The atmosphere was getting more and more tense. Both sides were ready for a big battle. Rumble. As the tribulation lightning continued to strike, the array of the Heaven Destroyer's base was getting dimmer and dimmer. Suddenly, there were bursts of explosions. The array was torn apart, and many of the array bases were shattered. Huge cracks appeared on the array. Get ready to fight! Lion roared, and his body rapidly expanded into a lion-like giant beast. His roar was like thunder, and his aura was violent. Kill the heavenly human race! The demons also roared, and their killing intent soared into the sky. Humph, they're overestimating themselves. Once the array is broken, it won't be long before we defeat them and let them know what despair is. That's right, we have 20 overlords at the Lord of Heaven's level. They can't make up for it with numbers. Outside, some heavenly human race members sneered. Most of the heavenly human race members looked relaxed. The heavenly human race had 20 Lord of Heaven's combat power, and they were too powerful. They had defeated the demon army as easily as crushing dry weeds. In the era where the origin power didn't appear, the 20 Lord of Heaven were really invincible. In their view, the Heaven Destroyer and the demons were just putting up a desperate fight. Once they fought, they would be defeated in a few moves. Crush. The array formation continued to collapse. After a while, the array formation of the Heaven Destroyer base completely disappeared. At the same time, the 36 balls of Tribulation Divine Thunder merged together and formed the shape of a battle sword. However, compared to before, this battle sword was severely lacking in spirituality and was already half destroyed. Yi Immortal's voice reverberated through the sky as he took the lead and charged toward the Heaven Destroyer's base. He held a divine sword in his hand and wore a divine armor. Both of them were top-notch origin-grade divine weapons, which made him look even more extraordinary. Behind them, Yi Qiuxian, the Lord of Heaven of 100 battles, and the others who possessed the strongest battle prowess of the Lord of Heaven, followed the Yi Immortal as they charged towards the Heaven Destroyer base. The other 3,000 heavenly human divine masters didn't attack together. Obviously, 20 of the strongest Lord of Heaven's combat power was enough to defeat the Heaven Destroyer and the demons. At that time, the Heaven Exterminating Troop and the demons would panic and flee in all directions like loose sand. The 3,000 heavenly human divine masters were in charge of hunting them down. They had dealt with the demons in the same way before. At that time, the demons were completely panicked and fled in fear. They couldn't form any battle prowess at all, so the 3,000 heavenly human divine masters killed a large number of powerful cultivators. Kill! Lion suddenly roared and charged into the sky. At the same time, Lu Ming, Xianxia, Guimo, and some other powerful cultivators from the demons also charged into the sky and charged toward the Immortal and the others. The Heaven Destroyer and the demons didn't all attack. They only sent out a few hundred powerful cultivators. However, these hundreds of powerful cultivators were all top-notch cultivators. The other divine masters were waiting for an opportunity to attack. The moment Lu Ming and the others rushed out, a beam of light shot out from somewhere in the Heaven Destroyer's base. A figure rushed out at an astonishing speed and caught up with Lu Ming and the others. He then charged toward the heavenly human overlords. It was Gu Changfeng. Gu Changfeng, it's you. Why are you still alive? Someone from the heavenly human race recognized Gu Changfeng and yelled. What? He's Gu Changfeng, the one with the forbidden body 80 years ago? Didn't they say he died a long time ago? Why is he still alive? The other heavenly human race members who had heard of Gu Changfeng also exclaimed. Gu Changfeng? Since you're still alive, let me send you on your way. Yi Immortal said coldly as he unleashed his energy. The divine sword in his hand was full of sword chi and he slashed toward Gu Changfeng even though he was still a distance away. You're Yi Immortal? The most powerful ancestral patriarch of the heavenly human race? I want to meet you. Gu Changfeng yelled as a long spear appeared in his hand. Without a doubt, it was also an origin divine weapon of a very high level. People like Gu Changfeng, like Lu Ming, were all people who had great opportunities. They were the protagonists of an era. How could they lack a divine weapon? The long spear turned into a bright ray of light and clashed with the Immortal's sword aura. With a boom, the two attacks disappeared at the same time. He had blocked it. Lion and the others were thrilled. Yi Immortal narrowed his eyes and said coldly, let's see how many attacks you can block. Kill. Gu Changfeng and Yi Immortal took the lead and clashed with each other. After the two of them clashed, they started to fight fiercely. Clang, clang, clang. They were so fast that they had exchanged dozens of blows in an instant. It was a draw. This time, Lu Ming, Lion, and the others were finally relieved. Gu Changfeng's combat strength was indeed terrifying. He had completely blocked Yi Immortal and was not weaker than him. It was a draw. Ha! The forbidden body is indeed powerful. Lion roared with laughter. The morale of the others was also greatly boosted. It seems that the forbidden body with a clear mind is far more powerful than the Lord of Heaven. However, this is normal. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. It was normal for the forbidden body to be far more powerful than the Lord of Heaven when they were at the same level. After all, the Lord of Heaven's combat strength was only in control of 3 ultimate heavenly powers. The reason why the 2 forbidden bodies controlled by the heavenly human race could only unleash the combat strength of the strongest Lord of Heaven was that they had completely lost their intelligence. It was only equivalent to a puppet, and it couldn't display its full strength at all. If there were 2 forbidden bodies with a clear mind, it would be terrifying. At this moment, the others were also clashing with each other. Lion roared and charged towards Extermination Heavenly Monarch. The 2 of them were locked in a fierce battle, and it was difficult to tell who would emerge victorious. The other strongest divine master of the Heaven Exterminating Troop was up against the Heavenly Lord of 100 battles. Leave these 2 forbidden bodies to me. I want to fight 2 forbidden bodies at the same time. Ha! Bone Devil laughed as he unleashed a terrifying attack that enveloped the 2 forbidden puppets. After exchanging a few blows, Bone Devil's body shook violently as he retreated. However, he ignored his defenses and charged at the 2 forbidden puppets. The two forbidden puppets' attacks landed on Bone Devil's body, but they could only produce clanging sounds and sparks. However, they were unable to break Bone Devil's bones. They couldn't even leave a mark on him. Bone Devil had merged with the skeleton under the immeasurable devil steel. His body was too tough. Chapter 4779. The skeleton that Bone Demon had fused with in the boundless demon abyss had an extraordinary origin. It belonged to an expert from the previous epoch. No one knew what level he had been at when he was alive. Even though he had died countless years ago, the skeleton he left behind was still extremely terrifying. If it were not for the origin tribulation, Bone Demon could have used that skeleton to recover his cultivation to the origin realm. Even if he could not break through the origin realm, the toughness of his skeleton remained. It was not something a divine lord could break through. There was not even a trace of damage. Bone Demon's only weakness now seemed to be his soul. However, the two forbidden bodies had no consciousness. They were puppet-like existences. They could not attack the soul at all. This was also why Bone Demon had chosen these two to fight. The Bone Demon held the two forbidden puppets in a tight grip. Explode! Not far from Lu Ming, for evil demon experts roared. Their eyes were blood-red as if they were ready to die. Their bodies were filled with a dense bloody aura. A divine weapon hovered above their heads. These divine weapons were undoubtedly of very high grade. They were the greatest treasures of the four royal demon races. At this moment, the four evil demon experts had used a special secret technique to burn themselves and reach some sort of resonance with the treasures. Buzz. The four terrifying treasures vibrated and activated a sliver of power. It surged into the bodies of the four evil demons, causing their battle prowess to skyrocket. Their bodies rapidly swelled, turning into four huge evil demons. They spread their wings, blotting out the sun. Demonic chi filled the sky. They clashed with the four primordial divine spirit puppets. For a moment, divine light and demonic chi filled the area, destroying the void. The four evil demons had used their secret techniques and treasures to skyrocket their battle prowess. They had indeed reached the level of the Lord of Heaven. However, the price was their lives. Generally speaking, divine lords, even peak divine lords, could not activate much of the power of source-level divine weapons. Not to mention divine weapons like the treasures of the four royal demon races. They could not activate any of their power. However, these four overlords had used their own bloodlines and secret arts to ignite their own lives to resonate with the suppressing treasure of their race. In the end, they had activated a trace of the power of the suppressing treasure of their race, increasing their battle power to that of the strongest heavenly lords. The four fiends had entangled the puppets of the four primitive gods. On the other hand, Xianxia was up against one of the strongest lords of heaven, the Pantheon Lord of Heaven. A mere ninth-layer divine master. You're courting death. Kill. The Pan-Heaven Lord of Heaven completely looked down on Xianxia. Not everyone was like Yi Qiuxian, able to possess the fighting prowess of the strongest Lord of Heaven as a ninth-level divine master. His three types of supreme heavenly powers intertwined as he struck out with a palm, clashing with Xianxia's attack. With a loud bang, Xianxia's body shook violently, and he was sent flying backwards. Die! Pantheon Lord of Heaven coldly shouted and took out his origin-grade divine weapon, wanting to kill Xianxia in one move. Immeasurable Devil Steel. Xianxia barked, and the immeasurable Devil Steel's shadow appeared above him. When the immeasurable Devil Steel's shadow appeared, the aura around Xianxia's body increased exponentially. The devil chi around him was so dense that it was almost tangible. Xianxia struck out with his palm, and a wisp of devil chi rushed out. This wisp of devil chi turned into a boundless devil soul, and it collided with the Pantheon Lord of Heaven. This time, there was no loud explosion, because after the immeasurable demonic soul was hit, it immediately dissipated. However, after the boundless devil soul dissipated, the terrifying energy didn't dissipate. Instead, it continued to rush towards the Pantheon Lord of Heaven. Almost unstoppable, the energy rushed into the Pantheon Lord of Heaven's body. The Pantheon Lord of Heaven's expression changed drastically. He felt his mental state becoming unstable, and anger rose in his heart. His killing intent intensified, and his heart's devil seemed to be on the verge of erupting. "You can trigger my heart's devil, damn it, die for me." The Pantheon Lord of Heaven roared, and no longer held back. He pushed his battle prowess to the limit, and his source-grade divine weapon whistled through the air as he attacked Xianxia. The immeasurable devil steel's shadow above Xianxia's head rushed out, and it collided with the Pantheon Lord of Heaven's attack, blocking the Pantheon Lord of Heaven's attack. In the next moment, Xianxia's palm struck out again. This time he struck out 3 times in a row. 3 wisps of devil chi rushed out, turning into 3 boundless devil souls that rushed towards the Pantheon Lord of Heaven. The Pantheon Lord of Heaven's expression changed again. He didn't dare to clash head-on with the 3 boundless devil souls, and he could only choose to dodge. He dodged continuously, avoiding the boundless devil souls as he rushed towards Xianxia. When he got close enough to Xianxia, he would launch a sure-kill attack. He realized that Xianxia's attack power wasn't as strong as his own. It was the immeasurable devil steel's shadow and the boundless devil souls that were more powerful. Especially the boundless devil souls that could trigger his heart's devil. If this happened a few more times, his heart's devil would erupt, and the consequences would be dire. However, Xianxia struck out a few more times, and more wisps of devil chi turned into boundless devil souls that rushed towards the Pantheon Lord of Heaven. Damn it! The Pantheon Lord of Heaven roared, and his killing intent soared to the sky. Unfortunately, he couldn't do anything to Xianxia, and the 2 of them entered a stalemate. Seeing that Xianxia was fine, Lu Ming finally relaxed. "Lu Ming, I'll definitely kill you this time." Yi Qiuxian had his eyes on Lu Ming since a long time ago, and he had ordered the others not to touch Lu Ming, leaving Lu Ming to him. At this time, he was already charging towards Lu Ming. Yi Qiuxian held an origin-grade divine sword in his hand, and wore an origin-grade divine armor. He looked majestic as he slashed out with his battle sword. Sword light swept out, wanting to split Lu Ming into 2 halves. Buzz! The war god spear in Lu Ming's hand vibrated, emitting a terrifying buzzing sound that shattered the void. In the next second, the war god spear turned into a streak of light, piercing towards Yi Qiuxian. Before this, Lu Ming had already activated the battle formula. Thus, at this moment, he had already activated the battle formula, increasing his battle power by 9 times. Clang! The spear and sword collided, and a violent shockwave swept out in all directions. Lu Ming and Yi Qiuxian's bodies shook, and both of them staggered backwards. Your strength, it's impossible." Yi Qiuxian's eyes widened, and he roared in disbelief. His handsome face was distorted. He found it hard to believe, and he found it hard to accept such an outcome. He was now a 9th-tier divine master, and his battle power had skyrocketed. He had thought that he could easily suppress Lu Ming. Even when he saw that Lu Ming's cultivation base was now an 8th-tier divine master, he still thought so. In the past, when they fought at the same level, although Lu Ming was stronger than him, it was not by much. Now that his cultivation base was a tier higher, it should not be difficult for him to suppress Lu Ming. However, after exchanging a blow with Lu Ming earlier, they were evenly matched. He had used almost all his strength in that blow. In other words, not only had Lu Ming's cultivation base increased, but his battle power had also increased greatly when fighting at the same level. Now, if he fought Lu Ming at the same level, he would be suppressed in a matter of minutes. He could not accept this, and he was so jealous that he was about to go crazy. Every time his battle power skyrocketed, and he was full of confidence that he could suppress Lu Ming, he would suffer a huge blow in the end. He was about to break down, and his mentality was unstable. Kill him. I must kill him today. Yi Qiuxian's eyes were bloodshot as he charged toward Lu Ming in a frenzy. Chapter 4780. Yi Qiuxian relied on his origin divine weapon armor and completely ignored his own defense as he charged toward Lu Ming. Boom, boom, boom. The 2 of them exchanged a few blows, but there was no clear victor. At this moment, the other 2 normal strongest demon masters of the evil demon race, as well as other experts from both sides such as Tang Jian, Divine Lord Meng Su, Rong Jin, and the others as well as Qiuqiu, were facing off against the 9 strongest heavenly monarchs of the celestial race who were wearing golden battle armor. The 2 strongest demon lords were each dealing with one of them. Xianxia also displayed unparalleled combat power and was locked in a fierce battle with one of the strongest Lord of Heaven. There was also another expert, the Tiger of the Lion race. Although he was injured, he could display the combat power of the strongest Lord of Heaven for a short period of time and fight with an old Lord of Heaven. The other hundreds of experts were fighting with the remaining 5 strongest Lord of Heaven. Among these hundreds of experts, there was no lack of top-level Lord of Heaven. With these people as the main force, they temporarily blocked the 5 strongest Lord of Heaven. They blocked it. On the Heaven Destroyer's base, countless creatures were overjoyed. The other party came in a menacing manner. They sent out 20 of the strongest Heaven Monarch Realm experts at once. Their terrifying combat strength made people despair. But the Heaven Destroyer and the demons worked together and blocked it in the end. On the Heavenly Human Race's battleship, the Heavenly Human Race members were dumbfounded. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they would have found it hard to believe. In this era where the origin source didn't appear, the combat power of 20 strongest Lord of Heaven level experts was almost unrivaled and undefeatable. But now they were forcefully blocked. It was like a fantasy story. Should we make a move and lend you a hand? A Lord of Heaven asked. We can't. The enemy still has more than 10,000 divine masters who haven't made a move yet, and they're all eyeing us covetously. Once we make a move, they'll make a move as well. We only have 3,000 people, and we're far outnumbered by them. Another Lord of Heaven spoke. He was a top-tier Lord of Heaven. Damn it, I didn't expect there to be so many powerhouses among the Heaven Destroyer and the demons. That's right. Lu Ming, Xianxia, and even Lu Ming's metallic life form all have the power of the Lord of Heaven. This is cheating. And Gu Changfeng, he's not dead yet. His combat strength is at its peak and he can fight against the ancestor. Many heavenly humans roared. The Heaven Destroyer or the demon also had some trump cards, which was within their expectations. But they had thought that even if the Heaven Destroyer and the demon had some trump cards, they wouldn't be able to fight against 20 Lord of Heaven. This was because the Heavenly Palace had the advantage of being in a position that had been accumulated over time. It was impossible for the Heaven Destroyer and the demon to have any. But they had never thought that Lu Ming, Xianxia, and Xianxia would also have the power of the Lord of Heaven. They also hadn't thought that Gu Changfeng was still alive and had retained his peak combat strength. This had completely disrupted their plan. Without Gu Changfeng, the Yi Immortal would have been able to kill the other Lord of Heaven overlords and break the balance completely and eventually defeat the Heaven Destroyer and the demon. But now, the Yi Immortal had been blocked, and the heavenly humans had lost their biggest advantage. The battle between the two sides had reached a stalemate, and it depended on which side could break the stalemate. Soon, the two sides had exchanged more than 100 moves, but there was still no clear winner. The other people's combat strength was about the same, and it was impossible to determine the winner in a short period of time. Kill. At that moment, Yi Qiuxian's eyes were bloodshot as he launched a frenzied attack on Lu Ming. During this period he was hit by 2 of Lu Ming's attacks. However, he relied on the defensive power of the source-level divine weapon battle armor to withstand the attacks. The armor on Yi Qiuxian's body was extraordinary, and it wasn't an ordinary armor. Even the war god's spear couldn't break it and could only leave a faint mark on it. Lu Ming, you can't do anything to me. If this continues, you will die in my hands. Yi Qiuxian roared. He didn't care about defense and attacked crazily. He was indeed powerful and gradually gained the upper hand. Do you think you are the only one with a divine weapon armor? Lu Ming said coldly. Then he sent a voice transmission to Tang Jian, Rong Jin, and the others, asking if they could temporarily hold back the 6 opponents. This was because Lu Ming wanted to pull Qiuqiu out. Don't worry, we don't want to win, but we don't want to make any mistakes. We will focus on defense and hold back the 6 of them. Tang Jian sent a voice transmission to Lu Ming. Okay. Lu Ming nodded and sent a voice transmission to Qiuqiu. Boom. Qiuqiu exchanged a blow with the old Lord of Heaven. Then, its body wriggled and turned into a ray of sword light that pierced through the void. After a few flashes, it appeared beside Lu Ming and attached to Lu Ming's body, turning into an armor. Lu Ming gave up on defense and allowed Yi Qiuxian's sword light to slash his body. At the same time, he swept out his spear and hit Yi Qiuxian's head heavily. Yi Qiuxian was covered in armor, including his head. However, the violent power could still penetrate the armor and form an impact. Lu Ming and Yi Qiuxian retreated at the same time. However, Yi Qiuxian's situation was more serious. He was hit in the head and felt dizzy for a moment. At this moment, a beam of light shot out from Lu Ming's chest. It was Qiuqiu's ultimate move, a beam of light that could cause people to fall into an illusion. Qiuqiu's cultivation had increased greatly. Even if it maintained its armor form, it could still shoot out a beam of light. The beam of light enveloped Yi Qiuxian. This beam of light was not something armor could withstand. Moreover, Qiuqiu's cultivation had reached the peak of the almighty level. The power of the beam of light had increased tremendously. Yi Qiuxian was confused for a moment and fell into an illusion. Lu Ming naturally would not miss such an opportunity. His figure flashed and rushed to Yi Qiuxian's side. The war god's spear blasted out wildly. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, Lu Ming blasted out at least a dozen moves, all of which landed on Yi Qiuxian's body. Yi Qiuxian was like a rubber ball. He was blasted around in the vast void. Even if the defense of his origin-level armor was amazing and Lu Ming could not break through it, the powerful impact still passed through the armor and hit Yi Qiuxian's body. Dozens of impacts hit Yi Qiuxian's body consecutively. Even Yi Qiuxian could not withstand it. He spat out blood and was seriously injured. Kill! Lu Ming shouted and continued to attack Yi Qiuxian. Even if he could not break through Yi Qiuxian's armor, Lu Ming wanted to shock Yi Qiuxian to death. Why are you still fighting with those people? Come over together and kill Lu Ming first. Yi Immortal shouted and his cold voice sounded. He was talking to the 6 strongest Lord of Heaven who were fighting with Tang Jian, Rong Jin, and the others. Let's go and kill Lu Ming. The 6 strongest Lord of Heaven swept out their golden spears and destroyed the attacks of Rong Jin and the others. Then they rushed toward Lu Ming. Rong Jin and the others could fight with the other party if they joined forces. However, if the other party wanted to leave, they could not stop them all. Chapter 4781. Rong Jin, Tang Jian, and the others tried their best to stop them, but it was very difficult for them to stop all 6 of the strongest Lord of Heaven. In the end, they were only able to stop 2 of them, while the other 4 broke through the blockade and charged at Lu Ming. The strongest Lord of Heaven fighters were too fast. They tore through the void, traversing millions of li in an instant and arriving before Lu Ming in an instant. The 4 of them shouted as they thrust out their golden spears, which rapidly enlarged and pierced through the void toward Lu Ming. The 4 strongest Lord of Heaven joined forces. Even though Lu Ming was protected by Qiuqiu's armor, he did not dare to be careless. He did not continue to chase after Yi Qiuxian and used his movement technique to rapidly dodge, wanting to avoid the attacks of the 4 Lord of Heaven. However, the 4 strongest Lord of Heaven joining forces were not so easy to dodge. Lu Ming did his best, but in the end he was only able to dodge 2 of the attacks. The other 2 attacks struck Lu Ming. Zzz, the golden spears pierced Qiuqiu's armor, producing ear-piercing sounds and sending sparks everywhere. Lu Ming's body shook violently as he rapidly retreated. Although the other party did not manage to pierce through Qiuqiu's armor, part of the powerful force still managed to break through the armor and hit Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming's cultivation was only at the 8th tier of the Divine Lord realm, so his defensive power was limited. Even though the force of the impact penetrated the armor, it still caused Lu Ming's blood to churn, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. Kill him. His cultivation is only at the 8th tier of the Divine Lord realm, so his defensive power is limited. Even if our power penetrates the armor, it's enough to kill him. Yi Qiuxian roared, ignoring his injuries. At the same time, he charged at Lu Ming. His eyes were blood-red and his killing intent was at its peak. His hatred for Lu Ming was monstrous. How many times had it been? Every time his battle prowess increased greatly, he thought that he could suppress Lu Ming, but the result was that he was suppressed. It was really too sullen, and his anger was about to ignite his entire being. If he did not kill Lu Ming, he felt like he would develop inner demons, making it difficult for him to break through to reciprocity. He pushed his perfect heaven's power to the extreme, slashing out a sword light at Lu Ming. At the same time, the second wave of attacks from the four Old Lord of Heaven had already erupted. 4 golden spears pierced towards Lu Ming from 4 different directions. It was unavoidable. Even Xiaoqiu's illusory light pillar couldn't exert its full power against 5 of the strongest Lord of Heaven's combat strength. Because the area covered by the illusory light beam was limited, the other party was clearly on guard against Lu Ming's move, so they didn't gather together, but spread out. The illusory light pillars could only envelop one person at a time. However, even with that being the case, Lu Ming could only fight with his life on the line. Xiaoqiu continued to shoot out a beam of light, enveloping an Old Lord of Heaven. He was immediately greatly affected, stiffening up and stopping his attacks. Lu Ming erupted with his full strength, shining with resplendent light. He used the desolate form in his left hand and the heaven splitter form in his right, striking out several times consecutively. A continent appeared, along with 3 streaks of light that shot towards the 3 golden spears. Lu Ming could no longer deal with Yi Qiuxian's attacks. He could only let them land on him. After all, Yi Qiuxian had already been heavily injured by Lu Ming, so he was no longer at his peak condition. His attacks were easier to endure. Boom, 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 boom. Lu Ming and the 3 Lord of Heaven's attacks collided. With Lu Ming's strength alone, he dispersed his power. Naturally, he could not block the attacks of the 3 most powerful Lords of Heaven. The primordial style and heaven-breaking style were defeated by the other party in no time. However, although he couldn't block the attacks, he could still weaken the power of the attacks. The attacks of the 3 Lord of Heaven were indeed weakened by a lot. They continued to fly towards Lu Ming, bombarding Lu Ming's body. Yi Qiuxian's attacks also landed on Lu Ming's body. Boom, 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 boom. 4 attacks sent Lu Ming flying in the air. The powerful impact caused Lu Ming to vomit blood, worsening his injuries. Lu Ming. Not far away, Xianxia was extremely worried. She wanted to rush over to help Lu Ming, but her strength was limited. It was already her limit to hold back the strongest Lord of Heaven. It was impossible for her to help Lu Ming. On the base below, Dandan, Wanshen, and the others were also extremely worried. What are you waiting for? Let's charge over and fight it out with them. Wanshen roared. His eyes were wide open, and his fighting spirit was soaring. The blood in his body seemed to be burning. No, with our strength, it's completely useless against the Lord of Heaven. Instead, we'll be like moths to a flame. We'll die. A peak almighty said. Then what should we do? Are we just going to watch Lu Ming get killed? Wanshen roared. Heaven Destroyer and the others were silent. They also wanted to save Lu Ming, but they didn't have the strength to do so. They would only be cannon fodder if they rushed up recklessly. They would fall into the Heavenly Palace's trap. By then, the Heavenly Palace would defeat them and the 3,000 Heavenly Palace troops behind would take advantage of the situation to chase after them. Heaven Destroyer would suffer heavy losses. Their mission was to wait and see. Dealing with the 3,000 heavenly humans behind them was their mission. At this moment, Yi Qiuxian and the 4 Old Lord of Heaven launched a storm of attacks on Lu Ming. Lu Ming was completely in danger in front of 5 experts at the same level as him. If it wasn't for the armor formed by Qiuqiu, he would have been killed. Even so, he was in fatal danger. The attacks of the 5 experts constantly landed on his body, passing through the armor and hitting his body, worsening his injuries. Die, die for me! Yi Qiuxian roared in his heart. This time, he felt that Lu Ming was dead for sure. He wouldn't have another chance. Not only that, but the others also thought so. The strongest Lord of Heaven of the heavenly human tribe was still too many. It was too difficult for anyone who wasn't the strongest Lord of Heaven to block the strongest Lord of Heaven. Lu Ming spat out a few more mouthfuls of blood. To be honest, his injuries were already very serious. Many of his muscles and bones were broken and his organs were almost destroyed. Not only that, his soul was also attacked and the light was a little dim. If this continued, he would really die. No, I won't die here. I won't accept this. How can I die in the hands of Yi Qiuxian and those old guys? Lu Ming roared in his heart and crazily unleashed his remaining strength. His body was surrounded by light. Tens of thousands of cells shone brighter than the stars, forming a yellow mud road that extended into the depths of the darkness. At this moment, the blood stain on the yellow mud road suddenly emitted a blood-red luster. A wisp of energy seeped into Lu Ming's body. Boom! Lu Ming felt as if a star had exploded in his body. An extremely powerful energy filled his body. Not only was his taboo power instantly restored, but his injuries were also healed in an instant. Not only that, his current strength had completely surpassed his peak and reached the highest level in his history. Chapter 4782. This power, Lu Ming's eyes lit up in excitement. This was because he was very familiar with this power. He had accidentally triggered it before. Back in the Thousand Autumn battlefield, in the immortal burial sea of blood, they were surrounded by the twin brothers of the celestial race. At that time, the twin brothers used a joint attack to put them in a desperate situation. At that time, a strand of power accidentally entered Lu Ming's body from the blood stains on the yellow mud road. It increased Lu Ming's combat strength greatly, allowing him to successfully defeat the twin brothers' joint attack and kill many of their opponents. Now, this strand of power was almost the same as the one back then. The difference was that Lu Ming's current strength was many times stronger than before. Therefore, when this strand of power entered his body, his combat strength was even stronger than before. Kill. At this moment, the four strongest old men, the Lord of Heaven and Yi Qiuxian, once again charged towards Lu Ming. They surrounded him from different directions and launched a terrifying attack, wanting to kill Lu Ming in one fell swoop. You're the ones who are going to die. Lu Ming roared. The vast and surging power in his body surged wildly into the war god's spear. Then he used the sky-breaking style and 5 spear lights burst out. One of the spear lights bore the brunt of the collision with Yi Qiuxian's sword light. Before this, Lu Ming could never block Yi Qiuxian's attack by splitting his power into 5, even if Yi Qiuxian was seriously injured. But now, when the two attacks collided, there was a violent explosion. Yi Qiuxian's sword light trembled violently and then exploded with a bang. The spear light did not stop. Under Yi Qiuxian's horrified gaze, it pierced his chest. The armor on Yi Qiuxian's body caved in. Although it was not pierced, a part of the powerful force still penetrated Yi Qiuxian's armor and struck his heart. Yi Qiuxian screamed and retreated rapidly. His heart was shattered by this force. He spat out large mouthfuls of blood and his face was pale. Boom! Boom! Immediately after, Lu Ming's other 4 spear lights collided with the 4 old and strongest Lord of Heaven. The 4 spear auras clashed against the 4 golden battle spears, causing a violent explosion. The incomparably sharp qi swept out in all directions. In the end, the spear light dissipated, but the golden spear was also blocked. The 4 old Lord of Heaven stared in shock, their eyes wide with disbelief. There was also Yi Qiuxian, who was about the same. The attacks of the 5 most powerful Lord of Heaven had been blocked. How was this possible? Why did Lu Ming's battle prowess suddenly become so strong? Lu Ming's cultivation was only at the 8th level of the Divine Lord realm, but his battle prowess had reached the level of the strongest Lord of Heaven. This was already extremely terrifying and inconceivable. This was already a battle that transcended many levels. In terms of battle prowess, Lu Ming was on the same level as the 5 of them. Logically speaking, he should at most be on par with one of them. Even with the addition of Qiu, they only had the battle prowess of 2 Lord of Heaven. Against the 5 of them, they would only be beaten, suppressed, and killed. How had Lu Ming's battle prowess suddenly soared? While they were still in a daze, Lu Ming had already made his move. His body seemed to transform into spear light as he used the heaven-cleaving style to its peak. He transformed into a dazzling spear light that stabbed toward one of the old and strongest Lord of Heaven. Fast, it was simply too fast. In almost an instant, the spear light had reached the other party. The muscles of the old and strongest Lord of Heaven tightened and his eyes widened. He let out a bestial roar, and his golden battle spear trembled and flew out in an attempt to block Lu Ming's attack. However, he was slightly distracted just now, causing him to miss the best time to defend. In a battle between experts, the slightest difference could lead to a huge difference. This moment of distraction made it difficult for him to erupt his power to the peak in such a short time. Moreover, the current Lu Ming's battle prowess had already surpassed his by a large margin. With a clang, although the golden battle spear hit the war god spear, it was immediately sent flying. The spear light did not stop at all and continued to stab toward the other party. The spear light accurately pierced through the forehead of the old and strongest Lord of Heaven, piercing through his head. The terrifying power instantly tore the other party's soul into ashes. The other party's body, which was originally filled with a terrifying aura, also shriveled up like a punctured balloon, leaving behind only an old and frail body. One of the strongest heaven monarchs had died. This was the first strongest Lord of Heaven to die in battle since the war began. However, he was from the celestial tribe. This was beyond everyone's expectations. Originally, everyone thought that even if an existence on the level of the strongest Lord of Heaven was killed, it would definitely be from the Heaven Destroyer or the demons. No one would have thought that it would be from the celestial tribe. After killing this old and strongest Lord of Heaven, Lu Ming did not stop at all. His figure flashed as he charged toward another old and strongest Lord of Heaven. The reason why Lu Ming did not immediately charge toward Yi Qiuxian was mainly because Lu Ming was not confident. Yi Qiuxian's equipment was too good. The armor and sword on his body were all extremely high-grade origin-grade divine weapons. If he charged toward Yi Qiuxian immediately, he might not be able to kill Yi Qiuxian in one move. In that case, not only would he not be able to kill Yi Qiuxian, but he would also be wasting a lot of time. As for the old and strongest Lord of Heaven, it was indeed effective and he successfully killed one of the other party. This was the strongest Lord of Heaven. In the era where the source energy did not appear, this was an incomparably huge loss. Previously, the four heavenly palace only had a total of 4 strongest Lord of Heaven. As for the 4 demon royal tribes, they only had 1 strongest demon master each. Looking at the entire Heaven Destroyer, not counting their trump cards, there were only 2 strongest demon masters. From this, it could be seen how precious a strongest Lord of Heaven was. At this moment, Lu Ming had already charged toward the second person. This person finally reacted. With a long roar, 3 types of ultimate heavenly powers erupted and were pushed to the extreme. His entire body was covered in a dazzling glow. A terrifying power surged into the golden spear as he stabbed out with all his might. Clang! The golden spear collided with Lu Ming's God of War spear. The all-out attack of the strongest Lord of Heaven was indeed shocking. This time, this person was not sent flying by the golden spear like the previous person. However, Lu Ming's current strength was too strong. A terrifying power surged into this person's body through the golden spear. This person's body shook violently as he retreated rapidly. The arm that was holding the golden spear let out cracking sounds. Clearly, the bones in his arm had been shattered. Come and help me. Let's join forces. This person is too monstrous. The old Lord of Heaven roared, his voice filled with fear. Ever since his combat strength reached the level of the strongest Lord of Heaven, he had never felt such fear in the Divine Master realm. The combat strength of the strongest Lord of Heaven was almost the strongest combat strength in the Divine Master realm. Monstrous geniuses like Yi Immortal and Yi Qiuxian were figures that only appeared once in countless eras. It was almost impossible to meet them. Chapter 4783. This old Lord of Heaven had never encountered monsters like Yi Immortal and Yi Qiuxian. In his era, he was basically the strongest Divine Master. However, when he faced Lu Ming, he felt extremely weak. He had the illusion that he was facing an Origin Realm expert. If it were not for the fact that he was facing an Origin Realm expert, he really would have thought that he was facing an Origin Realm expert. Such a monster was not someone he could deal with alone. The other 2 old Lord of Heaven charged at Lu Ming with all their strength. Yi Qiuxian suppressed his fear and charged at Lu Ming. Qiuqiu. Lu Ming sent a message to Qiuqiu. At the same time, he continued to charge at the old Lord of Heaven that he had just injured. The moment he charged out, Xiao unleashed an illusory pillar of light. The pillar of light enveloped the old man. The old man's body, which was about to retreat, immediately stiffened. His eyes were filled with shock. Kill, kill. The other two old Lord of Heaven attacked with all their strength when they saw this. They wanted to force Lu Ming to stop. If it was before, Lu Ming would only be able to defend and dodge with all his strength. He would not be able to attack at all. But now, swish, swish, swish. The war god's spear vibrated and 3 spear lights erupted. 2 of the spear lights flew toward the 2 old Lord of Heaven that had come to help. The 3rd spear light shot toward the old Lord of Heaven that was enveloped by the illusory pillar of light. As for Yi Qiuxin, Lu Ming could not be bothered with him. He planned to take his attack head-on. Now that Lu Ming was enveloped by the power of the bloodstains, not only did his strength increase, but his defense also increased by several times. Coupled with Qiuqiu's armor, the heavily injured Yi Qiuxin could not do anything to him. As expected, when Yi Qiuxin's attack landed on Lu Ming's body, the powerful impact passed through the armor but was blocked by the power of the bloodstains. It only caused a slight tremor to Lu Ming. As for the 2 old Lord of Heaven who came to the rescue, they were blocked by Lu Ming's 2 spear lights. The 3rd spear ray shot towards the Lord of Heaven, who was enveloped by the illusory light pillar. With a poochie sound, this old and most powerful Lord of Heaven followed in the footsteps of the one before him. His forehead was pierced, and his soul was annihilated. Another powerful Lord of Heaven had fallen. Killing 2 of the most powerful Lord of Heaven in a row happened in a very short period of time. At this moment, everyone on the Heaven Destroyer base and the Heavenly Human Tribe battleship were dumbfounded. Then, the Heaven Destroyer base burst into cheers. It was too exciting. Lu Ming's power suddenly skyrocketed and he killed 2 of the most powerful Lord of Heaven, which gave them hope of victory. The expressions of the heavenly humans on the Heavenly Human battleship changed drastically and became extremely ugly. Some of them even had fear in their eyes. It was too terrifying. Those were the strongest heavenly monarchs, and they were killed just like that. 1 spear, 1 kill. The visual impact was too strong. It made all the heavenly human race feel cold all over, as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. Damn it! Yi Immortal shouted. Even though he had lived for countless years and was used to countless grand scenes and was extremely resilient, he still could not stay calm. What's so bad about that? This beautiful scene is worthy of praise and remembrance. Gu Changfeng burst into laughter. Right? It's worthy of remembrance. Ha! Lion also laughed. The Heaven Destroyer and the demons were full of fighting spirit and the confidence they had lost was restored. If this continued, they could win. Lu Ming is so terrifying. Below, Zixian, Yin Kong and the others were dumbfounded. Ha, I knew it. I knew this kid still had a trick up his sleeve. Do you think I'm that easy to deal with? Dandan burst into laughter. Lu Ming. Xianxia's eyes flashed. She completely relaxed and focused on dealing with her opponent. But Yi Qiuxin's body trembled and his eyes were red with fear. He kept backing away and didn't dare to get close to Lu Ming. He had been frightened by Lu Ming. He felt that Lu Ming was born to restrain him. He was his nemesis. He felt that he would never be able to surpass Lu Ming. Yes, after so many defeats, he had already developed an inner demon and Lu Ming was his inner demon. His confidence in himself had been shaken. In the future, he might be afraid when he saw Lu Ming. At this moment, Lu Ming didn't care how much shock he had caused. He only saw the other 2 old heavenly humans. Swish. Like a streak of light, he charged toward the 3rd elderly heavenly human tribe cultivator. However, the remaining 2 heaven monarchs, who were the strongest among them, had already gathered together. The 2 of them waved their golden spears and stabbed at Lu Ming's 2 vital points. The divine war spear vibrated and stabbed twice. Clang, clang. The 2 old and strongest heaven monarchs retreated rapidly. In a head-on fight, the 2 Lord of Heaven were no match for Lu Ming. Lu Ming walked in the air and his energy was violent. The divine war spear swept out like a dragon and the sky was filled with spear auras. The 2 old Lord of Heaven were pushed back continuously. The two most powerful old heaven monarchs were completely suppressed. Yi Qiuxian, what are you waiting for? Yi Immortal roared. His voice shook the sky. Yi Qiuxian shuddered and finally reacted. However, when he looked at Lu Ming, there was a trace of hesitation in his eyes. He actually didn't attack immediately. Do it, Yi Qiuxian. If you don't do it, you can forget about reaching reciprocity for the rest of your life. Only by doing it, overcoming fear, and killing Lu Ming can you complete your transformation and become even stronger. Only then can you surpass me. Yi Immortal roared. This time, he used a communication technique. His voice boomed in Yi Qiuxian's ears like thunder. Yi Qiuxian's body shook violently. Madness filled his eyes. He roared and charged towards Lu Ming. At this moment, another pillar of light shot out from Lu Ming's chest. Qiuqiu had attacked. If Qiuqiu attacked by himself, he would only be able to fight to a draw with one of the Lord of Heaven. However, when he cooperated with Lu Ming to support him, the effects they could unleash far exceeded his own battle prowess. He didn't need anything else. Just his defense and the Pillar of Light could greatly increase Lu Ming's strength. The Pillar of Light enveloped one of the old Lord of Heaven. His movement stiffened. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Lu Ming used the Sky Splitter to attack this person. The other Old Lord of Heaven roared. He attacked wildly in an attempt to stop Lu Ming. He even began to burn his divine force, pushing his battle prowess to a terrifying level. However, he was still not Lu Ming's opponent. With a boom, the old man was sent flying. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Lu Ming! Yi Qiuxian roared. He ignored his injuries. At the same time, he also burned his divine force to attack Lu Ming. He didn't care about the consequences. His goal was to defeat the inner demon in his heart. After burning his divine force, Yi Qiuxian's battle prowess finally reached its peak. He had overcome his injuries. You're courting death. Lu Ming swung his war god spear at Yi Qiuxian.